School Days HQ. This absolutely horrific visual novel is what happens when you put a bunch of morally reprehensible criminals disguised as students into the world's most disgusting high school that contains some traditions that definitely can't be legal in any way. With 22 endings that range from, wow, this was so boring and not worth playing the game through for, all the way to, what the actual someone call the police right now. School Days HQ is a massive visual novel that starts off really stupid and only continues to get worse over the course of playing the game. School Days was originally released on April 28th, 2005, with the updated HQ version being released in 2010 in Japan and 2012 for North America. And if you've been on my channel, you know that they also made an anime based on this game back in 2007. If you're curious, you can check out my video on the anime, but I'm gonna tell you right now, the visual novel is a completely different level of depraved compared to the anime. In the game, you play as high schooler Makoto Ito, a sleazebag cheating piece of shit who legitimately has a dick instead of a brain inside of his skull. And you navigate through a bunch of different scenarios with a bunch of different girls who, for some reason, fawn over this generic dude as if he's literally Jungkook from BTS or something. Throughout the game, as you wade through some of the dumbest high school drama in all of history, you'll end up making various choices that can lead to different endings with different girls. Sometimes with more than one. And other times, well, someone might just die or kill another person. The only thing that never seems to change in this game is that regardless of whatever story path you end up going down, something unspeakably horrible will happen to at least one of the characters, and you as a player will suffer the entire time. Hello everybody, my name is Leo Hashi, and welcome to the complete breakdown of School Days, the visual novel. Oh, she's drooling! It's just a cycle of the same shit over and over and over again. There's a condom in your hand! Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't even want to read the dialogue out because it's so gross. You idiot. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. I couldn't help but enjoy myself. Definitely can't be posting this on YouTube. It's like they all speak in riddles to each other. Oh my god, what is happening? It's not blackmail. It's cooperation. This is my job. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to leave a like, and don't forget to subscribe to watch me continue to lose my mind. A huge shout out to my channel members. Your support is always appreciated, and if you're interested, make sure to check my memberships out. And before I jump into the meat of things, I do want to mention that I will be posting the full, mostly unedited recordings of me actually playing through the game for my members. I've posted the first episode of the playthrough for everyone to watch, and every other episode is available for all of my channel members right now, just in case you wanted to experience more hell with me for some reason. Where do I even begin when talking about my School Days experience? Well, I think the best place to begin with is a massive trigger warning, because this game contains depictions of sexual assault, suicide, murder, and just so much more horrible stuff. If any of those topics may affect you negatively, please watch this video with a lot of caution. This game is something I can only describe as an absolute nightmare. This game takes place in a nightmare dystopian world where the concept of consent has been eradicated from the universe, and assault is treated as a normal, it kind of happened sort of non-event. I have seen things in this game that if I show even a peep of it on YouTube, my channel will get obliterated from existence. This visual novel has legitimately broken me at some moments, enough to get me to cry at one of the bad endings, because it involves such a raw depiction of on the screen. I mean, god, dude, what is this game? The story and premise is just so goddamn stupid. Like, I have never experienced a piece of media so fucking stupid that it just continued to blow my mind until the very last playthrough. I became addicted to the drama of it all, the absolutely insane twists that literally kept getting worse. The bad endings turned the characters into literal murderers in the most violent and horrific ways imaginable. And it's like there's a law that requires every single playthrough to have at least one scene, and there is so much assault that's completely normalized that it makes me nauseous. And through it all, the game gaslights you into thinking that all of this is just normal? Like what? One of the guys literally SAs a girl in a hidden classroom while Makoto, the main character, watches this. And then he begins to SA another girl outside of the classroom in the hallway of the school. And then the next day, these four are going on some kind of weird double date as if nothing happened? Is this game a fever dream? And the characters, oh my god. Everyone in this game is a horrendous human being who has either horrendously bullied someone until it leads to death, assaulted numerous characters on numerous occasions, or actually fucking killed someone else over some high school relationship drama. There are no characters to like in this game, dude. Everyone is a perpetrator, and most are also victims to these perpetrators. They all destroy each other in some way. It's like watching the world's most horrific reality show where there is no one character you want to win. The only characters who did nothing wrong in this game are the literal children characters, and even one of them gets shown in this weird bath scene without any clothing on. It's absolutely disgusting. And of course, let's not forget, these characters are all first years in high school, meaning that this game constantly depicts minors in very illicit scenes that make me extremely uncomfortable every time it happens. And I've mentioned this nuance in other videos before too, about how, quote, the age of consent was different in Japan back then, unquote, and whatnot, but it's still really gross to me how this constant of minors is just such a normalized thing in this game. I think the biggest problem I see with this game is just how consistently bad the writing tends to be. This game treats traumatic events such as assault as just another Tuesday morning or some shit like that. It will literally have depictions of blatant assault, and then the next scene it'll gloss over that as if there was nothing wrong with what just happened, like doing your homework or something like that. Or they will use these sorts of events as a way to move the story forward to the ending you're trying to achieve, rather than treat them as something actually horrible and traumatic that can potentially scar someone for the rest of their lives. I think the worst thing this game tends to do is after someone's assaulted, they play it off as,
oh, well, by the end of it, she was enjoying it, so it's okay.
which is an extremely dangerous mindset to live with. I can't believe it has to be said, but no means no, stop means stop, and there is no double meaning to it. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. This horrible writing also shows up in a lot of the characters, and the way they tend to act as irrational doesn't even begin to describe what the fuck some of these characters decide to do in the game and think are good ideas. At first I thought it was just the characters were all dumb and I'd roast the characters a lot while I played the game, but over the course of the game I realized that it's not that the characters are dumb, it's just that the overall writing of this game displays constant ignorance in terms of many important subjects such as mental health, and a lot of this writing comes off as some gross ass wish fulfillment fantasy that the creators have. And as you watch the story play out in this video, I'm sure you'll start to understand what I mean by all of this. The only thing I'll give this horrible game credit for is the soundtrack. It's not bad. There was one song that I absolutely hated, but the rest of the soundtrack, I actually kind of liked it. I decided to voice act every character in my full playthrough of the game, so I was listening to the music a lot, and some of it had become very memorable for me. And in fact, you might be hearing some of it in this video. The main theme song of this game is incredibly memorable and haunting, and definitely not befitting of such a horrendous game about a sleazy douchebag whose definition of love is whoever or whatever is willing to fuck him. Everything else about this game sucks though. To make things simpler, I'll first introduce you to the characters and then break down the story of this visual novel in the order I experienced it. This might mean that I might have missed some very minuscule details, like dialogue lines that might change because I chose a different option, but don't actually change the trajectory of the endings. And I want to give a massive shout out to this forum post on Hua Novel for the complete breakdown of which choice to make to get what ending, while also allowing the player to get the full experience of this visual novel. Because without this post, I would not have been able to do anything. I mean, just look at this chart. This is a visual representation of every path you can take in this game and which ending it leads to. I've never been a visual novel player, so this flowchart is literally going to make my brain explode just from looking at it. Alright, so now let's begin the school days experience, starting with the characters. The characters in this game, as I mentioned before, are all either criminals or morally reprehensible people, except for the literal children. While every character is capable of being a victim to some horrific stuff, these same characters are also capable of then committing the same exact horrific crime to someone who was a perpetrator in a different playthrough. It's a mess. First, let's talk about the main character, Makoto Ito. On the surface, he seems like your average high school student, but in reality, this dude is quite possibly one of the most insufferable characters in anything I have ever watched or played. He can never make up his mind on anything and doesn't give a single fuck who he hurts or completely screws over, as long as he can get his wet. Literally, he will one day tell someone he loves them, get them pregnant, and then the next day completely abandon them and throw them away because,
well, the pregnancy was a little too much for me.
As if he wasn't the one who decided not to use protection during intimacy. He is down catastrophic to the point where it leads to him actually committing criminal acts like assault. And yet somehow throughout the game, he's framed as this victim who's being hurt because these girls won't let him touch their bodies. Oh my god, what an absolute tragedy. It's almost like for this one human being, Makoto is actually a necessity that if he doesn't get, he's gonna literally die, as if like starving to death or like dehydrating to death. Like as if he didn't have sex right now, he's gonna stop breathing and just flop over and die. That's kind of how it feels like the game treats him. Anyways, playing as Makoto, you get to experience what it's like to be a sleazy, cheating douchebag without any regards for anyone or anything else except his own penis. There are moments where Makoto himself becomes a victim of horrible shit too, but again, that's just a constant for every character in this game anyways. This guy sucks, and you'll see more and more why he sucks throughout the course of this video. Next, I'll introduce you to the two main love interests who most of the game revolves around. Kotonoha Katsura is a walking plot device disguised as a high school girl. She's probably the character that suffers the most because of the bad writing I mentioned earlier. She's a girl who clearly has a lot of trauma from growing up with a quote-unquote more developed body than most other girls in her class, causing the boys around her to constantly objectify her, and as a result has a very difficult time with any sort of intimacy, including holding hands. This is an extremely prominent part of her character in this game, and it manifests itself in many of the story paths taken. She also gets bullied a lot by her classmates and has been for a while, even since before the events of the game. We also have to watch this girl get bullied constantly, something that I personally didn't enjoy watching over and over again. This has all led to Kotonoha being portrayed as this quote-unquote deeply broken person who ends up leaning on Makoto to the point where if he broke up with her, she would sometimes threaten to harm herself because she has nothing else to live for. However, before you give all of your sympathy to Kotonoha, let me remind you that this is school days, and therefore any character is capable of then turning around and inflicting the same harm upon others. Kotonoha herself also does some absolutely horrific shit in this game, like assaulting Makoto on a busy train, or just straight up murdering someone in broad daylight and laughing while doing so. Kotonoha only has two sides to her character. One side is a tragic victim who clearly has a lot of mental health issues, and the other is your generic crazy-ass yandere character who will ruthlessly destroy others' lives for her own happiness. And there is never an in-between. Next up, we'll talk about Sekai Sayonji. Sekai is a dumbass. Sekai is Makoto's classmate who was already deeply in love with him even before the game started, yet decides to set his ass up on a date with Kotonoha because, well, they clearly love each other and I'm gonna decide that for them. And then when Makoto and Kotonoha actually start hitting it off with each other, we watch like 100 different scenes of Sekai sulking in a room as if she wasn't the one who set the two up herself, when she literally could have just asked Makoto out first. That's probably the easiest way to describe Sekai's entire character to you in one scenario. She sets herself up for failure and destruction from the very start of the game and spends the rest of the game either suffering the consequences or hurting other people through her selfish actions. The game frames her as this tragic heroine who is suffering for the sake of a greater love, constantly telling Makoto that he should be dating Kotonoha because that's who he truly loves, because Sekai said so, and then constantly flipping and telling Makoto how much she loves him and wants him, and hurting Kotonoha in the process. It starts getting a little ridiculous because, again, she set him up with Kotonoha in the first place. It's so dumb. Sekai herself unfortunately becomes a victim of some really messed up shit that she actually had no part in a multitude of times throughout the game, and it's some of the hardest scenes to watch, to be honest. I actually think for most of the game, Sekai actually could be considered the most innocent character, whose worst crime was being an actual dumbass, until we get to the last few endings, which proves that she is also capable of being driven to murdering another person in cold blood. Now that we've talked about the central characters, let me now tell you about the side characters. Setsuna Kyoda is the student council representative of Makoto and Sekai's class, and she is Sekai's childhood friend. She's portrayed as this stoic girl who's always on top of everything and also cares deeply about Sekai's happiness. However, that perception is kinda shattered when you see that Setsuna herself is also kind of a dumbass. She herself is in love with Makoto and will willingly sleep with him, despite knowing that her best friend Sekai is either dating him already or in bed depressed as hell because of him. And there's one story path you can take where she somehow comes up with what can only be described as the dumbest, most backwards ass plan in order to save Sekai's relationship with Makoto by helping him cheat on Sekai. You'll see what I mean down the line specifically, but it's so stupid. And while Setsuna herself isn't the worst of the bunch, she also has some extremely questionable moments in the game as well. Taisuke Sawanaga is a dude who literally needs to be locked up because his addiction to sex has downright destructive tendencies. He's probably the only character who is only ever a perpetrator and never a victim. He's one of Makoto's classmates and his closest friend. He's also an absolutely disgusting piece of shit who only ever thinks about girls and sex and willingly will assault multiple characters in the game and think it's completely okay. In fact, he's the one who's always like,
Well, I know you're saying no, but I know you actually want it.
which again is an extremely dangerous mindset to live with. He's easily the character I hate the most in this game, and every second he was on the screen was an absolute displeasure to watch. Hikari Kuroda is one of Makoto's classmates and one of Sekai's friends. For some reason, she is head over heels in love with Taisuke and continues to want to date him even after witnessing this guy assault a girl. It's absolutely insane. I say Hikari herself is for the most part pretty bland and super generic, and most of her story surrounds her desire to be in a relationship with Taisuke, except I guess for a certain ending that just leads to her literally picking Makoto out to a bunch of other high schoolers, which is a real sentence, yeah. Nanami Kanroji is one of Makoto's classmates and another one of Sekai's friends. She's a part of the basketball club and is described as a tomboy. She's not too involved with the main events of the game as she's not one of the romanceable characters, but she can only really be described as a bully. In many paths of the game, she encourages her friends in class and in her club to make Kotonoha's life at school into a living hell by constantly having them bully her at every moment. Nanami does all of this because she wants to support Makoto and Sekai's relationship, apparently. But honestly, to me, Nanami kind of comes off as a real bitch without much actual substantial reason to do the things she does. She also has a boyfriend that we never see but hear a lot about throughout the game, and all I will say is that someone needs to get her boyfriend's hard drive checked out. Nanami unfortunately does fall victim to quite possibly one of the most fucked up things I've seen happen in this game, and those who have watched the anime will know exactly what I'm talking about. Otome Kato is a character that I just have a personal beef with, dude. She was my least favorite character in the anime and started off as the one I hated most in the game until Taisuke took over that spot. If this girl existed in real life, then I'd probably absolutely hate being around her for even a single second. She's a childhood friend of Makoto's and a classmate of Kotonoha's, and has had a giant one-sided crush on Makoto for a very long time. Otome is usually seen hanging around with 3 other girls, a group I like to call the bitches with a Z. I call them that because they are some of the nastiest, most horrendous group of bullies, and every moment I had to watch these girls do or say anything was a complete displeasure. Otome herself is terrible too. She spends most of the game trying to strike up something with Makoto only to get curved by him 99% of the time, or making Kotonoha's life into a living hell by constantly bullying her to no end, and even at some point actively encourages assault. Like dead ass. She says you can't stop just because she says no. That's a real thing this girl actually says in the game, dude. You can't make this shit up. Kokoro Katsura is Kotonoha's younger sister. She barely appears in the story, but just know she exists. Same deal with her parents. They show up occasionally, but don't affect much of the story. Sekai's mom appears a few times too, while Makoto's mom is only ever a voice off screen. Finally, Makoto has a younger sister, Itaru, who lives with their dad, who never shows up in the game. Itaru doesn't appear much either, but she's in the game, so just know that. Anyways, those are all the characters. Now we can finally start breaking down the absolutely insane story and endings of School Days. Here's how the structure of this game works. Each playthrough is divided into 6 separate episodes. The first episode is always the same. Episodes 2 and 3 diverge, but only in a very limited amount of ways, and then episodes 4, 5, and 6 are where the real big differences in the story begin to play out. First, let's start with episode 1. I'll only describe it in detail once here to set the stage for the rest of the story, because it's literally the same exact thing in every playthrough of the game with minute dialogue changes based on your choices. The story begins as we're introduced to Makoto Ito, a high schooler who takes a certain train to school every day. He tells us about a girl from the same school that happens to take the same train as him. This girl is named Katsura, and all he knew about her was that she was from the class next door. Makoto says that he constantly just watches her from afar, and talking to her is absolutely out of the question. As he tells us, the player, this information, in a totally not creepy way, 500 IQ move, Makoto snaps a secret photo of her on his phone because that's rational and totally normal, right guys? At school, Makoto has a conversation with Taisuke, who doesn't have a new flashy cell phone like everyone else does. Now watch as Makoto tactfully navigates a conversation about Taisuke's financial situation. I'm poor!
Both your parents and your sister are working, right?
Yeah? So why are you still poor? Okay, I don't know if I'm crazy, but is that something to ask someone like, I know you have like 2 jobs. Why the f are you still poor? God, dude. Makoto's a bitch. My dad got laid off. My sister's pouring all her money into her long distance relationship. Yeah, Makoto, he has shit going on at home. Why the f are you like,
Why are you still poor?
I don't know why you're such a bitch, Makoto. Anyways, Taisuke tells Makoto about a certain charm that's been becoming popular. If you make a person your phone wallpaper for 3 weeks without someone else finding out, then you will end up dating that person successfully. Now, this charm does sound as flimsy as a daily horoscope app I used back in middle school that would tell me that I'd be meeting the love of my life every other day, only to come back from school completely disappointed, but I swear, it works, guys, it works! The class seating arrangement is changed, and Makoto ends up sitting next to Sekai. This is how Makoto introduces Sekai to us, the player.
This is my classmate, Sayonji Sekai. She's one of the cuter girls in our class, but she talks a little too much. She's one of those girls who'd be popular if she just shut up.
Dude, Makoto's default setting is just being a bitch, dude. I thought he was supposed to be a self-insert character. This is like the bitchiest self-insert character I've seen. What a charming young man with such a beautiful vocabulary. Sekai finds out about the picture of Kotonoha on Makoto's phone because she literally took his phone from him during class without him knowing, which I would say is a big no-no. Sekai bugs Makoto about liking Kotonoha, and he yells at her to not tell anyone else this secret. Unfortunately, now that Sekai has seen the picture on the first day of Makoto's phone charm, love adventure, whatever the fuck, this charm is now bound to fail. Fortunately, Sekai so kindly offers to help Makoto out. Later, Makoto asks Sekai if she told other people about this, and she tells him it's a secret. Paranoid, he calls her up to the rooftop and starts to get really upset about her potentially telling someone else about his creepy secret picture. I mean, crush on Kotonoha. He begins to grab Sekai and get kind of physical with her as Makoto ends up pushing Sekai on the ground. Here, we get a peep of Sekai's underwear, which is an extremely important detail that symbolizes a glimpse into the countless horrific scenes that we as a player will be forced to witness later in the game. Anyways, Sekai tells Makoto to get off as they would look extremely sus to anyone else who sees them. She then offers to help Makoto get closer to Kotonoha since he basically has absolutely no hope in actually being able to even say a singular word to her without Sekai's assistance. And those are Sekai's words, not mine, okay? Sekai then threatens to tell everybody about his little secret if he doesn't let her help him, which is not blackmailing, I swear. The two officially established their unfortunate cursed friendship / romance / whatever the hell this mess is called, as they begin calling each other by their first name instead of their last names. In Japan, using someone's first name is supposed to show closeness between individuals, more than acquaintances, some may say. Anyways, it turns out that Sekai is in the same PE class as Kotonoha, so the two become friends through that. Sekai also got her phone number now, apparently. Sekai then tells Makoto everything she learned about Kotonoha so far. Apparently, she likes to read, eat her lunch in the cafeteria every day, allegedly enjoys noodles as she brings ramen or spaghetti for lunch a lot, and she's not good at physical education and as a result sits on the sidelines a lot during class. According to Sekai, Kotonoha is quote-unquote so cute that she's unable to make any friends because of it. Sekai, of course, has to let Makoto know about Kotonoha's physical aspects too, specifically her very large personalities that happen to manifest themselves on her upper abdomen. God, why do I write this shit, dude? The amount of times Kotonoha's chest comes up in the game actually makes me feel like she's a pair of boobs with a she's a pair of boobs with a human hanging off of it, rather than a human with a pair of boobs hanging off of her. It's absolutely insane and super duper uncomfortable. Later that night, Makoto and Sekai call as she tells him that she'll be eating lunch with Kotonoha on the rooftop. Makoto tries to slip out by saying he's gonna go to the cafeteria, but then gets real flustered when Sekai says that he has to come too. He tries to desperately worm his way out of actually talking to his crush like a person trying to beg for their life as they're held at gunpoint, even saying, "I'm happy with just staring at her from a distance for the rest of my life." But Sekai gets really angry at him and says, "You can just die then," and hangs up the call. This all seems like a really healthy relationship / friendship / whatever, and definitely not a red flag or anything like that. Not to get too off topic, but just imagine Makoto actually staring at Kotonoha from a distance for the rest of his life. That sounds like a legitimate horror story, dude. Number 15. This one guy was just staring at this girl from a distance no matter where she goes and how old she got. Even at the old age of 78, this guy was staring at her in the same room in the same nursery home. Anyways, the next day, Sekai tells Makoto that Kotonoha doesn't have a boyfriend because she's from a strict household and her dad doesn't allow her to go out with any boys. But apparently, she has a guy who she's interested in. Sekai then drags Makoto up to the rooftop to eat lunch with Katsura as Makoto desperately fights against it, almost like a poor lost wandering soul being dragged into the bottomless depths of the river Styx by a very angry mythological creature. They get to the rooftop and Kotonoha is sitting there. Makoto finally talks talks to her for the first time after staring at her every day for God knows how long, and the three new friends begin to eat lunch on the rooftop every day after this. Watching new friendships blossom like this is such a wonderful thing to see. There's no way anything could go wrong with these three, right? Makoto and Sekai call again as he thanks her for all her help. He tells her that he's gonna ask Kotonoha out the next day. The next day at the station, Makoto asks Kotonoha out to hang one-on-one, sorta kinda like a date right after school. Kotonoha says she'll be late due to a student council meeting, but she says yes to him. In class, Makoto updates Sekai on his extremely miraculous W. During PE class, Sekai and Kotonoha have a conversation, and we also find out that Kotonoha's supposed interest was actually Makoto himself. Here's Kotonoha's reason as to why she found him to be interesting.
That person I was interested in was Ito-kun.
Oh my god, it was him. Huh?
It may just be a misunderstanding on my part, but every day on the train, every day on a train, I get the feeling that someone's watching me.
Girl, that's not romantic.
That person is Ito-kun.
That's not romantic. He was all like, I'm happy just to watch her. Why are you exposing him? Why is she exposing his ass? Ever fall in love with someone who just constantly stares at you from a distance but never actually approaches you and just constantly stares at you like every day? Yeah, me neither, but anyway. Kotonoha says she thought Makoto and Sekai were dating and believed that until Makoto actually asked herself out on a date. Makoto waits for Kotonoha at the train station as Sekai approaches him to talk. Makoto asks why Sekai would go so far to help him, and she keeps dodging the real answer and says something about wanting to control and play with someone else's relationship from afar or some insane ass puppet master bullshit. Makoto then says he feels like he's incurred a huge debt and would do anything to pay her back. To which Sekai responds with a full-on direct kiss right on his lips, right before he's supposed to go on this date with Kotonoha. On the lips. I mean, is this not absolutely insane, or am I the one going crazy? Anyways, Sekai says good luck on the date and then goes on a train. Kotonoha runs to meet up with Makoto as Sekai starts to completely break down on the train as it's revealed that she is also in love with Makoto. Oh, she's crying. Why is she crying? Yo, if you're so upset... Girl, if you're so upset, then don't set him up with another girl, you idiot. Just fucking ask him out, you idiot. I can't. I'm so glad to see the game is just as stupid as the fucking anime. Alright, so that's episode 1, which sets up the rest of the game. As you can see, this love triangle is already an absolute disaster, and unfortunately, it's only going to become even dumber from here. Since this is where the story starts to diverge a bit more into different paths, I'm gonna split the rest of this recap into sections divided by the ending. Some of them might be a bit shorter than others because a lot of what happens is basically the same thing with only the order of some events being switched up at times. There are a total of 22 endings in this game, and they're split into 7 Kotonoha endings, 5 Sekai endings, 4 sub-heroine endings, 2 harem endings, and of course, the 4 infamous bad endings. I'll make sure to add timestamps in case you're curious about a specific ending, but if you want the full experience of this insanity, I would recommend watching through this video as it'll cover not just the endings, but also the various plot points that show up in different playthroughs as well. And believe me, some of this stuff feels a little crazier than the actual bad endings of the game. Now let's jump into our very first ending. Kotonoha ending number 1, Christmas Eve. Episode 2 starts off with Sekai receiving a very happy text message from Kotonoha indicating that apparently she and Makoto had a really good date, which to me is nothing short of a miracle, considering this dude was ready to just stare at this girl for the rest of his damn life before actually trying to talk to her. But anyway, in school, Makoto and Sekai talk about her kiss on his lips from the day before. This is how Sekai responds to Makoto's confusion. Listen, you've got the wrong idea.
The wrong idea?
You think that I like you, don't you? Well, yeah, I do. As a friend. Girl, you kissed him on the fucking lips. You don't... Get out of here. You don't kiss this dude on the lips and go, I'm just a friend. Go f yourself. But it's not like I'm thinking of making you my boyfriend or anything. Why'd you kiss him on the lips then? Okay, anyway. Well, you and Katsura-san seem to be getting along so well that I just felt like teasing you a little. Bitch, that's a red-ass flag. Sekai tells Makoto that he and Kotonoha have to start eating on their own on the rooftop and stops eating lunch with them. On the rooftop, Kotonoha and Makoto eat together, as Kotonoha tells him that she got in trouble from her father because she had broken her curfew. But hey, it was worth it because you got to go on a date with the non-sleaziest, most loyal dude in all of the universe. Anyways, Kotonoha begins to say something to Makoto, saying the letter ko and trailing off. She also Makoto mentions how Makoto calls Sekai by her first name. Makoto, not understanding what Kotonoha was trying to say, asks her to just say out loud what she was about to say, but Kotonoha vehemently denies this and just doesn't say anything more about it. And this happens throughout the entire goddamn day, dude. They meet up again after school as Makoto tries to ask Kotonoha what she wanted to say during lunch, as Kotonoha continues to torture both Makoto and me by literally not telling him what she wanted to say.
There's something I need to talk to you about. Do you have a minute? Yes? There was something you were about to say at lunch, wasn't there? What was it?
Yeah, what was it?
It was nothing.
Oh my god. Just tell him. Just tell him. You're killing me too, ma'am. You're killing me. Everyone in this fucking show, it's not a show, it's a video game, is killing me. You're killing me. They're interrupted by Otome. Sorry. They're interrupted by Otome, who tells Kotonoha that she's needed at a meeting, so she leaves. Otome then tries to converse with Makoto, but he kind of clocks her by asking her if she's still in the basketball club, and when she says yes, he says, well, they've already started running outside and you're late to the club. Okay, so by this point, I feel like it's clear to literally everybody else in the universe except Makoto that Kotonoha was trying to ask if Makoto would call her by her first name, like he does for Sekai. I mean, I don't know, man. I know this makes me look like a petty bitch, but god damn, dude. Both of these characters make me want to tear my hair out, okay? Like, she should have, I don't know, told him, but also Makoto did have a chance to actually understand what she meant based off of context clues, but I guess that's not something his penis brain can comprehend. I mean, you might even wonder if he even knows what her first name is at this point, even though the two are supposed to be dating already. What an absolute mess. Later, Sekai finds Makoto at the station and asks why he seems so depressed. Makoto coldly tells her that it has nothing to do with her and tells her to leave him alone. I do want to mention that this is the only playthrough where he outright rejects Sekai this much, because in every other playthrough of this game, Sekai is always intertwined in this messy-ass love triangle. This is the most committed you'll see Makoto to any romanceable characters in any playthrough. Later, Makoto calls Kotonoha on the phone and apologizes about earlier. Kotonoha also apologizes to him and the two seem to be in better spirits. The next morning at the station, Kotonoha finally admits what she wanted to say. She wanted to call each other by their first names since they're supposed to be boyfriend and girlfriend.
In that case, I'll call you Kotonoha. And I'll call you Makoto-kun. This is a little embarrassing.
Guys, you're supposed to be dating. Y'all, this is crazy. You're embarrassed about saying her first name. Sekai and Makoto talk in class and he tells her the two made up thanks to Sekai. Sekai then gives him 2 discount coupons for movie tickets. During lunch, Makoto invites Kotonoha to a movie date and she accepts. That night, Makoto calls Sekai to ask about what movie to watch on his date with Kotonoha tomorrow. Why are you calling Sekai to ask about this shit? Just fucking... Oh, just figure it out on your own, dude. Oh my god. Literally, these bitches are gonna have to ask Sekai for her permission to get married or something at some point in the future. Oh my god. Oh.
Sekai, do I have permission to actually sleep with my own girlfriend?
Anyways, the movie discussion becomes extremely intense in more ways than one.
Then there's Fighting Nemo.
Fighting Nemo.
It's a 3D animated movie about the fighting captain of a ghost ship. Is this a comedy?
I want to watch Fighting Nemo. Can we choose Fighting Nemo? Oh my god.
Nemo!
That sounds cute.
But it's aimed at kids.
Excuse me. You will not be slandering Nemo's name by saying it's made for kids. Finding Nemo is a classic. Okay, I watched it when I was a kid, so I'm kind of just going backwards on this. But it's a classic movie. You can't say that, Makoto. You don't know shit. You don't know shit about anything. Anyways, Sekai gives him some whatever advice about the movie, and they also talk about smooching. Makoto wonders if Kotonoha will reciprocate a kiss, and Sekai tells him, well, if she didn't want it, she wouldn't have accepted the date in the first place. Which, very questionable mindset, but sure. She then ends the call, and Makoto ends up choosing a movie called Triangle Love. It's the day of the movie date. Makoto and Kotonoha watch the Oscar-winning movie, Triangle Love. During the movie, Makoto remembers Sekai's words about smooching as he tries to make a move by touching Kotonoha's hand for an instant but quickly darts his arm away from her. On the train home, the two discuss the movie and Makoto starts to ask if they should go elsewhere. However, his focus is entirely on Kotonoha's lips as he slowly tries to give her the fated smooch. Unfortunately, this attempt backfires spectacularly.
Well,
oh,
Kotonoha.
no! Oh, Ah! So he was about to go in for the kissy kiss. That was a pretty solid sounding slap. Suffice it to say, the date ended on a very awkward note as Kotonoha asks if they should go somewhere else after slapping his face, and Makoto responds with a curt no. At night, Makoto is dejected in bed, wondering what just happened. I mean, I feel like a big part of it was that it came out of nowhere. You just try to stick your lips onto her lips. That's kind of... You know, it's kind of goofy. The next day, Makoto wants to ask Kotonoha if she's free, but she curves him throughout the entire day. In class, he looks very dejected as Sekai asks if he did something perverted and made her hate him. Makoto asks her how far things can go before they're considered perverted, telling her that he got slapped after trying to hold her hand twice, very conveniently not telling Sekai that he actually tried to kiss Kotonoha out of nowhere. Sekai tells him that Kotonoha was probably just shocked at how sudden it was and that she had never held hands with a boy before except during like an elementary school folk dance. After school, Makoto tells Kotonoha he'll be waiting for her at the station. He admits he wanted to hold her hand and do other things too, but he never intended to do anything she didn't want him to do. Kotonoha responds with nothing and leaves for her meeting. Sekai, who witnessed this from afar, later confronts Kotonoha, who is taking the bus home instead so she can avoid having to see Makoto at the station. Sekai tells Kotonoha that if she doesn't like Makoto, then she shouldn't just avoid him, but to go see him, or that Sekai herself will tell him it's over. As Sekai begins to leave, Kotonoha stops her and explains that Makoto had tried to kiss her and tells Sekai about her past. Because Kotonoha was always quote-unquote more developed than the other girls in her class, boys would stare at her in indecent ways and objectify her. This resulted in a trauma and is why Kotonoha has a very hard time with things like this. I do want to talk about this a bit before I move on because I had an issue with Kotonoha's past and how her character is treated in the anime, and I have an issue with it in the game too. I mean, the whole story is that Kotonoha has a lot of trauma because of how she was objectified by the people around her while growing up, which is a very understandable trauma to have. I'm sure this is something that unfortunately happens to people in real life. However, the game then turns around and does the same exact thing to Kotonoha, objectifying her through various different angles, the game's art direction, the rest of the script, also that the player can ogle at her the same way the boys in her past did. It feels like the story wants credit for acknowledging her discomfort and trauma, yet doesn't want to sacrifice the fan service. That contradiction makes her feel less like a person and more like just a prop built in order to express some weird wish fulfillment bullshit by the creators. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too much about it, but either way, this all just feels kind of backwards to me. Anyways, Sekai explains to Kotonoha, I think Makoto really cherishes you. She says things won't last if he's the only one that feels this way, and that being a boyfriend and girlfriend is all about sharing emotions and stuff. Sekai then says, if a guy is old enough to be interested in perverted stuff, but has the self-control not to hold your hand, I think he's making an incredible sacrifice. Which to me is absolutely insane logic, okay? How is it an incredible sacrifice for a dude to not put his hands all over a girl without consent? Isn't that just basic etiquette to, I don't know, just not touch other people in ways they don't want to be touched? This game does this a lot, where it'll frame a guy being touch-starved as some sort of incredible heroic sacrifice, because I guess according to this game, men just cannot help but want to fuck everything around him or something stupid like that. Like, we're supposed to feel bad for Makoto because he's not getting his kisses from his girlfriend, even though he really wants it. He wants it so bad he might die without it. If you can't keep your hands off of someone else, then that's your problem. Anyways, Sekai is about to leave Kotonoha, telling her, I'll end it for you if you want. However, Kotonoha stops her. She then goes to the station to meet with Makoto, and to his surprise, she holds both of his hands and kisses him on the lips. Sekai sees this and says to herself, isn't that nice? As episode 2 comes to a close. So Kotonoha kissing Makoto on the lips at the station while Sekai watches jealously in the background is actually one of 2 different ways episode 2 tends to end. So I'm gonna call this one the Kotonoha kiss path whenever I talk about episode 2 later in this video, because while the order of events might be different based on the playthrough, a lot of it ends up playing out the same way anyways. Episode 3 begins at Kotonoha's house. Her mother comes home and teaches her a recipe on how to make hot lemonade. Apparently, she had used this lemonade to win her father over. The secret? Well, she just infuses it with some pheromones. The drink is called pheromonade, and its effects are supposed to be absolutely magical. Okay, I'm sorry. That's absolutely disgusting. Okay, I made that up. It's not infused with pheromones, but her mom does claim that this is how she won her father over, so I would be lying if I said I wasn't curious about how good this lemonade actually is. For research purposes, of course. Kotonoha brings this lemonade to school the next day and shares it with Makoto on the rooftop. She also invites Makoto out to a movie with tickets that her mother gave her. The two then go on a movie date as they actually hold hands. Wow, progress! On the train home, the two talk about the movie and how it was a remake, and they plan to watch the original one at Kotonoha's house. Makoto is nervous to go to her house. Back on the rooftop, Makoto and Kotonoha share a different type of drink, and we find out that they only have access to this rooftop because Sekai lied about restarting some kind of astronomy club to the faculty. The two then talk about wanting to go see the stars with each other, about going to the planetarium and whatnot. And you know what, guys? As boring as fuck as this conversation is, I would say enjoy the peace you get while you can, because you're gonna miss these boring moments very soon. As Kotonoha says it's getting cold, Makoto once again makes a move on her by hugging her from behind, saying,
You smell nice.
and then telling her,
I love you.
Kotonoha is visibly uncomfortable and responds,
Me too.
but then asks if they can stop this now. The two then awkwardly go back to class, and Makoto gets an apology text from Kotonoha, and he responds that it's fine. After school, the two take the train together. They have a regular conversation on the train until the train bumps. Wow! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I accidentally grabbed her entire chest because the train moved. I hate when that happens. Okay. Strangely, nothing extreme seems to come out of this situation as Kotonoha gets off her station and tells him, see you tomorrow. At home, Makoto ponders whether he made a mistake or not on the rooftop, then calls Kotonoha to apologize again. He tells her that he'll stay away from her since all he can do is make her feel awful. Kotonoha says, I understand how you feel, but I'll endure it. So please, don't stay away from me. I want us to be together too. Which, again, absolutely crazy to me. Anyways, Kotonoha admits that when he hugged her, she was nervous and felt kind of awful, but she was also kind of happy too. She tells him that she wants a little more time to get used to this stuff. However, after the call ends, Kotonoha ponders to herself,
Yes, that's right. He wants to touch me, doesn't he?
oh boy, I've got to be strong. No, that's not. Stop. That's not. My opinion is that she should take all the time that she needs because it's a legitimate concern. You know what, let's just chalk it up to high schoolers being high schoolers and being clueless. Okay, you know, because I guess I have hindsight now that I'm out of high school. It's much easier for me to, you know, analyze these things maybe. I don't know. This is just my opinion. But at this point, who gives a fuck what Makoto wants, dude? Like, not to sound insensitive, but again, he's not gonna die from lack of sex or anything like that, dude. Genuinely, if Kotonoha has issues with intimacy, then she should take as much time as she needs to work through it, and if Makoto can handle it, then clearly this relationship isn't going to work out the way he wants it to. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Instead, though, the game likes to frame it as
Kotonoha needs to be stronger so Makoto won't die from lack of sex.
It's so stupid, dude. The next train ride is really awkward. I think the train bumped and Kotonoha fell over, causing Makoto to grab her arms to catch her. However, this makes Kotonoha freak out and she literally jumps away from him. She then apologizes for the way she reacted as the mood becomes sort of tense. We can see her backing away from him as he walks closer to her. Hikari is on the same train, witnessing this entire interaction. In class, Makoto is dejected as Hikari asks Sekai to talk in private. Hikari explains to her that the two on the train seemed really awkward and that
Sekai should break up with her boyfriend because he's doing something behind her back.
it seems as though everyone around Sekai believes that she's dating Makoto despite the fact that Sekai continues to deny it. Later, Sekai and Makoto talk in the hallway as he's unsure of what to do.
Hey, what about you, Sekai? You're technically a girl.
He said she's technically a girl. That's crazy. Makoto admits he loves Kotonoha and asks if he's weird, which I mean, maybe a little bit. Sekai then says anyone would be surprised if someone just leapt right into kissing them on the lips out of nowhere. The circumstances matter when it comes to things like this. Sekai then offers to practice with him, which again, super normal thing to do with your homies, right? I know you're dating this other girl, but what if you practiced having sex with me? Just kidding. Unless it'll just be pretend. You can practice how to approach a girl gently.
I see. Practice, huh?
Rather than just talking about it, I think you'll pick it up better by actually practicing.
You're right.
But listen, this is just practice, okay? If you really kiss me, I'll kill you, says the girl who kissed him without asking. Makoto says that this isn't right, and lunch ends without them doing anything. Meanwhile, Kotonoha was on the rooftop alone, sad that Makoto never came up for lunch. Makoto later sends a message to Kotonoha as he thanks Sekai for helping him feel better. After school, it's revealed that Makoto had texted Kotonoha that they should stop seeing each other. The two talk in person, and Makoto says, "At this rate, I'll end up hurting you by doing things you don't want me to do." Kotonoha responds that with a little time, they can figure it out. Makoto says,
I thought it was a battle type too, but I think we need some room as well as time to really understand each other.
Yo, what the f did I say all the way back in like episode 1 of this stupid game? What the fuck was I saying? Or whatever, episode 2. Like literally like an hour and a half ago. You guys don't even know about each other at all. How are you in a relationship with someone you don't know nothing about and expecting it to go well? It's just crazy. That's what I've been saying this entire time. You know, you guys should have taken some time to get to know each other a bit more and learn about each other. What are her hobbies? If I ask Makoto, hey, what's Kotonoha's hobbies? He'd probably be like, she likes to read. And if we ask Kotonoha, like, what does Makoto like to do? She'd probably be like,
Well, I think he likes to touch women.
Makoto then tells her goodbye as episode 3 comes to a close. Episode 4 begins as we see Kotonoha walking the halls of the school. She overhears Setsuna and Nanami talking about boyfriends, reminding Kotonoha of Makoto. Meanwhile, Otome and the bitches with a Z discuss a certain break room until Kotonoha comes over and tells them to do their work. They tell her to fuck off and begin to talk shit about her after she leaves.
Sheesh, just when we thought we were about to start too. She's such a pain.
Besides, the boys are slacking off too. She ought to go and warn them instead.
She wants to be popular with the boys, so she's only picking on us.
Ooh, what a bitch. No, you guys are the bitches.
Think she'll be taking turns with different boys on festival day?
Ooh, oh my god, you guys are... Hey, come to think of it. What? Katsura has a boyfriend, right? You're kidding. Who?
Well, it's just a rumor. Just the other day, my friend in class 2 said she saw her walking around Sakakino with a boy from class 3. They're definitely going out then.
You think so?
Maybe he's her client instead of her boyfriend. You guys are the worst.
You guys are the worst. Oh my god.
Client?
Paid dating?
So who was she
walking around with?
What's his name from class 3? You know, Ito?
The other bitches with a Z also find out about Otome's crush on Makoto through this conversation. But honestly, who cares? Everyone begins to prepare for the upcoming school festival. Makoto and Kotonoha bump into each other, but no words are exchanged as they awkwardly run away from each other. As Kotonoha carries some chairs to her classroom, she bumps into Taisuke, who ends up helping her. The two then share a pleasant conversation.
Sayonji-san and Makoto-kun are, I mean...
Oh my god. Kill me. The topic of Makoto comes up, and Kotonoha tells Taisuke that Makoto has a girlfriend, but they're currently fighting. Taisuke believes this girlfriend to be Sekai, but Kotonoha denies it. Since the next day is the festival, Taisuke asks Kotonoha if she wants to go around with him, but she tells him that she already has plans. She then suggests that Taisuke should invite Sekai instead.
Sawanaga-san, you're in class 3, right?
Yeah?
Why don't you invite Sayonji-san?
Wow! Sayonji?
Yes. Shall I ask her for you?
Yo, why is Kotonoha really playing matchmaker right now, dude? We didn't get to see this side of Kotonoha that much in the anime. Taisuke decides to do exactly that and asks Kotonoha if she'd like to accompany them if Sekai says yes. That is probably the world's biggest if, by the way. Kotonoha tells him,
I'll bring someone too because we have to make up.
That night, Taisuke calls Makoto on his phone and asks for his advice on how to ask out Sekai. Makoto tells Taisuke over the phone that he loves Sekai. What the fuck? However, they aren't dating because Sekai doesn't feel the same way. When Taisuke asks if that's why Makoto went out with another girl, referring to Kotonoha, but Taisuke doesn't know that it's Kotonoha, well, this is how Makoto decides to explain it.
Because Sekai told me to go out with her.
Wow, what a little bratty piece of shit, dog.
I'm gonna stare at this girl like a creep.
That's all I want in my life. And then, you know, you actually start dating her and you're like,
well, I was forced to.
I mean, I guess technically Sekai did blackmail him in the beginning. But like, he just does not take any accountability, no? He's so unbelievable. I'm saying this from the perspective of everyone is a piece of shit in this anime. But, sorry, not anime, visual novel. Anyways, Taisuke says he's gonna ask Sekai out regardless, even though he's probably gonna get rejected. Meanwhile, at Sekai's apartment, Setsuna explains to Sekai and to us players about some very important traditions of their school. You know how each class prepares its own display? The first of the traditions is to go around and see them together. Really? Okay. It seems going around the school festival together is the same as a confession of love. There's also the legendary break room that's said to exist in several of the class displays every year. Break room? There's a gap in the display, a space where couples can sneak in and be alone together to take a break. Ew. There's no way that's
fucking legal. A gap in the corridors with a bed and condoms scattered everywhere. Oh my god. Whoa. It's a tradition, a story passed down among the girls. God, this should be passed down like an STD or some shit, bro. Holy moly. Yeah, it's always a girl who takes the initiative and leads the boy to the break room. Wow. So when you want to invite someone and you grip your right hand like this and hold it out in front of you. Like a punch? No, there's a condom in your hand. This was not in the anime. I don't. They replaced the condom with something else, I'm pretty sure. It was not a condom in the anime. But in the visual novel, the way you ask someone out is straight up just holding a condom in your hand and then fucking throwing your fist out in front of the dude and being like, please fuck me. Okay. This is just insane. Okay, give me a moment. I need like 2 seconds. Okay. No, there's a condom in your hand, and if the boy accepts, he takes it. God, imagine that rejection must be the most awkward fucking rejection of all time. You like put I guess I was gonna say put your heart out there, but I guess put your heart on out there. Am I right? No, sorry. Like you put your fucking heart out there, you know, with a condom in your hand. You drop the condom in the dude's hands, and the dude's just like, I'll pass. I'm sorry, that's just insane. Does this work? Should I try it in real life? The girls' basketball club is doing it this year. Nanami was saying how they were really busy setting up the break room. I see. The girls' basketball club, huh? I had no idea. I guess they're gonna be bouncing more than just basketball. Oh, sorry, that was so inappropriate. Oh my god. From here on out, I'll be referring to this tradition as the condom confession. Because I mean, that's literally what it is. Absolutely insane. Doesn't even begin to describe it, dude. Jesus Christ. Another very big tradition at the school that's a lot less scandalous is the folk dance at the end of the festival. A couple who dances together at the bonfire is supposed to stay together for an entire year. I love that they made sure to not say forever and just shorten it to just a year because, well, you know, high school relationships. The next day, the school festival begins. Unfortunately, some of Makoto's classmates decided to just completely skip school, so it's just him and Taisuke working in their class. Taisuke decides to go out and let Makoto handle the first half of the day. Taisuke says he's gonna go look for Sekai and ask her out. Meanwhile, the bullies talk about finishing up the break room and how they need to look for boyfriends now. But genuinely, who actually cares? Welcome! We've got a very scary haunted house here. Please come on in. Cuts? Who the f is this bitch again? As they all leave the class, Kotonoha tries to tell them that no one else is going to be there to work except for her. The bullies tell her to fuck off again, as Otome reminds Kotonoha to
make sure to check before letting anyone else use the break room.
And that the quote-unquote goodies are below the goddamn counter. Hand me another one. They're under the desk. Oh my god. These fuckers are keeping... They're keeping condoms behind the reception desk? Oh, this entire school is sick. It's a disgusting school. It's gotta be infected with like some of the nastiest... These crazy bitches with a Z are literally keeping a Costco bulk amount of condoms below the counter at their school festival. How? What? Is this actually happening? Kotonoha tells Otome it's not right to do this, and if a teacher found out, then all hell would break loose. But Otome just says that she'll blame it all on Kotonoha if that happens. Taisuke later approaches Kotonoha, not knowing where Sekai is. Kotonoha decides to continue being the worst matchmaker in history as she decides to call Sekai on the phone. Sekai tells her that she's out on errands and busy the whole day. Kotonoha mentions there's someone who's interested in her that's gonna be at the folk dance. Sekai retorts that she's not interested in someone who has to ask her out through another girl, which I guess I can say got him to. But at the same time, didn't Makoto need Sekai's help to even utter a single vocal noise to Kotonoha? Whatever. Anyways, Sekai says if there is such a person, he should speak with her at the folk dance. Unfortunately, Kotonoha's call only led to a misunderstanding, so she tells Taisuke she can use her phone to call Sekai and clear it up. Taisuke asks if he can also call Makoto while he's at it, but Kotonoha says he probably won't pick up a call from her, leading Taisuke to figure out that Makoto and Kotonoha are dating. Or were dating. Who knows at this point. Taisuke, feeling grateful for Kotonoha's attempted assist, says he'll force Makoto to come talk to her. Taisuke drags Makoto out of the classroom and brings him to Kotonoha. But before the two can talk, Makoto is approached by Nanami, Otome, and the bitches with a Z. Otome asks Makoto if he has time to go around the festival with her, and Makoto says yes and ends up spending time with her. Not this fucking dude just walking out on his supposed girlfriend to go spend time with another girl last minute, dude.
Kotonoha's like, we have to talk about something. And Makoto just says, well, talk later. And then just leaves her. It's kind of crazy. After the two hang out for a while, Otome and Makoto reminisce on their past on the rooftop. Otome asks if they want to do one last thing. But Makoto asks her why she wasn't helping out at her classroom at all. Otome tells him it's because they forced Kotonoha to do all of the work and that everyone in the class is in on it.
There's a break room at the back of the haunted house our class is putting on.
Really?
If you like, we could.
Wait, don't you need to help with the haunted house? Come to think of it, if you were with the girls in the morning and me this afternoon, you haven't helped at all, right?
Yo! Get called out.
That's not a problem.
Not a problem.
Our class rep will just do it all for us.
Class rep? You mean...
You know, that girl who's been sitting at the reception the whole time. She's...
Oh, I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that. That's fucked up. Oh, f you, Otome. You're such a bitch. Oh my god.
So we just dumped the job on her.
You, Otome. She's been my least favorite character, but oh my god, dude, she just gets worse. Learning this upsets Makoto greatly, and as Otome is about to do the legendary condom confession, he completely curves her and runs back to Kotonoha, leaving Otome single and alone, and me, the petty bitch, very happy because I love justice.
So, we can.
Sorry, Kato. I'll see you later.
Okay, you know what? I enjoyed seeing Otome get crushed here. The way Makoto didn't even give her the time of day and just walked away after finding out how much of a bitch their entire class is. Oh, yes, justice. Well, very small amount of justice, but you know what? Whatever. As he runs, Setsuna stops him to tell him that Sekai is waiting for him at the bonfire. But Makoto doesn't give a fuck as he continues to head towards Kotonoha. Kotonoha tells him that everyone apparently thinks he and Otome would make a good couple and explains to Makoto the tradition of the condom confession. Apparently, all of this gross, nasty shit with the break room, the condoms, whatever, is a secret that's known only amongst the girls of the school. Kotonoha then condom confesses to Makoto while saying that she wants them to be a real couple. Makoto says yes and tells her that he loves her after all. The two then head to the legendary break room. And here we unfortunately get the first of many sex scenes. And I'm telling you right now, every time this goddamn song you're hearing in the background right now plays, it means that someone in this game is most likely going to be having sex. Yeah, I said the word without censoring it this time, okay? Because I literally mean it when I say that this shit is in the DNA of this goddamn game. I'm not gonna describe these scenes to you because they truly do not fucking matter in any capacity of the story. In what way or shape these characters clap their cheeks does not affect the course of the story for the most part. Okay, so maybe I lied a bit because one important thing to know is that these characters do not use protection like 90% of the time. So yeah, I don't think I have to say much more. Anyways, instead of describing this garbage to you, let me just play you some of my reactions while watching this. No, stop. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't be pausing on this. Oh my god, this guy's literally out here alone while they're banging in the fucking break room. Oh my god. It's the drama is crazy. Oh my god, don't... I'm not gonna voice act this, dude. Makoto-kun, I don't want to voice act this, bro. Oh no, don't you dare. Oh my god. Oh the noises are crazy. You know, they're doing some touching. I can't describe this. I cannot describe this. Oh my god. Wow. But look, it's... Oh no, I'm broken. I didn't expect it to go this far, this fast. Starting to do things, you know, in the bed, getting giddy with each other. There's some squishing noises that are playing. Okay, so they're talking about going all the way now. Okay, they're talking about the condom now. I definitely have to blur everything in this scene, and you know. Oh my gosh, you sure are perverted. No, just look at how wet you. Oh no, guys. I'm not gonna describe high schoolers in this way, guys. I'm not gonna do that. That's fucking gross. I mean, you already know what's happening, okay? I'm sure the mosaic on the screen tells you everything you need to know. So this is what people play these games for? Is this what I'm learning today? Are we gonna get scenes like this with every character, dude? Fuck my life. This is straight up hentai at this point. This is literal hentai. I have to censor the fucking subtitles too. He's talking about various parts of her, you know. Oh my god. There's a lot of noises. They're describing stuff that's happening. They're screaming each other's names. He says He wants to put it... I'm trying to be as community guideline friendly as possible here, but this is making it very tough. Oh, the condom. Oh, no. I don't know the choice. No, did I make a mistake? No, you're telling me... Oh, my God. I can't. I literally rewinded it because I don't know if I made the right choice because I was not looking at my walkthrough of choices, and now I have to go back and experience this entire scene again. Let me see something. I'm gonna play this for 2 seconds. How bad is it? Oh, okay, it's fine. I can't play any of this on YouTube, dude. I put it on for 2 seconds and it's just they're going home run if that's... Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, dude, why does his... Why does it look like a lipstick? Sorry, I can't be saying that. Oh no, this is going on for too long. Oh, they were actually doing... Oh my gosh, well, we're watching Home Run right now, if anyone's curious. I need to like talk myself through this because it's just... What else am I gonna talk about? I can't voice it. Are you ready? For those who might be confused as to what's happening, oh my gosh, Kotonoha just said, do whatever you like. Oh my God. Oh, please. The voices are off. The voices are off. The voices are off, and it's still playing these noises. I gotta censor that. Holy smokes. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't. I have to cut the entire audio out. They're going at it, man. Bunch of rabid animals on the screen right now, dude. Oh, it's unmutable, dude. These noises are part of the experience. If you want a little bit of an impression, I'll do like a 2-second impression of what I'm hearing right now, okay? On the other side, I hear... So imagine those noises I just made, but they're just repeating over and over and over again. As the two clap cheeks, Sekai sadly waits outside at the bonfire. Taisuke walks up to her and confesses to her, saying he's always been interested in her. However, this confession is interrupted by Sekai's friends who tell her to come dance with them. Sekai ends up accepting Taisuke's confession. The next morning at school, Taisuke asks Makoto if he's free tomorrow and invites him to a pool or water park or something like that called Aqua Square for a double date along with Kotonoha and Sekai. Apparently, Taisuke got some free tickets from his older sister. And also, just a fun fact, Taisuke is considered a siscon. Just thought you should know this. Makoto initially rejects this offer, but then Taisuke tells him he already invited Kotonoha and she said yes, so Makoto has to come either way. He reluctantly agrees. After school, Sekai and Makoto talk. Sekai tells him about going to buy a new swimsuit, and Makoto decides to ask her, should I help you pick one out? Which is a totally normal question to ask in that situation. Sekai says she's going with Nanami and they leave. But she didn't seem too upset about the question though. Meanwhile, Kotonoha's mom got her a swimsuit from overseas, but who fucking cares? Nanami and Sekai pick out a swimsuit as they discuss how Sekai can beat out her competition. And they talk a lot about Kotonoha's chest. A little more than what I'm comfortable with, but I guess you can't spell the word competition without a tit, am I right? I'm sorry. I'll give you a super bust that'll stand up even to... What is happening, guys? What are we watching here? The next day at the pool, Sekai observes and studies Kotonoha's chest like a scientist trying to analyze cells through a microscope. They play around for a while, but Makoto and Sekai end up taking a break while Taisuke and Kotonoha go do some more water sliding and whatnot. Sekai seems very depressed and talks to Makoto about how Kotonoha used to be so afraid of Makoto touching her, but she seems to be completely over that now. Sekai then brings up practicing again, but Makoto tells her that the practice isn't necessary anymore, as they have already fucked. They fucked, guys! Oh my God! This makes Sekai even more depressed, and Makoto, being such a gentleman and a loyal person, holds her hand to comfort her. She says he's a nice guy, which is debatable, and says this isn't good because it makes it harder for her to move on from him. Sekai then apparently forced her lips onto Makoto's, and he didn't deny those lips, and the two have a very passionate makeout session, even though they're both supposed to be in separate relationships already, but this is nothing new for this game. Later, Sekai says she has to cheer up to quote-unquote pretend to be Taisuke's girlfriend. She says she feels much better now that they both cheated on their partners. I mean, they made out or whatever. As she leaves, there are people gossiping around the pool about how a couple was making out in public and how intense it was. Kotonoha overhears this as she comes back to Makoto and asks if anyone else was there. Makoto lies to her face and plays it off as nothing happened. Anyways, they all say bye. Makoto takes the train home with Kotonoha. She suddenly tells him to kiss her, even if it's in public. Makoto decides to oblige after denying her a few times, being like, "We're in public, it's embarrassing."
big. Even though he and Sekai had absolutely no issue eating each other's mouths at the pool. Despite receiving a kiss, Kotonoha leaves in a dejected mood. That night, Makoto lays in bed, confused why Kotonoha had stopped being so cheerful. The next day, Kotonoha is very touchy with Makoto on a train, and he gets embarrassed. Kotonoha says, "I'm your girlfriend," and the two stand very closely on a train. In class, Taisuke and Sekai officially announce their relationship as official to Makoto. Taisuke sounds super giddy and excited, like a kid who just got Halloween candy for the first time, and Sekai looks like she could not give less of a shit about Taisuke and this relationship. I mean, I don't blame her. Makoto seems bothered by this newly formed relationship between Taisuke and Sekai, as Kotonoha notices his sad face on the rooftop. They talk about the pool, and Kotonoha seems to visibly get upset when Makoto brings up the fact that he spent most of his time chilling by the poolside. They then talk about Taisuke and Sekai, and Kotonoha admits she was the one who got them together. Makoto and Kotonoha kiss as they say they love each other and start to make out, and unfortunately, as you can now hear, the song begins to play. So yeah, the two fucked on the rooftop. Fortunately for us, we don't actually see this happen, and it cuts to right afterwards. And guess what, guys? The two got so giggity with each other that they f***ed right past lunchtime and into class time. The two decide to skip class together, but Kotonoha says she'll only skip class if he promises to not kiss anyone else ever again. She then reveals that she knows he kissed someone else at the pool. You kissed someone at the pool? Oh, she's going in. Yo, this is some character development right here, dog. She couldn't even like ask him to say her first name in the beginning. Now she's just like, bitch, you kissed someone else at the pool? She says she knows he was forced into it, but it still makes her feel awful. But it's okay because he loves her. Makoto responds to her promise. I promise that I won't kiss anyone else. I don't fucking believe you. The two then skipped school afterwards, got chewed out by the teachers, and apparently now the entire school has found out about their relationship as episode 4 comes to a close. Episode 5 begins at Sekai's apartment. Oh my god. So no. There's a lot of condoms in that shot, dude. Oh my god. The floor is extremely disgusting with clothes and other used stuff laying all around the ground. Oh my god. It seems they've been getting together for a bit now, but Sekai seems extremely unhappy with the situation she's in. Taisuke asks her what she wants for Christmas, and she says, nothing in particular. Man, one day I hope to be in a relationship as healthy and happy as this one, right guys? Makoto and Kotonoha sit on the rooftop together as Kotonoha talks to him, but Makoto is completely spaced out. Kotonoha guesses that he's thinking about Sekai, who seems to have been very depressed lately. Kotonoha wonders if it's because Setsuna, Sekai's BFF, is transferring away soon. Kotonoha then asks Makoto if he's trying to clap cheeks on a rooftop again, but this time, Makoto actually denies it, saying he's not feeling up to it. I know. Makoto rejecting sex? What? And now, everyone, welcome to the worst part of school days. Once again, a huge trigger warning as this next scene depicts sexual assault. And even if it's mostly censored by me, it's still really not that easy to talk about it. I'm gonna try to describe what happened without too much of the detail because it's horrible, but I also feel like I need to break down a little about what actually happens because I need to rant about this shit. Makoto walks into a classroom and witnesses Taisuke trying to force himself onto Sekai and touching her in various spots as she continuously tells him no. They then see Makoto and Taisuke says something like, it's hotter if someone else watches. Taisuke then commands Sekai to start doing stuff to Makoto, and she continues to deny it. But Taisuke says, of course she wants to, right? She then begins to approach Makoto as he tells her to stop multiple times. The two then apparently begin to enjoy themselves, but then Taisuke decides to join in without a condom. And Sekai actually cries as she says no multiple times again. Taisuke then assaults Sekai, but Sekai also goes back to doing whatever she was doing with Makoto. And it's just this absolutely insane scene with the three of them that literally broke my brain when I first played through it. I don't even want to read the dialogue out because it's so gross. It's so gross. But Makoto is just watching this. Why is Makoto blushing at this? I don't even want to watch this anymore. It actually pisses me off. I can't even play it. I don't even want to describe what's happening right now. Oh my god. Okay. No more. I can't. I think I need to take a break after this chapter. I mean, it's literally watching two assaults happen in sequence. How else am I supposed to perceive this? And then after this, Sekai understandably seems very upset, but Taisuke says to her, what are you upset about? I'll buy condoms on the way home and show you a real good time. Are you fucking serious? You literally
assault this girl and then have the audacity to say that kind of garbage. Taisuke is literally the most disgusting piece of shit ever. And then you know what happens after this? Makoto is at home thinking about this specific event. Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, Makoto's now thinking about what just happened. He seems very upset about it. I think everyone, you know, should be upset about that. Oh, no, he's not feeling bad about it. He's literally remembering it and saying that it felt good. Fuck you, Makoto. Oh my God, everyone in this is terrible. He is aroused thinking about what just happened and actually yanks his chain to it. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? I think the worst part about all of this is that the game then continues on as if nothing happened or something did happen, but there wasn't anything wrong with it. And this happens in this game a lot. It's so common that it makes me sick. There are multiple scenes like this where a character gets assaulted, but it's not framed as something that's extremely disgusting or criminal. It's more treated as a quote-unquote plot point and also another one of these quote-unquote scenes that the player can enjoy or whatever. And I say enjoy with the heaviest quotation marks because I would be afraid of someone who can unashamedly admit that they enjoy the scene or any of the other scenes depicting assault. The game always writes these actual assault scenes as,
oh well, they ended up enjoying it halfway through, so it's actually okay.
Like in this particular case, Sekai said no,
but then she enjoyed doing stuff with Makoto, so it's okay.
Or Makoto was literally yelling at Sekai to stop,
but he also ended up enjoying it, so it's okay.
It is not only disgusting, it's an extremely dangerous message to spread. This is the biggest reason why I just find this visual novel to be so horrible. Also, do you hear the song playing right now that kind of sounds like the shittiest Last Boss music ever made? Well, this is a song that plays almost every single time something horrible happens in this game. Just know that every time this song begins to play, consent has left the goddamn universe like Omni-Man. I'm gonna move on from this topic for now, but unfortunately for all of us, this is not the last scene where something like this happens in the game. Anyways, Makoto then gets a call from Taisuke. He asks Makoto for advice on what to do for a Christmas gift, as Sekai always seems bored around him and he wants to cheer her up apparently. I mean, again, you just SA'd her, but sure man, whatever you say. They have a long conversation about who gives a shit and they end up planning on going out the next day to go scouting for potential gifts with Sekai and Kotonoha. Taisuke asks Makoto to figure out what Sekai would want as a gift and then the call ends. The next day, Makoto meets up with Kotonoha and Sekai, but Taisuke is nowhere to be seen. Turns out he overslept because he's an idiot. Whatever, dude. Fuck this guy. At the gift shop, Taisuke and Kotonoha go off doing their own shopping around the store.
Ugh, I'm aching all over.
Shut up. You don't get to complain, Taisuke. Shut up. You're Sekai finds a photo frame she likes and buys it immediately after talking to Makoto about it because clearly she doesn't want a gift from Taisuke. And to be honest, I don't blame her at all. Sekai and Makoto then go around the store, but they don't find anything else Sekai would want as a gift. Everyone goes home and Taisuke calls Makoto asking if Sekai wanted anything, but Makoto says she only wanted that photo frame she bought on the spot. Kotonoha calls Makoto, so he ends the call with Taisuke, and the two talk about the gift situation. Kotonoha says she'll ask Sekai in person at school. The girlies talk on the rooftop, and Kotonoha asks if there's anything Sekai wants. Sekai, unsure of what this is supposed to mean, says a croquette for lunch at first. Then she says she would like a dad. Sekai explains that it's just her and her mother at home, and her father was apparently a deadbeat. Kotonoha then asks Sekai for advice about Makoto and how they've been doing it. At first, I hated the very idea of it, but he just kept having his way with me, and he's very good. Okay, this is the plot of this whatever visual novel. Makoto is so good at laying pipe, I guess, that it just helps people completely overwrite their traumas with these kinds of things because he's just that good. He's just that much of a talented, what's the word? I don't even want to say whatever. I couldn't help but enjoy myself! So Makoto is apparently a prodigy at clapping cheeks. Not that I give a shit. However, recently he's been rejecting her and she's worried if he's just not into her anymore or something's on his mind. She then tells Sekai about her grand plans for Christmas to invite Makoto to an expensive ass hotel using her father's connections in order to truly tie the knot between them. Officiate themselves as a real couple or some shit. I was thinking of renting the presidential suite there on Christmas Eve. God damn. And then looking out at the city scenery, we become one. Wow. What do you think? Just so I know, how much does one night cost at the presidential suite? Do I want to know? It's the busy season, so probably something like 400,000 yen. How many dollars is that? It's like around 2K, 3K. What the well, 2,696 US dollars today. Let's just say around 3,000, which is still a lot for a single night at a fucking fucking hotel. Girl is rich as hell. At this point, my attention became completely strayed away from anything related to the stupid story of this game and all towards that one hotel room. All I cared about was seeing what that hotel room must look like. I mean, for 400,000 yen a night, it better be incredible. Anyways, Kotonoha asks Sekai if she thinks Makoto will refuse the hotel, and Sekai says no. Kotonoha says she's gonna try her best to invite him and to wish her luck as episode 5 ends. Just saying though, like if I was in high school and I was dating someone who was like rich as hell, and then I got invited out to a $400,000 yen or $3,000 a night hotel, I'd be like, yeah, let's go right now. What are we? That's $3,000. What kind of hotel? I want to know what kind of hotel that is. You know, I don't even care. Okay, I shouldn't say that. It's like it's not even about the relationship at that point. I'm like, it's a $3,000 hotel. Episode 6 begins at Sekai's apartment. Sekai is sitting in her room, depressed until she gets a call from Kotonoha, who tells her that Makoto had accepted her invitation to the hotel. Now that it's finally happening, I can feel my heart pounding. Can you understand how I'm feeling at the moment? It's like Kotonoha she doesn't know she's doing this, but she's literally destroying Sekai right now, dude. I mean, at this point in this playthrough, Sekai is going through it. The next day, they learn some English. This has voice acting. Oh, I don't want to hear his voice. Sorry, I just heard Taisuke speak. Idiot. What does that even mean? What is that? Daie by Biolinice?
Violence です。
Sorry, the way he said violence is killing me. Wow, that was some quality voice acting, man. Oh my god. I'm glad we got to hear that. This wasn't important, actually. I just think it's kind of funny to hear Taisuke so horribly suck ass at English. Anyways, Sekai tries to talk to Makoto, but to no avail. Hikari and Nanami talk about Pure Burger, a burger shop that they like to go frequently, and this lychee shake they released that's supposed to be good. I mean, I'm curious. I love lychee. Is it lychee or lychee? I don't even know. Anyways, they invite Sekai to go eat, but she rejects their offer. At Pure Burger, Nanami and Hikari discuss what could be going on with Sekai. At this point, Setsuna, her BFF, has already transferred away, so the two suspect it's Makoto's fault and hatch a plan. The next day, Nanami and Hikari invite Makoto and Sekai to eat lunch with them. They also force Taisuke to come along to entice Makoto, but Makoto refuses to go eat with them. Makoto has things he needs to do. Yeah, like go to a hotel for $3,000. Sekai! Look, I'm sorry. Like, I know I keep harping about this $3,000 a night hotel room, but like, honestly, like, again, if I was invited to that, dude, I'm canceling all my other plans, bro. That $3,000 hotel is screaming at me right now. I am so excited to see what it looks like, dude. I'm not excited to see what happens in it, you know? I really don't care for that. But the hotel itself, now, After school, Sekai and Hikari head home together as Hikari invites Sekai to eat out. Sekai initially says no, but when they arrive at the station, Sekai sees Makoto and Kotonoha holding each other's arms and gets depressed and tells Hikari, yeah, let's just go eat. I mean, look, Sekai, life might be sucking ass right now, but I hope that lychee shake was actually slapping. The next morning, Sekai isn't feeling well and asks her mom to skip school. However, her mom mentions that she's already skipped so much and the school is starting to crack down on her attendance. Sekai reluctantly goes to school and asks Makoto about the hotel room. She begins to think and regrets running away instead of confessing to Makoto in the first place or some shit like that. I don't really know. But anyways, she begins to break down and cry during class. Nanami notices this and tells Makoto to take her to the infirmary. At the infirmary, Sekai lays in bed as Makoto sits next to her. Sekai asks him if he could hold her hand until she falls asleep and he obliges. Afterwards, Makoto is confronted by Nanami in the hallway. Nanami, believing that Makoto and Sekai had been dating this whole time, yells at him for making Sekai so miserable. Makoto denies being the reason why Sekai is depressed, and Nanami retorts that she'll never forgive him if he keeps doing this to Sekai. Makoto says nothing back. Sekai is woken up by Nanami in the infirmary. It's almost 7 p.m., the meeting time of Makoto and Kotonoha in the hotel room. Nanami invites Sekai to spend Christmas with her boyfriend, and his sister, and Sekai agrees with tears in her eyes. I mean, I guess at least Sekai ends this playthrough not crying alone and at least having a friend to spend time with, right? Anyways, who cares about anything else? Because it's time for the 400,000 yen a night hotel room. Oh, $3,000 hotel. Oh, okay. I don't really care to see the person, but I just want to see the hotel. Show me the hotel. I don't care about this. Just show me the hotel. God, I just want to see the hotel. Oh, okay, there's the hotel. I mean, it still looks okay. God damn! Oh, hold on. Let's observe the hotel a little bit. Ooh, I mean, you know, it's got carpeted floors. I'm assuming that's carpeted. You know, it looks pretty nice. Lamp looks very nice. The table's pretty cute. The couches look comfy. I mean, it looks pretty generic. I would lie. You know, it doesn't look like a $3,000 room hotel, but I don't know what I was expecting. Like a moving toilet or like, you know, whatever. Self-automated something. But maybe I'm just setting myself up for failure by expecting something when it's clearly not that, you know? Like Sekai did in this in this in this playthrough. Okay, so I mean, yeah, it's my fault for expecting like a toilet made of gold or like a robot assistant in the hotel room or something. I mean, look, this hotel room is nice, okay? I know. I set myself up for disappointment, okay? I get it. Oh God, do you hear that song playing in the background right now? That's right, it's time for yet another wonderful cheek clapping scene. I don't want to keep saying it. Oh my God, am I gonna watch them get giddy again though? God damn it. Makoto-kun, I love you. Okay, now they're kissing.
Kotonoha, you're beautiful.
This is embarrassing. Makoto, she's drooling.
I love you so much.
Oh, okay, well, it's starting. Okay, it's hell. We're in hell again. Okay, well, she just removed her robe, guys. Very important update. Okay, so I have to mute the sound again. Oh, now... This voice acting isn't optional, they said. You have to hear this noise. Well, he says now,
I know now that I love you more than anything.
so I guess he is now committed to Kotonoha. Oh my gosh. Wait, hold on. Makoto just said,
No matter who I have to hurt, I'll never stop loving you.
Makoto's just a shitty person in general, man. Like, he just doesn't care about anybody. Even with Kotonoha, like in this playthrough, it took him a while to come around and actually, like, you know, get to this point. But like, it feels like more just, he's just like, oh, whatever, you know, I'll just date her for the fuck of it kind of thing. Not because he really likes her. Whatever. I don't care. I just don't want to keep watching this literal anime corn. It's corn! That's a lot of stroking going on. Please don't show me any more than this. Please let this be the end. Oh my God. They really have all of the details. I'm really not looking forward to the rest of the playthroughs.
My resolve to love you and only you for the rest of my life.
Okay, so Makoto is committed, I guess. Oh, and she's declaring her love too. She's like,
I swear my love to you too, Makoto-kun.
we're really just watching... Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. None of this can be shown on YouTube, bro. I'm so cooked. My channel's gonna get removed if I don't like be very careful with all this.
Uncensored one will be on Patreon, guys.
Whoa. Let's just say, you know, he completed his task and, oh my God, now she's... Am I watching corn for work? Sorry, I keep saying corn because I don't want to get community guideline strike. By the end, Makoto finally decides to commit to Kotonoha, saying he'll love her forever. Kotonoha also says she'll love him forever and understands how nice it feels to do it with someone you love. Dear God, I hate having to describe all of this. Anyways, the two lay in bed together. We see a Christmas tree as the screen fades to black, and we finish the first of 22 endings. Holy mother of God. Yeah, so imagine starting this visual novel and this shitstorm that I described being the first thing you experience in it. This is the first playthrough, dude. I genuinely thought I was gonna lose my mind. Anyways, without wasting any more time, let's jump right into the second ending of this game, which is Kotonoha ending number 2, Lust. Episode 1 plays out the same as before, so we'll jump right into episode 2, which also starts off the same way. Sekai gets a text from Kotonoha about their date. She gets upset. At school, Makoto asks Sekai about the kiss. However, this time, Makoto invites Sekai to come eat lunch with him and Kotonoha on the rooftop anyways, despite Sekai saying they have to eat alone from now on. The three eat lunch on the rooftop, but Sekai and Makoto are doing most of the talking as Kotonoha sits there looking kinda down. Sekai says that the two seem to be getting along well, but Makoto says,
Not really. We only went on a date yesterday.
Sekai begins to talk about the place they went to, Sakaki no Hills. Sakaki no Hills is in Sakaki no Cho, right? Well, yeah, that's why it's called Sakaki no Hills. Every time they say Sakaki no or I say Sakaki no, I just want to be like, Sakaki no is nuts. You know what I'm saying? Okay, anyway. She talks about arcades, saying she likes games like that, and Makoto says he does too and suggests they could go together. Kotonoha, however, does not like games. You know, she's not a gamer girl. So Makoto says, okay, we can't help it. Let's just go on our own to Sekai, which, brother, are you for real? Are you for real? They also talk about a bookshop that Kotonoha wanted to go to, but Makoto doesn't even remember this because he was so excited about some goddamn CD shop next door. Bro is incapable of thinking about anyone but himself. Sekai tells him to not make the same mistake again and asks if Makoto and Kotonoha are planning on doing anything after school. Kotonoha says she's busy with the school committee and apologizes, to which Sekai says no problem, but Makoto stays silent as lunch ends kind of awkwardly. Back in class, Sekai is upset at Makoto and tells him it's That's not right. Makoto doesn't really understand and thinks she's talking about the kiss that she gave him the day before, but Sekai tells him to forget about that. Makoto says, like, I can just forget, which, okay, fair point. That's probably not something that's super easy to just gloss over like that. Sekai then berates him that he didn't talk to Kotonoha at all during lunch, and Makoto says he'll actually talk to her next time. After school, Makoto runs up to Kotonoha and says, I'm sorry, and then leaves without any explanation, leaving Kotonoha extremely confused. I'm getting the second ending ASAP, okay? I'm sorry. I would apologize. I'm really sorry. That's all I have to say. Thanks for your time. Bro, explain yourself. Bye. Why is she postured up like that? I'm sorry. That's just such a funny position to be in. It looks unnatural. At home, Kotonoha wonders if Makoto said what he said because he wants to not date her anymore. I wonder if he means that he wants to stop going out with me. Oh my god. We're starting this again. We're going through it all over again. The miscommunications and the misunderstandings over and over and over again. My brain cells are f***ing imploding. The next morning, Kotonoha doesn't come on a train and Makoto wonders if she overslept. Sekai is also late to class, telling Makoto she didn't sleep at all because she was listening to the radio all night. Makoto tells her he apologized to Kotonoha and all is good. However, on a rooftop, it's just Makoto and Sekai. They wonder where Kotonoha is and what they should do, but Makoto says he'll wait for her to come before starting to eat. Sekai asks if she can sleep for a bit and ends up knocking out on Makoto's shoulder. Kotonoha and Sekai later talk in PE class. Sekai asks where she was, and Kotonoha says she forgot to bring lunch, so she ate at the cafeteria. The two then clear up the misunderstanding with each other. Kotonoha believed that Makoto didn't like her anymore, which is why he apologized to her after school. Then she apparently witnessed Sekai fall asleep on Makoto's shoulder at the rooftop, so this just further confirmed this theory in Kotonoha's head. Sekai explains that Makoto apologized to her because Sekai told him to, and the reason that she fell asleep like that was because she got no sleep the night before. Sekai tells Kotonoha that Makoto had gone without eating lunch because he was waiting for her the whole time. Because they're both new to relationships, they're both too nervous to consider how the other person feels. Kotonoha says she'll tell Makoto how she feels in person. Holy fucking shit. This all felt extremely dumb to me while I was playing the game, and even explaining it to you makes me go like, what? Why? Who cares? This game loves its cycles of misunderstandings that can be solved in literally 3 seconds, except no one actually wants to open their mouth and say anything. It's only the second ending, and it was already starting to drive me absolutely insane. Anyways, Kotonoha and Makoto finally talk things out. In an absolutely shocking twist, Makoto actually takes accountability for something.
It's fine. I was the one who caused the wrong impression. Besides, it's all my fault in the first place.
Wait,
But
Makoto taking accountability? What? This just in, Makoto just took accountability for something. Holy shit. The two end up going home together while Sekai eats at Pure Burger with her friends until she sees the couple walking home together. At night, Sekai sits in a room depressed yet again, and she gets a long text from Kotonoha who explains what happened. The next day at the station, Kotonoha and Makoto talk about the first name shit, the same thing we already saw. In class, Sekai and Makoto talk about how they made up until Sekai is invited to lunch by her friends. She tells Makoto she's gonna be eating with her friends since it's been a while since she's eaten with them and she needs to recover their friendships. She then gives Makoto the movie discount coupons for a movie called I don't know, something. I don't remember, and to be honest, it doesn't really matter. It's some fantasy movie. On the rooftop, Makoto and Kotonoha eat as they discuss people they knew from their prior schools. Makoto tells Kotonoha that Otome is someone he's known for a while and calls themselves inseparable since they've always gone to the same schools.
there aren't many people here from my old school, really. When it comes down to it, I guess it's just Kato. Ill. Otome, ill. Kato-san. You know, Kato from your class. We're not exactly friends, but I guess you could say we're inseparable since we've always gone to the same schools.
Really?
Still, it's not a nice way to put it, but she's more like a bad influence than a friend. Yeah, because she's a bitch.
Kotonoha says Nanami is from the same school as her, but they never actually talked. Back in class, Makoto and Sekai talk on their notebooks. Makoto says he invited her on the movie day and asks if there's anything he should pay attention to. Sekai says, kiss her, but then says, don't kiss her if she doesn't want you to. Just watch a movie and do other normal date stuff, as long as Katsura-san has fun. The next day, Makoto and Kotonoha go on a movie date and they watch the fantasy movie, which was based on a novel. Kotonoha says she recently read this novel before she started talking to Makoto and says, maybe this novel brought us together. During the movie, Makoto makes a move and holds Kotonoha's hand, but she becomes uncomfortable and Makoto stops. On the train, the two talk about the movie and Kotonoha says she's glad he invited her out. She then says Makoto can hold her hand, apologizing for what happened before. She explains she never had a boy hold her hand before, so it was shocking. She says, if it's you, I think I can bear it. They very briefly hold hands like it's some kind of free trial that has to be unlocked by paying a subscription, and Kotonoha leaves as Makoto looks unsatisfied. At school, Sekai asks Makoto about the date and tells him Kotonoha seemed to have really really enjoyed it. Makoto says it was a fun time and they even held hands. Sekai says Kotonoha had texted her saying she was confused because he was so aggressive. This makes Makoto confused and he thinks to himself, I only held her hand, but she hated it so much that she had to tell Sekai. He then wonders if it's really okay for them to be going out like this. On the rooftop, Makoto and Kotonoha talk about who even cares. What kind of books do you read? Difficult books? Not at all. Things like fantasy with swords and dragons and stuff. Smut? Sorry. Until they get to the topic of how it's been getting colder. Kotonoha says she wants to stay for a while though. Makoto takes her hand because it's cold and Kotonoha becomes uncomfortable yet again and leaves shortly despite saying she wanted to stay a little longer. I mean, can you see how all this bullshit can get really annoying really fast? Maybe it's just me and my tolerance is way lower for this kind of stuff since I've already had to watch the anime and then play through this game once. But god damn, brother, communication as a concept just does not exist for these people. Makoto, having come back from lunch earlier than usual, sees Sekai's friends and asks them if she wasn't with them. However, her friends say she's been eating lunch with Makoto on a rooftop. Realizing he's in a Spider-Man pointing meme situation, Makoto recognizes that Sekai has been lying to everyone about where or who she's been eating lunch with. Makoto presses Sekai during class, shutting down any excuse she makes, but Sekai leaves shortly, saying she has to go to work. Another day in class, Sekai is tired and unwilling to answer Makoto's questions because she's been working multiple days. I'm gonna go to sleep until Yamamoto gets here. It's just a cycle of the same shit over and over and over again, dude. I'm so f***ing done. It's just people not telling each other shit, getting upset over it, and then we move on to the next thing, and it's the same thing. Oh my god, off to the cafeteria. Makoto asks Nanami and Hikari about Sekai. Hikari says she doesn't approve of them dating, while Nanami says it's fine. Makoto tries to deny their dating, but literally no one believes him for some reason. The two then tell Makoto to go see Sekai because she's been depressed lately. Kotonoha asks what they should do for lunch, but Makoto says he has to find someone else as he looks for Sekai. He is unsure of where she is. You know what's so great about this playthrough so far? We haven't seen Taisuke a single time. Thank God. Outside. Did she mean outside the school? Speak of the devil, get the fuck off my screen. I know, I'm also upset that we still have to see this little bitch. Anyways, Taisuke tells Makoto that Sekai's on a bench in the courtyard, mistaking it to be their secret meeting spot, as Taisuke is also convinced that Makoto and Sekai are dating. Taisuke then desperately pleads Makoto to introduce him to a girl, but Makoto runs off before Taisuke can even finish his sentence. Outside, we see Sekai is on her phone. Does this charm even work? It sure is hard to tell. Oh my gosh, she did the charm. No, she did not. She did the charm. I'm sorry. If I delete this, maybe Makoto will stop caring about me. And then, oh my god, girl, don't use some fucking charm. You should just asked him out in the beginning. Oh my god. Well, guys, this is literal proof that the charm is bullshit. Just in case you weren't really convinced about that yet, Makoto confronts Sekai about eating lunch alone, and Sekai tells him that she did eat with her friends for a day, but they were all so worried about her that she just didn't know what to say to them. Sekai says she tried to be considerate to Makoto and Kotonoha, saying she's just in the way of the two's happy relationship. Once again, deciding other people's happiness for them, as she tends to do a lot in this game. Makoto suddenly hugs her and says that he loves her. He's finally realized it. He loves Sekai after all, or whatever this stupid bullshit is. Anyway, episode 2 ends here. So earlier I mentioned that there's two possible ways that episode 2 plays out. The first one we saw was the Kotonoha kiss path, while this one ends very differently with Makoto confessing to Sekai at the courtyard. I'll call this one the Sekai confession path of episode 2. I won't be describing episode 2 in much more crazy detail after this unless it's like a big difference in something, and I'll just use these terms to describe them because at the end of the day, it's just a bunch of drama and misunderstandings that all make me want to tear my hair out. Episode 3 begins with Kotonoha's mother teaching her how to make her special hot lemonade. This lemonade must be the most amazing tasting thing ever. I really want to try it at this point. On the train, Setsuna tells Sekai she's happy for her because she looks happy. Setsuna says she was worried since Sekai doesn't tell her anything. In class, Makoto tells Sekai that they should tell Kotonoha the truth about their situation. As they head towards the final boss of their relationship, they are both very nervous since they don't want to hurt Kotonoha's feelings. But I mean, it's a little too late for that either way, but we won't talk about that. They bump into Kotonoha, who says this is perfect because she brought enough hot drinks for everyone. On the rooftop, the three eat lunch together. Makoto decides in his mind that we don't have to tell her after all, especially since Kotonoha looked so happy to be eating with them and sharing her absolutely slapping lemonade. He thinks they don't need to tell her something that might hurt her, which is extremely backwards, but okay, whatever. Like what? So you're just gonna date Kotonoha for the rest of your life and not tell her anything, but also secretly date Sekai on the side for the rest of your life? You're just delaying the inevitable. Anyways, Makoto gathers his courage and actually starts to tell her the truth, but Sekai suddenly cuts in and starts talking about the lemonade and how good it is. Delicious. Wow, that's really good. Oh my god, I want to bring it back to my clubhouse. Oh boy. Sekai then continues to make things more difficult for everyone as she continues to hype Makoto and Kotonoha's relationship up, saying things like, I think Makoto is really pleased.
When I told mom about Makoto-kun, she said I should bring this lemonade.
I see. Your mom told you.
She said I used to bring us on dates with your father, and I used it to make him mine.
It's just getting worse. And it must really work, right? It just keeps getting worse.
Do you think so?
I think Makoto's really pleased. Girl, you're just adding fuel to the fire. You're so dumb. You're so dumb. Why are you adding fuel to the fire? These two being like, we love each other. Let's tell the person that we literally roped into this. Fucking break her heart, right? If you're gonna break her heart now so she can get over it. During class afterwards, Sekai seems really upset as Makoto says he'll tell Kotonoha the truth the next time. I mean, I don't understand why Sekai is mad because she herself made the situation even worse for everybody, but whatever. I mean, Makoto was about to say something even if it took a while until she cut in with the line about the lemonade and then started hyping the lemonade up and shit, but whatever. Trying to apply any sort of logic to the drama in this game will do nothing but literally obliterate whatever brain cells you still have left, if you even have any left at this point. I certainly didn't. After school, Makoto and Sekai talk. Sekai seems upset, but she says that she's angry at herself and it doesn't have anything to do with Makoto.
If I'm angry, then I'm angry at myself. It's got nothing to do with you.
Also, Sekai, you lie so much. It's like ridiculous, right? Like, honestly, this wouldn't be a good relationship for each other either. Like, Kotonoha and Makoto as a relationship suck, but you know, seeing how Sekai acts sometimes, I don't think this relationship would end up any better. Because Sekai also got a lot of stuff she does that's kind of ridiculous, frankly. Like this, it's got nothing to do with you. What am I? What do you think? I'm fucking stupid? Makoto apologizes for not being able to tell Kotonoha the truth and says he'll be sure to tell her tomorrow. Sekai says it won't happen because he still loves Kotonoha. Sekai tells Makoto that she can't give up on him despite everything, and that makes her angry at herself and leaves. After school, Kotonoha and Makoto go home together. On the train, Kotonoha notices that Sekai has been looking down the past few days and suggests visiting her. This stops Makoto dead in his tracks as he begs Kotonoha to give him Sekai's address, saying he was worried about how she looked during lunchtime. At night, Sekai's mom says she has a guest and it's a dude. Sekai goes out to see Makoto. Sekai says that she's a jealous person, saying, you told me that you love me, but I got worried when I saw you at lunch. Makoto tells her to trust him, and Sekai responds that she does, which, I mean, I don't know how anyone can trust this sleazebag at all at this point, but whatever. They say they love each other and kiss each other on the lips. Meanwhile, at Kotonoha's house, we finally get Kotonoha's mother face reveal. Oh my god, that's her mom? I'm so sorry. It's not my fault, okay? It's gravity's fault, okay? I couldn't help it. The moment I saw... She asks Kotonoha about Makoto and gives her 2 movie tickets to take him out on a date. She calls him, but he doesn't pick up. At school, Makoto thinks deeply. Despite everything, Sekai still loves me. I want to stick to my own feelings too, and yet I still can't tell Kotonoha. Am I afraid that she will hate me? After all, the girl from the morning train is finally smiling my way. He then tells Sekai that he wants her to come with him again today, as they head towards their second attempt at beating the final boss of their relationship. Sekai says,
there's no point in forcing ourselves to tell her, is there?
No!
I thought we had to tell her together too, but we can't.
You think so?
We could tell her if the mood was right, but I don't think we need to force ourselves.
You got... Guys. You two are fucking ridiculous. You two are ridiculous.
I know how you feel, and I don't want to hurt Katsura-san either, but it can't be helped.
Yes, it can be helped. What are you talking... Meanwhile, Kotonoha is about to leave for lunch, but is stopped by Otome and the bitches with a Z who pester her about some bullshit related to school festival events. Makoto and Sekai, while they wait for Kotonoha, embrace each other on the rooftop. Kotonoha arrives and the two immediately stop hugging. Kotonoha starts to cry as she runs and hugs Makoto, then explains what just happened, saying her classmates were pestering her about the school festival but wasn't listening to anything she said. Makoto says he can talk to someone he knows in Kotonoha's class and that she can help her out. Kotonoha realizes he's talking about Otome but decides not to tell him, saying she's just glad she can talk to someone about it. Guys, it's like they all speak in riddles to each other. How do you get any conversation remotely done? Kotonoha then invites Makoto out to a movie on the weekend. Makoto stutters, but Sekai actually encourages him to go and establishes the date for him.
You should go, Makoto.
But Sekai, why are you making things worse? You are not helping in any situation ever. You just make things worse, brother. Kotonoha has to leave lunch early as Makoto asks Sekai why she would do that. As he's about to say, the one who I really love is, Sekai cuts him off by telling him, you mustn't say it. Sekai says that Kotonoha seems to love Makoto from the bottom of her heart, and she can't just walk in and take him away from her. They can't be together after all. Sekai then gets a text from Setsuna saying that she's transferring far away, and that she wasn't able to say it to her in person because it was too hard, as the episode comes to a close. Episode 4 starts with Kotonoha taking a bath as her mother brings her her phone. She tells Kotonoha, Makoto-kun seems like a good guy. It turns out that she had picked up Kotonoha's phone and chatted up Makoto for a little bit. Damn, are we gonna get a fucking... Was there an alternate path where Makoto ends up with her mom? I feel like this game is demented enough to do that. Okay, I said that as a joke while playing the game, but I have some very bad news for you all. Apparently, Kotonoha's mother is indeed a romanceable character in another game in this universe of degenerate dating sims. If this video does any well, then I unfortunately might have to experience that sometime in the future. Anyways, Kotonoha and Makoto talk on the phone as Kotonoha teases him that she's in the bath, and Makoto's like, does that mean you're and Kotonoha says, it's a secret. The next day, the questionably happy couple are on a rooftop sharing a green tea, a drink Makoto had told Kotonoha's mom that he liked. They talk about Makoto coming over to Kotonoha's house the next day, and he says he's nervous but looking forward to it. Makoto tells Kotonoha that his home is only his mother and him, and he has a sister who lives apart from him with his dad. She says he can also go visit his dad whenever he wants, but he says, not that I would though. Unfortunately, we don't find out much about Makoto's father in this game, but I have heard a lot of rumors about him, and none of them are good. Maybe I will play the other games of this series because I low-key am kind of curious about the lore. Kotonoha then tells Makoto about her sister, Kokoro. Makoto holds her hand once again without asking or having any discussion about it, and Kotonoha becomes uncomfortable yet again as Makoto gets closer and closer to her. Kotonoha reacts to this negatively and pulls away from him, saying sorry and that she's still frightened. Makoto seems upset as Kotonoha leaves, saying she'll be waiting for him tomorrow. Once she leaves, Makoto thinks to himself, what am I doing? It's been a week since Sekai disappeared. He's been going out with Kotonoha, but all we've done is watch a movie, eat lunch together, and call each other before we sleep. I touch her for just a second and look what happens. His words, not mine. He then thinks, we'll be in her room all alone. Surely even she doesn't think nothing's gonna happen. He then gets excited, believing that they can make a little progress. In class, Makoto learns from Taisuke and Hikari that one of their class reps got injured and now they need a volunteer to help out for the upcoming school fair. Makoto decides to volunteer since this means he can spend more time with Kotonoha. The next day, Makoto goes to Kotonoha's house and is welcomed by her parents and Kokoro. They go up to Kotonoha's room and they talk for a bit until things start to get a little bit intimate, when suddenly Kokoro barges into the room. Don't call him Makoto-kun! Oh, she's mad. Would you prefer Oni-chan? After all, you might really become my brother-in-law. Ah, help me, Oni-chan. She begins to call Makoto Oni-chan and asks if she can play with them. Hey, Oni-chan, he called me Kokoro-chan. Wah! Wah! Eh? This is so exciting. One-chan's boyfriend is such a nice guy. Oh, Kokoro-chan, if only you fucking knew. Makoto says sure, and they spend the day with Kokoro as well. As he leaves, Kotonoha's mom offers to let him stay for dinner, but Makoto says he has to go. Kotonoha's dad is also there as Kokoro tells him that Makoto isn't the dangerous person he was worried about. I mean, I don't know about that, chief. Kotonoha walks Makoto to the station, and she apologizes for her family, but Makoto says he enjoyed the vibe since he's from a single-parent family. Makoto says, we couldn't kiss. Oh, it's a shame. Just kidding. It's not as if we ever do that anyway. Sorry, I didn't mean to blame you. This fucking asshole. I mean, I don't know about you, but I wouldn't be too happy about someone joking about a trauma that I struggle with a lot. But Makoto is one of the most insensitive people to ever exist in any piece of media ever, so nothing surprises me anymore. He keeps talking about the kiss and says, it's just that sometimes I can't help but want to. I'm a guy after all. Which, again, pretty gross. I think the excuse of, I'm a guy, I can't help it, is a stupid fucking mindset, but whatever. Anyways, Kotonoha responds that she also thought it was a shame they couldn't kiss. At the station, Kotonoha asks if he can lean over for a second, and then gives him a kiss on the cheek. Now, if this was literally any other piece of media other than School Days, I would have said, hey, this is a pretty cute and wholesome moment between a budding couple. But then reality slaps you with the fact that, well, this is School Days. Makoto at home is disappointed that it was only a kiss on the cheek. Setsuna is at Sekai's apartment and the two talk about Setsuna moving to Paris. Setsuna tells Sekai that Makoto will be there for her from now on. Sekai is understandably very saddened and hugs Setsuna, telling her that she doesn't want to be alone. The next day, Makoto is woken up during class and dragged to the student council meeting during lunch by Setsuna. The two bump into Kotonoha and they talk for a bit, and as Kotonoha leaves, Setsuna asks Makoto if the two are close, and he responds, "Not really." What a loyal boyfriend. Anyway, Makoto is bored and doesn't pay attention during the meeting, so Setsuna says she'll explain it to him. Makoto tells Kotonoha he can't eat lunch with her since he has a class meeting now. In the classroom, Setsuna tells Makoto the instructions and whatnot, and the two end up eating lunch together since everyone else had already eaten. Setsuna sends an email to Sekai to see if she would turn up, but she doesn't. The next day in school, Setsuna asks Makoto to have another meeting during lunch since she has no other time. The two talk about Sekai, and Makoto suspects she's in the courtyard. Setsuna asks if the two had a fight, but Makoto says it's none of her business. Makoto tells us that he's never been close to Setsuna until now, but she's really helpful, and thanks to her explaining everything to him, he's actually looking forward to the festival now. In the committee room, Kotonoha asks Makoto if he can help her with some printouts, while Setsuna asks him for his help with some painting. He says he's gonna help Kotonoha, which irritates Setsuna. On a train home, it's extremely packed. Somehow, through some sort of otherworldly miracle, the train bumps and Makoto's hand ends up on Kotonoha's chest. Ah! I should move my hand. I've got to get out of the way. Sorry. Ah! Makoto-kun! Jesus! I'm sorry. I guess it can't be helped since it's crowded. Bro, what do you mean it can't be helped? This is not normal. Bro, get your fucking hand off of her. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be laughing. This is ridiculous, right? It's crowded. You can still move your fucking arm off and put it to your other side. You're so stupid. The absolutely craziest part about this is you might expect it to be one of those awkward, "Oh my god, I didn't mean to, teehee," anime fan service moments. But in this playthrough, you have to manually select to start gripping her. If it's just for a little while. Oh my god, I have to choose that. Just a little should be okay. Oh my god, why is he funneling her? And then you get the option to continue gripping her despite her continuing to tell him to stop and no over and over again. A little more? No, I don't want to do this anymore. Oh my god, this is terrible. I'm sorry. This is so terrible. Dude, stop. Keep going. That's crazy. More. Oh no. Okay, sorry. This isn't funny anymore. You know she's saying to stop, right? She's saying don't. Oh my god, this is so weird. I don't feel comfortable with this. Holy shit. That went from being kind of like hilarious to not funny at all. That was so disturbing, dude. Makoto just keeps going, "Oh, wow. I could go a little more. I can't help it. We're just so close together because the train is so crowded." You're such a fucking creep, dude. And this particular playthrough apparently requires the player to just continue gripping her. It's fucking insane, dude. What is this goddamn game? Assault simulator? Anyways, after this, they say bye at Kotonoha station as Makoto reminisces on how that felt for him. I mean, 2 playthroughs so far, and we've already been not only forced to witness, but also actively participate in assault as a player making choices in the game, and it's all framed as just part of the gameplay experience or the story. But don't worry guys, it only continues to get worse from here. At night, Makoto ponders on if he shouldn't have done that as Kotonoha doesn't seem to answer his call. Maybe I shouldn't have done that today. You think so? I wonder what gave you that clue. Is it the fact that she was telling you to stop over and over again? That's literally assault. Setsuna and Sekai talk at her apartment. Setsuna reminisces on a time during their entrance ceremony when she was being picked on by a few boys about how she was mistaken for a junior high student and Makoto had told him to fuck off and helped her. She and Sekai then started to talk about Makoto from that day. Then Sekai started to like him and Setsuna promised to support her. However, Sekai isn't even paying attention to what Setsuna's saying. Makoto and Kotonoha meet at the station the next morning. Kotonoha seems bothered by something and Makoto asks what's wrong. And she says, "Nothing." Makoto says, "I won't touch you anymore." And Kotonoha says that she's not concerned about what happened yesterday and that she didn't hate it. Somehow, this convinces Makoto's dumbass then that it's okay to try making another move on her now. It's not that I'm concerned about what happened yesterday. Really? What else would it be? Of course you are. Even if I am, it's not that I really hated it. Oh, okay. Really? Yes. Then you won't mind if I come closer and put my hand on you like this. Eek! Oh my god, he got slapped. Oh my god. What the fuck you expect, you dumbass? Like, what? After getting slapped in the face, Makoto becomes very upset and stops talking to her as she apologizes profusely. Can we just make sense of this real quick? So, Makoto literally said assaults Kotonoha on a train. Then the next day, Kotonoha tells them that she wasn't too concerned about what happened, which again feels like another gross dismissal of assault by the writers. But then Makoto just thinks it's completely okay to then try to make another move on her. I mean, at this point, it should be clear to Makoto that Kotonoha has a very clear issue with this kind of thing. Why can't he just ask her about it or try to have a discussion about it rather than continually trying to make different moves on her despite it visibly making her uncomfortable multiple times? And after Makoto fucks around and gets slapped for it, he has the audacity to be furious at Kotonoha, and she's the one apologizing profusely? Am I the one going crazy or what? Later in the day, Kotonoha stops by Makoto's classroom asking for people to help move some chairs, clearly signaling to Makoto. However, Makoto completely ignores her as some other students end up going, and Setsuna notices this. Setsuna talks to Makoto, who is clearly upset about something. She asks him if he and Kotonoha are dating. He says yes, and Setsuna says that clears up a lot. She says she thought he and Sekai were going out, and the reason Sekai has been so depressed is because Makoto dumped her. Makoto says she actually dumped him. He explains that he thought Sekai loved him back, but then she told him to date Kotonoha, and he tried, but it's awkward and it's not going well, which is the understatement of the century. He says he doesn't even know who he loves anymore or what he should do, and begins to cry as he doesn't trust his own feelings anymore. He apologizes for saying such weird things to Setsuna, and she embraces him as he cries. Once he's done crying, Makoto says, "Man, we should have gotten to know each other earlier. You're a really good listener. What a shame." He then says this isn't the last time they'll be doing this, as he wants to hear more about Setsuna too. It's the night before the school festival. Kotonoha wonders if Makoto is asleep and calls him to see if they can make up, as she wants to go around the festival and dance at the bonfire with him. However, he doesn't pick up and the call goes to voicemail. We now see a flashback of Setsuna's past. It's the day of the entrance ceremony. Sekai comes running over to Setsuna after she hears about the bullying, but Setsuna tells her it's fine and that a boy named Ito had helped her. This was the moment the two first started thinking and talking about Makoto. Sekai suggests that maybe he has feelings for Setsuna, but she denies this as he hasn't talked to her since then. Later, we see that Setsuna had won the position for student council representative, and it turns out that Makoto had promised to vote for her. We then see that Sekai had snapped a photo of Makoto for the stupid-ass charm and sends Setsuna the photo. And don't worry, it doesn't matter who takes whose picture without them knowing. I still think it's weird as fuck that Sekai is taking pictures of Makoto even though they've never even spoken at this point. I feel like I'm going crazy playing this game sometimes. Like I'm being gaslit to believe that I'm the crazy one and this kind of behavior is totally cool and normal. Later, we see the two talking as Sekai lets it slip that she now has a boy who she finds interesting, showing that she's liked Makoto for a while even before the game started. Okay, wow, this is crazy. This is, the more she talks about this, like how long she's liked him, how much she likes him. Why the fuck would you set this guy up with Kotonoha? Why did you think that was a good idea? Of course you're gonna... I hate this character, dude. She's so dumb. We also find out in a rather shocking twist that when they were changing seats at the beginning of the semester, Setsuna was originally the one who was supposed to sit next to Makoto, but Sekai had practically begged her to switch seats, making it clear to Setsuna that Sekai likes Makoto. Just watching him talk with you, I started to think, wow, he's kind of cool. And then it just wouldn't stop from there. Oh, he's not that cool, girl. I might never get the chance to sit next to him again. I want to be next to him. Oh my god, you're so unbelievable. This only makes Sekai look more stupid and more stupid than before. You clearly like this guy a lot. So why the fuck is your first instinct, let me set this guy up on a date with some other girl? Because that's really smart. I'm a genius. My name is Sekai. Anyways, the flashback ends and it's the morning of the school festival. Setsuna stops by Sekai's apartment and asks a very depressed Sekai if she can do anything she wants, since it might be her last chance, referring to confessing to Makoto. Sekai says nothing back, deciding to skip school that day again. At the school festival, Makoto is extremely busy because most of their classmates have skipped school. Makoto gets 20 minutes to get food and eat, and Hikari mentions that Setsuna is also on break and they should go together. In the hallway, Makoto and Setsuna bump into Kotonoha, and Kotonoha tries to talk to Makoto. That's awkward. Hey! No! What is happening? Oh my god, she's just trying to block him. Kotonoha fucks off to God knows where, and Makoto and Setsuna go to the rooftop to eat. Setsuna asks Makoto if he remembers what happened at the entrance ceremony, and he does. She tells him he saved her in that moment, and it made her happy, although Makoto thinks that's saying a bit too much. After the festival events are over, they talk about going to the bonfire. Hikari asks Taisuke to go to the bonfire together, and the two leave as Hikari tells Makoto to stay in the room and wait for Setsuna. Makoto waits but falls asleep from being tired, and he sees a dream. It's a flashback to the day of the entrance ceremony again. Setsuna is crying as Makoto consoles her, although the way he's standing in this frame makes it look like he's harassing her for money or some shit. Makoto tells her she would make a good student council rep, and if she won that position, no one would bother her anymore, and promises to vote for her. Makoto then wakes up from his dream. Oh my god, what is happening here? Oh my god. Was not expecting the lap, waking up on her lap. Setsuna tells him that ever since the entrance ceremony, she's loved him, and she keeps repeating that she loves him, then asks him to call her by her first name and kisses him on the lips, asking him to take her. And oh god, do you guys hear that fucking music playing? That's right, it's yet another scene in the classroom.
Just now, right before I woke up, I had a dream about you. Even though it's only been a few months since the entrance ceremony.
Ever since then, I've loved you. Oh, wow. They really went for the take me. Oh my god, they really went in for the... Oh no! Okay, well, we're starting, they're on top of each other now, kind of. Oh my gosh, now he's going in... Oh my god! Oh, I'm so glad I turned this, like, the voice acting off, dude. I would fucking hate having to constantly, like, delete... Oh my... I take it back. Some of the voice acting you can't turn off, like, no matter what, you know? They need you to listen to these noises. Oh my gosh. Why is she crying? It's supposed to be that good? Holy shit, they're really showing a lot, huh? Oh my god. Are they about to... Oh my god. Oh, she's saying ouch? What? Oh, does it hurt? Oh my god. Oh my gosh, they're really showing all of it, man. This is literally corn. Anime corn. Oh, is she bleeding? No, she says it's too big. Okay, I had to make a choice to outside her. That's a real choice to make, dude. I really don't want to see the... Oh my god, this is my job. Fucking insanity. You just get to see just the entire shot, just all the shots. It looked like, oh, sorry if you're eating. It's like ketchup, and then, you know, there was some tartar sauce or mayo that just someone poured on top of the ketchup. You know, that's what it kind of... As they finish up, Makoto starts to say that he loves her, but Setsuna stops him, telling him she'll treasure this moment forever. But he needs to forget about it because she's moving away to Paris. She tells him that Sekai has been waiting for him to come for her, and that she still loves him. Setsuna asks Makoto to protect Sekai for her, and he says yes. The two then kiss again as Setsuna asks him to give her one more thing to remember as episode 4 comes to a close. And before I move on, can we just talk about how backwards Setsuna's logic is? I mean, she does this kind of thing multiple times in the game, but she basically hides the fact that she's in love with Makoto from Sekai the entire time. Setsuna literally pushes both Sekai and Makoto to be there for each other, to start dating each other, whatever the fuck, which is fine. She's a supportive friend, but then she'll turn around and tell Sekai that she's gonna confess to Makoto when Sekai is extremely depressed because of this same dude. Literally f him in the classroom, then tell him to go date her best friend because she needs him. I mean, yeah, sure, she's moving away, whatever, but still, I mean, I don't know. Maybe some best friends are okay with going behind each other's backs and having sex with the person their best friend is in love with, but to me, this all just feels so stupid. Episode 5 begins at the airport as we watch Makoto and Hikari see Setsuna off as her plane leaves Japan. Makoto says he's aware Hikari hates him because he's the cause of Sekai's depression. He also tells Hikari that he knows she likes Taisuke and uses this as blackmail to force her into a plan that he came up with. Sekai skips school again, depressed that Setsuna has left. Hikari stops by with some roll cake and a 2 talk. Sekai mentions going back to school the next day as Hikari brings up a certain topic of discussion. The next morning, Makoto asks Hikari how things went. His plan was to have Hikari tell Sekai that she likes Taisuke and needed her help hooking them up with each other. This would result in Sekai coming back to school and Hikari getting a date with the guy she likes. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, am I right? Makoto thanks Hikari and she responds, it's kind of weird that he's thanking someone he's literally blackmailed into cooperating with them.
It's not blackmail, it's cooperation.
Oh, Jesus Christ. This dude is absolutely unbelievable. In the classroom, Taisuke tells Makoto about the 4 tickets his sister gave him to Aqua Square, the water park or pool or something like that we saw in the other playthrough. Taisuke asks Makoto to find 2 girls that they can go with. Later, Sekai comes back to the classroom and her friends are happy to see her again. She and Makoto talk and catch up. He tells her that he did something a little indecent to Kotonoha and is now hated by her. Sekai asks if he's free, and if he is, they should go out somewhere. The two then end up planning the water park day. Sekai and Hikari will go with Makoto and Taisuke Taisuke and they'll nudge Taisuke to spend some alone time with Hikari. Meanwhile, Taisuke, as usual, decides to ruin literally everything when he bumps into Kotonoha at the cafeteria and invites her to Aqua Square, telling her Sekai and Makoto are also going in order to entice her. Kotonoha, knowing Makoto is also going, accepts this offer. After school, Taisuke tells Makoto that his request from earlier has been handled, as he himself invited someone. As Taisuke leaves, Sekai and Hikari ask Makoto what's up, and he tells them nothing's wrong. But later that night, Makoto calls Sekai and asks her what they should do, and Sekai responds that she has a plan. All Makoto has to do is to get Taisuke and Hikari to spend some alone time together. The next day, we find out that Sekai's plan was to just not go to the water park. I've got a great plan. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh, thank you, Sekai, for sacrificing yourself so valiantly and making yourself more upset. It's like God himself is coming down and being like, hey, let me give you a chance to date the guy you love so much that you're so depressed about. Let me give you a chance to make you happy. And she actively is always like, no, I'm a hero. I'm gonna sacrifice myself so that he can be happy with this other girl that he definitely loves more. Makoto arrives late because of family stuff. Hikari gets worried because Sekai isn't here and Kotonoha is giving Taisuke a kind look or some shit. As they go in, Makoto says he needs to talk to Kotonoha alone and that Taisuke and Hikari should go hang out without them first. Makoto and Kotonoha talk. She says she was anxious and thought he was avoiding her, then starts asking him if he wants to do indecent things to her, hypothetically, if she wanted him to touch her. Makoto responds, I don't know, maybe I would. And Kotonoha says, yes, I thought so. After they leave Aqua Square, Hikari is very happy she got to spend a lot of time with Taisuke and thanks Makoto before leaving. On a train home, Makoto falls asleep as Kotonoha smiles next to him. The next day in class, Sekai asks if Makoto is free during lunch. It turns out Kotonoha came by and asked if they wanted to have lunch with Hikari and Taisuke as a group. However, Hikari and Taisuke are suddenly getting along super well, so they decide to leave the two alone, meaning that lunch would just be with Makoto, Kotonoha, and Sekai. As they head to the rooftop, though, Kotonoha is called to collect some papers for the student council, so the other two go up without her. On the rooftop, Sekai and Makoto say to wait to eat until Kotonoha gets here. Makoto says he's tired, and Sekai offers her lap for him to lay his head on. Makoto falls asleep on her lap, saying being around her always helps him relax. Sekai, looking like she's about to cry, kisses him on his lips as he falls asleep. Kotonoha witnesses this from the rooftop door and crumbles to the ground as episode 5 comes to a close. Episode 6 begins with the clash of the titans. Kotonoha confronts Sekai, saying she saw her kiss Makoto on the rooftop. Sekai says she doesn't want to lie to herself anymore and wants to be more upfront about her feelings. Kotonoha asks if Sekai was trying to steal him away while the two were fighting, but Sekai responds, no, it's because I love him. I've always loved him. She only held back because Makoto loved Kotonoha. Once again, Sekai making decisions for everyone else, but this is nothing new. Makoto told me that he loves me too, and yet I lied to myself, telling myself I was doing it for you and for him. Oh, what a hero. Thank you, Sekai. You're so valiantly self-sacrificial and caring of other people, right? That's what you want to believe. But what you're doing was stupid. She says she's not gonna just give up anymore, which seems to upset Kotonoha greatly. I'm not gonna run away anymore. Stop it! Oh my gosh, she just went for it. Oh my gosh, she slapped Sekai. The next morning at the station, Kotonoha is very touchy with Makoto, embracing him immediately after seeing him. Ooh, ah, huh? Wow, she's really going at it. You're warm. Where did she go? Where did she go? Did the game just glitch on me? She just disappeared into the fucking abyss. It looked like his armpit just sucked her up. Kotonoha asks him if he could keep her company after class, and he says yes. During lunch, Sekai avoids all conversations about Kotonoha and asks Makoto to go out with her. The two end up going to Pure Burger and talking about who gives a shit. After class, Taisuke tells Makoto that Kotonoha is waiting for him outside. As Makoto's about to head out, Sekai yells, "You can't!" Makoto decides to stay with Sekai, which makes her very happy. Later at the station, the two share a kiss, with Sekai telling him that she's happy he chose her. Makoto gets home at night and sees Kotonoha waiting outside of his door. I've come over. Oh, no. I don't like where this is going. I am very worried about what's about to happen. She says she got his address from Taisuke and asks if she can come in, and Makoto reluctantly agrees. Inside, they drink tea while they reminisce on the happier days of the three eating lunch together on the rooftop. Kotonoha says that Makoto has been running away from her because she refused to let him do what he wanted to her, which sounds really backwards, but again, this is school days. That's why she's back to take him back now. Kotonoha asks if he's done anything intimate with Sekai, to which he says no. Kotonoha says she'll forgive him then, revealing she knows all about what happened in Sekai's feelings. She says she won't refuse him any longer and begins to take her clothes off, forces her chest onto him, and things start getting kinda intimate even though Makoto is clearly hesitating and not really into it. I'll do anything for you. Anything you want. Oh gosh. Touch me. Oh my gosh. Oh, they're really going for it. Okay. I can feel your hand. No, you mustn't hesitate now. Oh my god. He's just... Hee. Can you feel it? Just look at how excited I am. Oh my god, what is happening? You're free to do whatever you like with me. Kotonoha. Makoto-kun. It seems that my... Oh! Oh my god. No, stop. So now she's kind of forcing herself onto him, which is also kind of insane. But she's really going at it. She's like, I want you to fucking do shit to me. And Makoto's like, okay. She's really forcing herself on him. This is kind of uncomfortable. Oh, okay. Well, he's really going for it now. Okay, never mind. He's going for it. He took the bait. She's like, you're just like a baby. Oh, she took a picture of him. She took a picture of him. What? She took a picture of him while he was... Oh my god. What is she doing? She's gone crazy. And yeah, so you heard that right. Kotonoha forced herself onto Makoto, and as he reluctantly starts doing stuff with her, she literally snaps a photo of him mid-action. Like, what the hell is going on? She has completely lost it, brother. Makoto stops doing stuff with her and says sorry because he's been hurting her. Kotonoha begs him to stop saying sorry, and she'll do anything for him as long as he forgets about Sekai and pays attention only to herself. Makoto says he loves Sekai, and so he can't continue doing anything with Kotonoha. Kotonoha then says she's gonna persuade Sekai, accusing her of seducing Makoto, and as a result, he's just not thinking clearly. Kotonoha makes Makoto promise if Sekai gives up on him, then he'll go out with Kotonoha, and he reluctantly agrees. The next day, Sekai and Kotonoha have quite possibly one of the most toxic arguments I've ever witnessed anyone have. Kotonoha says that Makoto loves her, and Sekai should stay away from him, saying, you seem to think he loves you, but I think you misunderstand. She then asks how intimate Sekai's gotten with Makoto, but before Sekai can answer, she says, the furthest you've gone is kissing behind my back, right? Sekai then throws it back in her face, yelling, you're the one that ended up hurting him because you didn't even want him to touch you. I mean, if that's not victim blaming, then I have no idea what is, okay? Look, Kotonoha by this point has proven that she's not just a victim, and she's done some really fucked things, yeah. But before this chapter, it's not like she did anything outright wrong. She was kind of being dragged along for this nightmare of a ride until now, so I think you can blame Kotonoha for forcing herself onto him and taking a picture of it without consent. Yes, but you can't really blame her for having trouble with intimacy before, while Makoto would constantly try to make unwanted moves on her. I just think it's a bit insane for Sekai to say this to her. But then Kotonoha decides to also up her toxic argument game as she tells Sekai that Makoto's lips have been everywhere on her body, then pulls up the picture she took of him as proof of this. Sekai can't believe it, but Kotonoha tells her that Makoto was saying how much he loves to do things to Kotonoha. She then tells Sekai to not approach Makoto anymore. I'm sorry, I'm really having a tough time trying to process, like, what am I witnessing right now, guys? What am I witnessing? This is the second playthrough of this crazy, insane fucking game. Oh. Later that day, we find out that Sekai left class early. Hikari tells Makoto he should visit her if he's so worried, and says she acknowledges the two as a couple now. Makoto thanks her as Hikari and Taisuke leave together. On the train, Makoto confronts Kotonoha about why Sekai left so early. Kotonoha says, it must have really been a shock to her. I told her all about the deep bond between us. At first, she didn't believe me, but in the end, she came to understand. Oh my gosh, I think Kotonoha is like the last boss now. What the fuck is going on? I'm sorry. This is insane. Makoto threatens that if she doesn't answer honestly about what she told Sekai, he won't follow through with his promise either. Sekai wouldn't just give up like that. Kotonoha says, all I did was tell her about what we did yesterday. She pulls up the picture and tells Makoto that Sekai turned pale once she saw the photo, but they reached an understanding, quote unquote. Oh my god, guys. I still have the photos. Oh my god. You licked my and buried your face in my breast. No! You kind of forced yourself onto him, no? Kotonoha says, your girlfriend is me. Once I hurt you because I was too afraid to let you do these things with me because I couldn't satisfy you as your lover. But now, there's nothing for you to worry about. You don't need to look at Sekai anymore. She then takes his arm and gets close to him, saying she'll do anything for him, but doesn't want any other girls getting close and messing around with him. It's a good thing no one knows that Makoto literally hooked up with Setsuna before she left, because I genuinely think that Kotonoha would first kill Makoto, then fly to France and actually hurt Setsuna. I deadass believe it. Kotonoha says she knows he cares about Sekai, but she loves him even more than Sekai does. She can do more for him than Sekai can and wants him to do all sorts of things for her too. She asks if she can go to his house tonight as she just wants to do things with him ASAP. Makoto agrees as he begins to reciprocate this feeling. Is it lust or is it love? Makoto monologues that he couldn't help but feel that little by little, the way they feel comes from their bodies joining together. He wonders if this is what love is, as the playthrough comes to a close. Here's how I felt watching this ending. Red flag is an understatement, guys. I'm impressed at how she managed to like go from like the bottom of my guilty scale, like because there's a scale of how each character is a nasty person, guilty, all this terrible shit they do. Kotonoha just went from like bottom to like up to like top tier. This is fucking crazy. There's so many lines she's crossing. Like consent doesn't even exist in this world anymore, dude. How are we only 2 playthroughs in and already in such a deep pit of hell? Consent as a concept has literally turned into mythology. I don't even know where to begin talking about or trying to dissect all of this because this entire thing has been such a mess. Jesus Christ, man. Anyways, let's move on to Kotonoha ending number 3 with Kotonoha. So this is when we start to really see a lot of repetition with the stuff that happens in the earlier episodes, so I'll just very quickly run through the earlier parts so it doesn't get confusing. Episode 2 begins with Makoto inviting Sekai to rooftop lunch. Makoto barely talks to Kotonoha. Sekai notices, and she makes him apologize. He causes a crazy misunderstanding. Sekai's tired because she was listening to the radio all night, and she asks if she can sleep on the rooftop while waiting for Kotonoha, but this time, Makoto tells her that she can't. Sekai then does an absolutely incredible impression of Kotonoha.
That's not true. She might even say, "Thy slumber art most wonderful to behold. Verily, I do grant thee a bounty."
Like hell she would, you idiot.
Oh, but I feel so sleepy.
Why she turn into Shakespeare? Sekai then leaves the rooftop and goes back to class to get her beauty sleep. Except the game seems to have exploded or something, because in the next scene, Kotonoha still tells Sekai that she saw her fall asleep on Makoto's shoulder on the rooftop, even though Sekai literally left the rooftop before. So yeah, this game can have some inconsistencies, clearly. Anyways, all the misunderstandings are cleared up. Kotonoha and Makoto start calling each other on a first name basis. Sekai gives them discount movie coupons. They watch a movie. Makoto tries to kiss Kotonoha on the train but gets slapped. Kotonoha curves him until Sekai confronts her about understanding Makoto's feelings and whatnot, and we reach the Kotonoha kiss path of episode 2. Moving on to episode 3, Kotonoha and Makoto go on another movie date, and they actually hold hands this time. Kotonoha invites Makoto to her house, and on the rooftop, he starts pushing the boundaries again by hugging her and making her uncomfortable again. On the train, Makoto's hand ends up on Kotonoha's chest again through some divine intervention type of bending the rules of physics, and although we don't see it in this playthrough, it seems as though Makoto apparently decided to grip her for a bit, because in the scene right after this, we watch as Makoto reminisces on what happened on the train. Why? Why? Did he really fondle her there? Oh my god, he's remembering it, and now he's getting all hot and steamy, I guess. That's gross. Okay, so Makoto's literally f***ing it. This is just so absurd, man. How realistic is it? Like physics-wise, right? For your hand to really reach over that way and like end up on her chest because the train crashed a little bit. I think it's a little bit absurd. I'm pretty sure this is a new clip that we haven't seen yet, and it's really fucking unnecessary, but I just wanted y'all to experience the same uncomfortableness that I had to go through myself. Meanwhile, Kotonoha is in the bath, bothered about being touched by Makoto. Kotonoha is just like, he touched me. It was awful. Oh, she did not like it. But, or did she? Boys want to touch. Oh, no. Don't they? Oh, Jesus Christ. Now she's starting to herself. And then she's like, what am I doing? And she just caught herself being, indecent, I guess. And this is yet another very uncomfortable scene that was so fucking necessary. Oh my god, my brain is about to break. Anyways, on the train, Kotonoha becomes very jumpy when Makoto touches her by accident. Hikari sees this and tells Sekai about the situation. Sekai offers herself as practice, but Makoto tells her it's not right. And Makoto tells Kotonoha they shouldn't see each other for a while, and then episode 3 ends. So yeah, I mean, mostly the same, but some new stuff. In episode 4, the events are the same as the first playthrough I explained, with Taisuke dragging Makoto to talk to Kotonoha, Makoto going around the fair with Otome, and then he goes back to Kotonoha, the faded condom confession that leads to them clapping cheeks in the disgusting ass break room. Afterwards, Makoto, Taisuke, Kotonoha, and Sekai all go to Aqua Square together. Makoto and Sekai talk on the side, and they start making out. People witness this, and Kotonoha hears the rumors and realizes that Makoto kissed someone else, but she doesn't know who. In class, Taisuke and Sekai reveal to Makoto that they've officially started dating. However, instead of congratulating them like he did in the earlier playthrough, Makoto tells Taisuke to his face that they don't fit each other as a couple. I say you don't suit each other. Got him. Later, Taisuke notices that Makoto seems to be in a bad mood and invites him to eat lunch, but Makoto rejects his offer. On a rooftop, Makoto and Kotonoha talk about the pool until Makoto suddenly throws a huge curveball at Kotonoha and to us, the player. He begins to apologize, saying how he can't keep silent about how he really feels anymore and that there's another person that he truly loves. How I really feel, and the person that I really love. Oh my god, is he being honest in this playthrough? Holy shit he's capable of that. Without telling Kotonoha anything else, Makoto runs to Taisuke and Sekai and confesses that he loves Sekai more than anyone else, and Sekai responds with a smile as episode 4 comes to a close. I mean, confessing his feelings to someone in front of the person they're dating is pretty ballsy. I won't even lie, but at the same time, it's Taisuke, so like, if anything, I'd say anyone is safer the further away from him they get. Episode 5 begins at Makoto's apartment. He gets a call from Taisuke about what just happened. Makoto apologizes to Taisuke, who responds that it was obvious that Sekai wasn't interested in him and would always be looking towards Makoto instead. Even when we were going out, she always had her mind on something else and she'd always be looking at you. Wow, that sounds like a miserable relationship to be in for both sides. What if you just, I don't know, didn't fucking date? Makoto ignores a call from, I think, Kotonoha, as Taisuke asks Makoto to introduce him to a girl. Anyhow, from now on, I'll just be sticking with my sister. Makoto brings up Hikari. Taisuke doesn't seem to really notice her all that much, but Makoto says he should just ask her out. Makoto then sends a text to Kotonoha to end their relationship, and he says to himself, I wish she'd hate me instead of hating Sekai. I've done more than enough to deserve it. Which is a very, very rare moment of Makoto actually saying something that I don't completely disagree with. The next day in school, Sekai and Makoto are surrounded by their friends who all tease them about their relationship. You know, like, oh, Sekai, you and your new hubby must be so happy. In another classroom, Otome and the bitches with a Z talk about how Otome was also at Aqua Square with her family on the day that Makoto and the others went, and Kotonoha overhears this. As Sekai and Makoto eat lunch in their classroom, Otome approaches Makoto and starts talking to him and tells him that she was also at Aqua Square on the same day. The two of them reminisce about their past and how they studied for the entrance exams for their school together. Sekai, however, looks at him clearly bothered by this, so Otome says, I think I'll go over there, and leaves with a bit of embarrassment and shame. Sekai asks Makoto who that was, clearly jealous. When Makoto explains that she was just a close friend from junior high, her immediate response is, oh, so you guys were dating, huh?
She was just your girlfriend.
Huh?
You studied together and went out together with her family, right?
Are you misunderstanding something here? Kato isn't my girlfriend.
So her name's Kato-san.
It's not like that with her. She's more like a close friend.
I'll bet.
Hey,
You seem to be pretty close to her little sister, too.
God, Sekai, you gotta calm the fucking jealousy down. Okay, this is kind of pissing me off. How is this not the biggest red flag ever? The possessiveness that she's exhibiting from this is insane. What the hell, girl? Calm the down. They were just talking. I thought Kotonoha wasn't ready for a relationship, but Sekai, oh girl, you also need therapy before a relationship. On God, dog. Sekai continues to spiral into more paranoia as Makoto tries to tell her that they literally are just friends. And for the first time and possibly the last time in this video, I have to say that Makoto is actually not in the wrong when it comes to this, as he doesn't even seem to see Otome in a romantic way whatsoever, and they clearly were just having a conversation catching up about their past. Also, just wanted to mention that by this point, Sekai and Makoto have been dating for 2 days. Wow, what a healthy relationship with a very solid foundation. This happy relationship is going to last for the rest of their lives. Meanwhile, Otome gets teased by her friends back in class about her absolutely tragic and embarrassing rejection. Let's be so for real though, if these girls were put into a zombie apocalypse, you know they'd all be very quick to use each other as bait for their own survival. Anyway, they wonder if Makoto is dating Sekai. Makoto and Sekai have a conversation that's so absurd to me that I'd rather just play it for you than explain it to you. It's all a misunderstanding. Don't be mad.
I'm not mad.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
In that case, forget it.
Makoto, are you mad?
No,
Yes, you are.
I just said forget it.
That's not fair. You're mad.
Oh my God. This is exhausting. It's like ping pong. It's just not going anywhere. It's the same conversation switched around. So Sekai is like, oh, I'm not mad. And then she's now like, oh, are you mad? Oh, I'm sorry. Like, they're supposed to be dating, I guess, or they confess to each other. This is a horrendous start. Even if they do end up going together, it's not going to last a while, because look at this. These are two people who are incapable of any honest communication with each other. How the fuck do you think you're going to survive a relationship longer than like a week? Once again, the least toxic, most healthy relationship in the entire universe. Anyways, the two plan to go out to eat until Kotonoha stops them at the front of the school. She asks to talk to Sekai alone, so Makoto goes on ahead, telling Sekai to call him after their conversation. Sekai actually acknowledges her own fault in this situation, saying she's the one who set up Kotonoha with him in the first place, so she has to finish this. What? Sekai actually acknowledged that she made dumb choices? What? On the rooftop, Kotonoha tells Sekai that she was dumped by Makoto. Apparently, Makoto had texted her, sorry, but there was someone I loved long before you. Brother still gotta be speaking in riddles and literally trying to never be fully honest about anything ever. I mean, I guess it's pretty obvious to literally anyone else that this other person would be Sekai, but Kotonoha actually has no idea who he's talking about. Kotonoha says this bothered her so much that she couldn't sleep as she stayed up wondering who this other person was. Sekai is about to actually fess up and tell Kotonoha the truth until... just watch this.
Well, actually, that person is I was thinking of killing her and then myself.
What? What? Hello? Hold on. Give me 1 second. Oh my god. She brought a fucking knife? Just fucking insane. Is it fucked up that she was dragged into the situation and played around with? 100%. But really? Bringing a knife to school? Girl, see, this is what I mean when I'm like, she needs like lots of therapy before dating anybody, you know? Oh my god, who goes to that conclusion, dude? So yeah, about what I was saying before about Kotonoha desperately needing therapy before a boyfriend, I mean, come on. This is literally just proof right here. Sekai tells Kotonoha to not be hasty because lots of good things can happen if she keeps living, which is very true. Kotonoha suspects that Otome is the girl that Makoto was talking about, since she was someone that Makoto knew before anyone else in that school. Kotonoha also reveals to Sekai that Otome was also at Aqua Square when they went, and also knows that Makoto kissed someone else there, but when she got back to Makoto, no one else was there. She believes that the person who kissed Makoto was Otome. Sekai, somehow not realizing that she herself was that supposed stranger who kissed Makoto at Aqua Square, actually starts believing what Kotonoha says. I mean, like, where do I even begin with this entire thing? Kotonoha, who at this point should never try to become a private investigator or detective of any kind because she's doing the literal opposite of cooking, also tells Sekai that Otome is confirmed to have liked Makoto since junior high. All of this somehow connects in Sekai's head too, and the two are now at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, Makoto never gets a call from Sekai, so he ends up calling Otome instead. The two end up talking until very late on the phone, talking about their past and wanting to see their old friends from junior high again. The next day, Makoto is visibly tired. Sekai asks him about it, and he responds that she didn't call. However, he also tells her that he was on the phone with Otome the entire night, a fact that deeply upsets Sekai. During PE class, Kotonoha tells Sekai that she overheard Otome saying how she stayed up all night doing this and that with Makoto, and suspects the two are in a quote-unquote indecent relationship. Sekai explains that it was just a phone call, and Kotonoha says she wants to try harder so she won't lose to Otome. Sekai says, "That sounds good," accidentally giving her approval to Kotonoha, but I'm pretty sure Sekai is just half conscious and has no idea what anyone is even saying anymore, including herself. Sekai is introduced to Otome through Nanami, and the two share an awkward conversation until Sekai goes back to Kotonoha, and the two continue to spiral together into believing that Makoto and Otome are in this very secret relationship with each other. In the classroom, Sekai is very clearly upset at Makoto, who asks why Sekai is asking about Otome. Sekai asks how he knows about this, and Makoto responds that Otome herself had told him. At this point, Sekai has a very public breakdown.
I knew it. You and Kato-san are...
Not this again. Just cut it out, okay?
You love her, don't you?
Hey.
I know all about it. About how you kissed at the pool and spent all night flirting on the phone. You're cheating on me.
Oh my god, they're all stupid as fuck. They have all lost the plot. For once, I was like, is Sekai gonna be a little more rational in this playthrough? No, they have all lost their minds. How is Makoto the one that's being most rational here? I don't want to say that because he's not.
You're cheating on me.
Hey, you've got it on wrong. I haven't done any of that.
You just keep lying. I know all about it.
You say you know about it? Seriously, you're mistaken. I don't know who's been spreading these rumors, but...
There you go again, thinking you can fool me by playing dumb. That's not fair, Makoto.
Oh my god. Hey, listen, that's why you won't even kiss me. I've kissed you before, haven't I?
All you've ever done is kiss me back.
I don't know what to tell you. I'll do it later then.
But you won't. If you really want to, then do it right here, right now.
There's no way I could do it right now. Just look around you. Everyone's looking at us.
Even though you've already had sex with Katsura-san.
She just yells that in class, dude. With everyone still there. That's so awkward. Yo, Sekai's lost it too. I thought she was... No, she's lost it, man. They have both lost the plot. They are both just running on like 2 brain cells, dude.
I bet you've done it with Kato-san too. Why is it that I'm the only one you don't do anything with?
Well, I mean, we've only been going out for 2 days. Yes.
You don't love me. You don't find someone like me attractive.
Oh my god, Sekai. Sekai, calm down. Let's talk over there, okay?
Don't touch me.
Oh, he got slapped.
You cheater. I hate you.
After this very public outburst, rumors begin to spread. People now believe that Makoto is cheating on Otome and is an evil playboy, stringing along Sekai and Kotonoha. Makoto thought that he loved Sekai and wanted to be with her, and yet somehow things ended up like this. And while Makoto has been a sleazebag this entire playthrough and the entire game, somehow the only time he actually doesn't cheat is the one time where everything seems to spiral out of control. How ironic. Makoto asks Sekai if they can talk about these things on the roof, and she agrees. Overhearing this, Hikari and Setsuna also decide to go. Otome and Nanami talk. Otome wonders why people are talking about her, and Nanami explains the situation. Nanami, realizing that Otome likes Makoto, says that as Sekai's friend, if Sekai is rejected by Makoto, she wishes Otome good luck and that the two would make a nice couple or something, which is only adding fuel to the fire at this point. On the rooftop, Makoto talks to Kotonoha and Sekai. Makoto says that they're just accusing him of crazy shit, but Sekai says that she has evidence and reveals that the source is Kotonoha, who quote-unquote investigated this other mystery girl that Makoto dumped her for.
So she investigated, and it was Kato-san.
Oh, these two are sharing the same brain cell right now. They actually have one brain cell together, and it's really not working rationally, dude. The two both reveal they think it's Otome, and Makoto is surprised, saying, "Didn't I tell her that I was going out with you, Sekai?" Sekai says that he didn't, and Makoto says, "Well, she knows now, right? That I'm going out with you." Sekai responds,
Maybe she would if you really were.
She says Makoto looks so happy when he talks about Otome, but he only frowns when he talks to Sekai. To which Makoto retorts that it's because she's just been accusing him of insane shit. Sekai then drops a line so insane that it's an actual miracle these two haven't even lasted as a couple for even 2 days.
It's not like I want to, but it's your fault
For making me feel this way. Oh. That's... Ooh. It's your fault that I feel this way. Ooh, the gaslighting is kind of crazy right now. Surprisingly, Makoto isn't the biggest villain of this playthrough. What? Gaslighting? What's that? Anyways, Kotonoha then confesses her feelings, saying no matter who he loves, she just can't forget about him, and asks him to go out with her again. Makoto then tells them that he doesn't know how he feels anymore, and he's not going to go out with anyone at the moment, as he needs to calm down and think things through as episode 5 comes to a close. Episode 6 starts with Sekai believing that Makoto hates her now, although Setsuna continues to tell her this isn't true. Kotonoha in her bath says she has to give Makoto her support because she is his girlfriend. Otome also thinks about him, but who gives a fuck? The next day, Sekai didn't come to school again. Setsuna asks Makoto to visit her after school, and he obliges. Otome learns about the events that took place on a rooftop. Since Makoto left without choosing either, Otome's friends convince her that she now has a chance with him. Taisuke invites Makoto out to lunch, but as they're leaving, it turns out that this dumbass forgot he asked Hikari to make lunch for him, and it turns out the two are actually dating now. Taisuke had asked Hikari out as a joke after Makoto mentioned it to him. Anyways, he tells the two should go eat together, and he heads to the cafeteria. At the cafeteria, Makoto is approached by Otome, and the two talk about the situation. He apologizes for involving her and asks her why people think they're even dating. He says, "We're not like that, are we? I'm so tired of being pushed around by jealousy and everything else." Otome then decides to confess to him right then and there.
I love you, Ito.
Oh my god.
I don't think Sayonji-san and Katsura were wrong.
Oh my god. Kato.
Ever since junior high, I've been in love with you. Katsura knew that, so she...
This is probably the worst time to confess to him. I'm gonna be honest with you. You're kidding, right?
I tried to show it indirectly, but you didn't notice at all, and I was okay with that. It was better than making you uncomfortable, driving us apart. I was just happy just being close friends with you. That's why.
Kato. That's enough. Oh, I'm in no position to be hearing something like that right now. You know what? Fair. However, Makoto completely shuts her down, telling her that he's in no position to be hearing something like that now. And I'm sorry, I know I'm such a petty bitch, but watching Otome constantly get curved and shut down by Makoto gives me a level of joy that probably isn't healthy. But hey, she kind of sucks, so whatever. In PE class, Otome's confession to Makoto spreads like wildfire, as the girls wonder what makes Makoto so special, and I also wonder about that too. They suspect if it's because he's quote-unquote good and bad or some shit, which what is this garbage? As Makoto is about to leave school and visit Sekai, Kotonoha stops him. Makoto says he has something to take care of, and she asks if she can accompany him. Makoto hides the truth of where he's going as the two take the train. Kotonoha then invites Makoto to her house, but Makoto rejects this, telling her that his sister is coming over tonight. And although initially this was a lie, somehow Makoto actually manifested this, because once he gets home, he sees his younger sister Itaru in front of his apartment. Makoto decides to let Itaru stay for the night, and he cooks her dinner and takes care of her. Oh, she looks like him. I don't want to go home. I hate that. Oh, that's sad. I see. Okay, since you're such a good girl, I'm gonna make you some hamburger steak. Yay! Hamburger, Onicha's. I mean, this is kind of sweet, right? And I do want to say that Itaru is honestly adorable, and I literally begged the entire time for the game to please protect her. Please don't do anything terrible to her, because Jesus Christ, if the game did anything unsavory to the children, I think I would actually lose my faith in humanity. Unfortunately, my faith in humanity did get lowered when they showed the two taking a bath together, meaning, well, they showed Itaru without any clothing on. While it isn't anything outright egregious, it's just completely unnecessary, and it still pisses me off. Like, this entire scene could have played out without showing a young child without any clothing on. I don't really give a shit what the reasoning behind it. You just don't draw kids like that. And the fact that I can't post it on YouTube already kind of shows, like, yeah, it's clearly not okay. Anyways, in the bath, Makoto explains to Itaru very simply the situation he's currently going through. And when he brings up Otome, Itaru tells him that she scares her and doesn't like her.
Yes, Itaru, preach it. We hate Otome.
The next morning, Otome bumps into Makoto at the station as Makoto has overslept. Otome says she wants to be more honest about her feelings now without hiding them. But when she asks Makoto if that bothers him, he says that it does. The two then share a very awkward train ride to school. In class the next day, Sekai is feeling better. It turns out that Makoto did visit her after school, but we just didn't see it in this playthrough. Sekai says that the most she can do right now is to keep trying her best like she always does. Makoto then wonders to himself how he truly feels and if he's being true to himself or not. Kotonoha arrives to the classroom and invites Makoto to eat lunch with her. Sekai then tells her not to barge in like that, and the clash of titans begins once again as the two argue with each other about how the other is selfish. Why don't you stop bothering Makoto-kun with your selfish decisions? You're the one who's deciding everything on your own. Is that so? Makoto, yeah? Which one of us will you have lunch with? Oh, I have to choose Kotonoha for this ending. This is crazy. In this playthrough, Makoto ends up choosing Kotonoha, which greatly shocks Sekai. The two then eat lunch on the rooftop, where Kotonoha basically comes up with weekend plans without giving Makoto any space to say no. She says she'll be over at his place after she changes. In the classroom, after finding out that Kotonoha is going to his place, Sekai invites Makoto over to her place and begs him not to go with Kotonoha. After school, she tells him that she'll be waiting for him and runs home. Makoto, Taisuke, and Hikari stay after class to clean up. Once finished, Taisuke and Hikari discuss how they're going to be having tea with their parents. Taisuke tells Makoto that although it's not his place to say much, Makoto should do what feels right to him. The two then leave as Makoto decides to finally settle this. On the train, Hikari asks what Taisuke talked to Makoto about. Taisuke explains the situation, how they all went to the pool together, but both girls were after Makoto and Taisuke himself ended up looking like an idiot. Taisuke tells Hikari that this was before they were dating, so Kotonoha doesn't mean anything to him anymore. Then Hikari brings up the topic of Kotonoha's body.
But she's so pretty and she's got an incredible body too.
Yeah, those breasts are incredible, aren't they? She really floored me at the pool. Why is he saying that? He's so stupid. Why would he say that? Why would you say that? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, I can't stop laughing. What is happening? I've been playing for too fucking long. Anyway, the two wonder how Makoto is doing afterwards, but trust that he'll choose whoever he truly loves. At the station, the two bump into Kotonoha, who tells them that she's going to Makoto's place. Hikari says Makoto is actually going to see Sekai, which shocks Kotonoha. Taisuke tells her that Makoto looked like he was really struggling to decide, and that if he really loved Kotonoha, then he'll come for sure. Then through some kind of God's miracle, or like, I don't know, the literal universe must have shifted or something, but Taisuke says the most sensible line of dialogue in this playthrough, asking Kotonoha to give up on Makoto if he doesn't come to her. He says, I want you to respect the decision that he's working so hard to reach. I mean, look, we'll never forget that Taisuke is a gross piece of shit ass predator, but he also does have a very good point in respecting the other person's wishes and leaving them alone if they want to be left alone, something Kotonoha seems to struggle with in this playthrough. But it is very ironic that Taisuke is saying this considering, well, he literally said assaults multiple girls in the game. But anyway, Kotonoha says she will respect it, and the couple departs as Taisuke hopes that Makoto chooses her. Kotonoha goes to Makoto's place and Makoto arrives, making her very happy. The credits begin to roll here, but the actual ending happens after the credits. We see that Kotonoha has spent the night at Makoto's and she is happy that he's finally become her real boyfriend. Kotonoha's phone keeps ringing as her family is worried about her, but Kotonoha doesn't want to answer. Makoto says that it's Kokoro on the phone and that they should pick up, but Kotonoha doesn't want them to start a video call and show their current situation. Anyways, Makoto ends up picking up the phone. I've really done it now. Wow! He accidentally picked up the fucking video call. Yeah, so he accidentally started the video call. Poor Kokoro, man. Imagine trying to call your sister multiple times and you're worried about her just to witness whatever ungodly sight that she had to witness. Anyways, that's the third ending that I experienced. But don't worry, guys. We're not slowing anything down. Let's move straight on to Kotonoha ending number 4, to Kotonoha. Now, this playthrough mostly went the same exact way as the last playthrough until the end of episode 5, when Makoto arrives to school very tired because he decided to call Otome until very late at night. Last playthrough, Makoto told Sekai honestly that he was calling Otome, but this time, Makoto keeps who he was calling so late a secret from Sekai. This causes Sekai to sneakily check Makoto's phone, and she finds out that he was calling Otome. They then have the rooftop conversation between Sekai, Kotonoha, and Makoto, as the two continue to accuse him of cheating on them with Otome. Instead of picking nobody, however, Makoto actually confesses that Sekai is the person he loves, and he goes in to hug her. He admits that she was the one he kissed at the pool, and wants her to trust him as episode 5 ends. Episode 6 begins with Kotonoha being in disbelief that Makoto chose Sekai. It's like her brain is physically incapable of understanding this choice that Makoto made. At school, Sekai gets a text from Kotonoha asking to talk in the courtyard, and we witness yet another clash of the titans. Kotonoha tells Sekai to stop seducing Makoto, and that he's actually in love with Kotonoha herself. He just made a mistake and told you that he loves you, she says. At this point, Kotonoha is literally incapable of believing anything but she herself is Makoto's true boyfriend, despite, well, everything else that's transpired so far. Sekai retorts that she's going to be honest about her feelings and that she's always been in love with Makoto. But I thought that he loved you, so I tried to set him up with you. I caused him so much trouble. You also caused Kotonoha a ton of trouble too. Why are you not taking responsibility for that? Because if you didn't meddle, she wouldn't be in this situation in the first place. She would just be the stranger on the train. These people take like half accountability every time. It's like never like, oh, I'm sorry, I with everyone else's feelings. It's just, no, it's just always about Makoto. It's about Makoto. Oh, it's always about Makoto. To my surprise though, Sekai actually apologizes to Kotonoha. I did something really terrible to you, and I don't expect you to forgive me no matter what I say, but still, I'm sorry. There you go. That's the accountability I was fucking waiting for. Jesus Christ. It's a little too late, but you know. Sekai tells Kotonoha to give up on Makoto, which causes Kotonoha to slap her in the face. Kotonoha visits Makoto's apartment at night. Makoto is on the phone with Sekai, but ends the call as his mother gets home. His mom then tells him a girl is at the door, and he talks to Kotonoha, who apologizes for coming so late without notice. This is, I have to choose. I'm glad you did. Oh my god, dude. I'm glad you did. This fucking dude. I can't believe this is a choice to fully confess to Sekai, to fully start dating. And then literally the moment Kotonoha comes crawling to the door, you're like, oh, I'm glad you came here. Makoto offers to walk Kotonoha home. As they walk, Kotonoha says she used to be in practice all the time for various activities while in junior high, so she never really went out much. She was also very unsociable back then. She stopped doing all of her lessons since her mother promised that she could if she got into their current academy. Makoto thinks it's a waste to quit all these things, but Kotonoha says she's glad she stopped since she was able to meet Makoto because of it. Makoto apologizes for how things ended up, but Kotonoha says that it's not ended yet. Makoto says it is over, but Kotonoha says they're just having a quarrel and she wants to make up with him. Even if it's slowly, she wouldn't mind starting over as friends or acquaintances and giving it another try. Makoto agrees and they become friends again. Well, okay, to Makoto, it's a friendship. Kotonoha is instead stuck deep in the sauce of believing that she is still Makoto's boyfriend, so there's that. The next morning, the two say hi on a train, but the conversation is hijacked by Nanami and Hikari, who basically take him away from Kotonoha. At school, Nanami lies to Makoto that a teacher wants to see him after school. Makoto suspects this is bullshit, but goes just in case. Meanwhile, Nanami and Hikari confront Kotonoha, telling her to leave Makoto alone. The two say Makoto is now dating Sekai, but Kotonoha keeps saying that she herself is his actual girlfriend. Nanami warns her to stay away from Makoto. In class, Sekai is very happy. Apparently, she and Makoto were talking about going to each other's apartments and whatnot. They also begin discussing Nanami and her boyfriend's relationship as well. Whenever I go to my boyfriend's place, there's less than a 1 in 5 chance it ends up in 6. So that's how these things work, huh? I don't think so. My boyfriend's just strange. Strange? Is it weird that... Oh, okay. Oh, oh no! We're all alone in his room, but instead of paying attention to me, he just plays games on his computer. Those anime ones. Why do I feel so directly called out right now? I'm not playing this game by choice. Okay, well, it is a choice, but it's a choice for my job, okay? I swear, guys, it's only because it's for work. I wouldn't play this in my leisure time, okay? So yeah, Nanami's boyfriend is apparently a gamer who pays more attention to his anime games than his actual girlfriend. I'm dead. Nanami then brings up Makoto and his potential behavior. Didn't he say before that he had a little sister? So what? So what? What is... I don't even want to know what you're thinking. Maybe he and his sister still takes baths together to this very day. They do. Yeah, he said that they do. I knew it. How indecent. Guys. Whoa, Itaru-chan's still little. Why are we... What? Oh, I see. Talk about boring. Nanami, what is wrong with you? What an absolutely sick fucking thought to have. But anyway, Makoto comes back to class upset at Nanami for lying about the teacher wanting to talk to him. Nanami offers him 2 meal tickets as compensation for lying and says that he and Sekai should go eat lunch together. At the cafeteria, Kotonoha witnesses him and Sekai eating lunch together while smiling. On the train, Kotonoha asks Makoto if they can eat lunch together the next day. Makoto says yes. At home, Kotonoha tries to cook lunch, but it seems to be an absolute disaster as we hear a lot of shit breaking, like a concerning amount of stuff breaking. Like, oh my God, one day she's gonna potentially burn the house down amount of stuff breaking. Okay, I'm over exaggerating a little bit, but her mother is brave for trusting Kotonoha in the kitchen by herself after hearing noises like that. The next day in class, our wonderful main characters learn about the quadratic function. Now we come to graphs of quadratic function. Ugh. Oh, I don't want to think about quadratic functions and coefficients. I haven't thought of those words in like 10 years. Oh, I'm old, guys. I'm old. Oh, AX2 plus B. Sorry, I'm gonna vomit thinking about the quadratic function. That thing looks like someone vomited it over the paper. Anyways, Kotonoha had told Makoto she brought a surprise for lunch, but Otome receives a text telling them to handle something. She and her gang of assholes trip Kotonoha and then kick the lunchbox, spilling it everywhere, and they tell her to clean it up. Nanami had apparently asked a bunch of the sports teams to gang up and bully Kotonoha to make her life a living hell since she won't leave Makoto alone. Makoto waits on the rooftop as Kotonoha arrives late and tells him that she dropped her lunchbox because she was too clumsy. She apologizes profusely despite Makoto saying it's fine, and he goes to the cafeteria to get them some food. At the cafeteria, Makoto overhears everything from Otome's stupid-ass friends who are talking very loudly about how they're bullying Kotonoha. They mention that Sekai is the one pulling the strings behind the scenes, which isn't true, but Makoto hears all of this, believes it, and gets very pissed off. Makoto goes back up on the roof, but lunch ends right afterwards. Kotonoha apologizes and Makoto hugs her, telling her they should have lunch again the next day and that he'll also bring lunch so they can trade. Kotonoha goes back to class and Otome bothers her to clean some extra crumbs on the ground, but Kotonoha is so happy she just agrees to this completely unbothered. Later, we witness the horror show that is Kotonoha trying to cook yet again. The next morning, Kotonoha and Makoto talk on the train. Nanami tries to interrupt them again, but Makoto tells her to leave them alone because he wants to talk to Kotonoha alone. In class, Sekai says good morning, but Makoto is clearly upset. He says he was wrong about her and calls Nanami over. He confronts them about Kotonoha, saying he'll get angry if they keep bothering her. He knows that they've been asking the girls from class 4 to pick on her. Sekai reacts with genuine shock as she had no idea about any of this. Don't talk to me anymore. I don't even want to speak to you. Oh my God. But whenever you try, I'm gonna protect Kotonoha with everything I've got. Oh, he walks away. Yo, Nanami, you might have ruined your homie's relationship, Nanami. Makoto says he's gonna try to protect Kotonoha with everything he has and walks away as Sekai stands there in complete shock. Nanami apologizes to Sekai. In class 4, the bullies all surround Kotonoha and harass her, even attempting to hit her. You're the one who needs to stop. Oh. Oh, wait, Makoto comes in with the rescue. Whoa, what? Wait. This is not a twist I was expecting. Makoto actually standing up for something? Yo. Makoto confronts them as they tell him it's none of his business. He tells him it is his business because he's her boyfriend. He's not gonna let someone hit his girlfriend. He tells Otome to tell the other sports clubs to stop bothering Kotonoha, and she reluctantly agrees. He then tells the rest of them to leave Kotonoha alone from now on too, as they leave to go eat lunch. In the hallway, Makoto Makoto says it was kind of scary, but Kotonoha says he was wonderful. They also officially established their relationship again as boyfriend and girlfriend. Nanami and Sekai approach them, and Sekai apologizes, saying she didn't know about any of this. Nanami takes responsibility too and vouches that Sekai had no idea about any of it. Makoto, however, doesn't seem to believe this, getting ready to go all out and fight them. But Kotonoha says that it's okay and stops Makoto. Sekai begins to cry, apologizing profusely, but Makoto leaves and walks past her. Kotonoha pauses and watches Sekai for a moment, then walks away too. On the rooftop, Makoto tries Kotonoha's food, and apparently it tastes like shit because she mixed up the salt and sugar, which is quite impressive, I won't lie. He then pokes fun at her, saying, maybe I should thank the girls from class 4, which seems a little bit insensitive to say that after she got bullied by them pretty badly, but whatever. He then lets her try one of his food, and she says it's delicious and feels bad about her own cooking. However, Makoto says it's fine. She just has to keep practicing and she'll improve. Kotonoha realizes that they just indirectly kissed while eating the food and blushes. As Makoto says, we're dating. You can't be blushing at a mere indirect kiss. We then see them kiss each other on the lips as the screen zooms down to their lunchboxes, and this playthrough comes to an end. I mean, it's pretty interesting to see that more I play this game, the more we see the characters act in different and unexpected ways. Makoto actually standing up for Kotonoha and telling the bullies to fuck off was definitely an unexpected plot twist. Unfortunately, this doesn't really redeem his stupid ass because he does too many horrible things in this game in other playthroughs. I think Sekai got the brunt of it this playthrough because she truly got screwed over by Nanami and everybody else around them. And while I think that Kotonoha is, again, on the same totem pole of horrendous human beings as everyone else, it also doesn't really mean that I enjoy watching her get relentlessly bullied and harassed by everyone around her. Admittedly, as someone who has been bullied in the past, it honestly kind of pissed me the fuck off to watch a lot of these scenes. I just don't understand the enjoyment anyone would get out of watching stuff like this, but that's something I can just say about the entire game too. Anyways, let's jump right into the next ending, which is Kotonoha ending number 5, After the Kiss. Once again, there's a lot of repetition as episode 2 ends on the Sekai confession path where Makoto finds her in a courtyard and tell her he loves her. They spend episode 3 trying to tell Kotonoha the truth about their relationship, but fail to do so until the end, where Kotonoha invites Makoto to see a movie and Sekai basically forces him to go with her. Episode 4 also plays out mostly the same as we've seen before. Makoto gets touchy with her, but she responds negatively. Sekai goes MIA. Makoto becomes a temporary member of the student council, goes to Kotonoha's house and gets a kiss on the cheek later, but a different path then begins to play on a day of the school festival. Makoto is busy as hell in his class as Taisuke comes back from wandering the festival alone. Makoto also decides to go out alone, wondering if he should have just gone with Kotonoha instead. He bumps into Otome and the bitches with a Z, and she ends up asking Makoto to go around the festival with her. Later on the rooftop, Otome starts to condom confess to him until he finds out that Kotonoha is being forced to do all of the work, and we get to watch Makoto curve Otome yet again. God, this is the one scene I will never get sick of replaying every time. Anyways, Makoto arrives at Kotonoha, who does the legendary condom confession to him, and the two head to the disgusting ass break room together. But this time, Makoto makes a different, very specific request to Kotonoha. I love you. Are we gonna watch them dog? Get out of here. Ah, I'm sorry. I know it's sudden. I'm so over it. You're frightened, aren't you? I'll be okay. Kotonoha, I want to give you what you want. Then use your breasts. Okay, well, my breasts? Have you heard of paizuri? He's so direct with it this time. Yeah, so the difference in this playthrough is that they don't hit a home run in the break room. We got no Otani shit over here. Now, please enjoy my reaction to this hell. I don't know if I want to watch this anymore, bro. Oh, yeah. Take it out from my pants. Oh, my God. He's talking about his wallet. It's hot. Make it wet with your saliva, then slow. Oh, God. Oh, my God. That's a lot of spit. It's hot and so... I just wanted to get one more recording session out of the way. Why are we here? We're really doing this for a while. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. The moaning started. Sorry. Oh. Sorry. I don't mean to laugh. I don't mean to laugh at things like this. It's just he sprayed it all over her face. Afterwards, they realized they missed the bonfire and folk dance, but Kotonoha says she preferred this over dancing because she got to experience something even more wonderful. Jesus Christ. Kotonoha asks Makoto if he can forgive her for yesterday, referring to when she reacted very negatively to him being way too touchy. And he says he will forgive her if they can kiss each other, which sounds kind of weird and backwards, but anyway. The episode ends as the two share a kiss. Oh, indecent! Indecent! Oh, how could you do that? Oh, kissing each other on the lips? Oh, Episode 5 starts at Kotonoha's house, where her parents talk about maybe going on a family trip to Aqua Square. However, Kotonoha's mom will be unavailable. She tells Kotonoha's dad to give the tickets to Kotonoha as a gift from himself in order to garner his daughter's love. Turns out Kotonoha's dad is a huge tsundere, but he manages to somehow give these tickets to his daughter without dying of embarrassment. Kotonoha, Taisuke, Sekai, and Makoto go to the pool together. Taisuke and Kotonoha go around to play for a while as Sekai and Makoto talk on the side. Sekai is depressed from Setsuna moving away. Taisuke asks Makoto to switch, and Makoto goes to hang out with Kotonoha, and things go from 0 to 100 real quick here, as Makoto cannot help but just stare right at Kotonoha's chest for a good amount of time, and he commentates on the size. He then reaches over and tries to grab her, but gets slapped and becomes very upset. This dude is just physically incapable of keeping his hands to himself, I guess. Makoto goes back and switches with Taisuke, who makes fun of him for getting rejected after making a move. Sekai and Makoto have a very important conversation.
I see. So, how were they?
Oh, or what?
Her breasts. They sure are big, aren't they?
Hardly matters if I can't touch them. Bro, what is this conversation, brother? Sekai asks if there's any way she can cheer him up, and Makoto says, "Let me use your breasts." It's not about size.
That sounds like a total lie. If it's not about size, what is it about?
You know, how soft they are and stuff. So yeah, Makoto begins to f***le Sekai for a while at the public pool where there are kids around.
He's really going at it now.
In public at the pool, guys? This is so weird.
Oh, now they're starting to go like, nah, mo, ah, you know, like noises and shit.
Guys, this is weird.
It feels like we're doing something bad, doesn't it?
It is bad.
Want to stop then?
If you want me to stop.
No, I don't. It feels good. I wonder if the reason it feels so good is because it's so wrong.
I don't know.
Squeeze them.
Okay. Mickey Mouse.
I won't tell her, so
Gag me? Hello?
with a kiss.
Oh. Okay, that's what you meant.
Kiss me on the lips. God damn it. If you want to enter my...
Oh, no, that's not okay.
Hey, mama, they're kissing.
Shh, don't look.
They're kissing. Kiss. Mama. Oh, no. That poor child. Well, we're right here in public by the poolside, so I guess anybody can see us, haha. No shit, Sherlock. These f***ing people, man. That poor child witnessing this horror show. Sekai then offers they can do it again, but Makoto stops her. The two then witness some random dudes hitting on Kotonoha in the distance. Makoto goes to talk to her as she tells him the boys invited her to a secret VIP room with some kind of waterbed upstairs to, quote unquote, have fun with them. I mean, not suspicious, but whatever. They had even said Makoto can tag along too. Apparently, they had told her that they might know her dad from business contacts and whatnot, and Makoto tells her that guys will tell any lie to pick up a girl, even though it's clearly not a great idea to go up to that secret room with some random dudes. Makoto actually gets upset at Kotonoha and tells her she can go on her own if she wants to, telling her to go have fun with those guys. Just go by yourself. Yo, what? Dude, don't you want to go? I'm telling you that you should go if you want to. What the fuck, bitch? Ah, Makoto, you bitch. I won't say anything. You go off and have fun with those guys. Or maybe are you feeling a little guilty about doing something with someone else? So maybe this is like, you know, him projecting a little bit, you know what I mean? Because he literally just cheated on her. I mean, I don't even think it's worth going into breaking down why this entire scene is so fucking stupid. The other guys keep yelling at Kotonoha to come from a distance, saying things like, your boyfriend is boring. If you're unhappy with him, we can satisfy you. Jesus Christ. Makoto starts to walk away all pissy at this point, leaving her alone. If your boyfriend's not up for it, just come by yourself. That's not suspicious at all. Don't go with them, please. There is nothing good that's gonna come out of this. On God. Like I said before, if you're not happy with him, we'll satisfy you instead. Oh, no, I'm not unhappy with him. You just don't understand her, do you? She thinks you're boring. Yeah. Kotonoha-chan's sick of you, so she's gonna come play with us. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. No. All I said was I wanted to have fun with Makoto-kun. That's not. You go and have fun then. Makoto-kun, bro, why are you letting him go? Why are you letting her go? You're such a piece of shit. Who knows what the they're gonna do to her? What a piece of shit. Fuck you, Makoto. You're such a terrible person, dude. Oh my God. And Kotonoha just does. I mean, she clearly doesn't understand what's actually happening. Why would you let her go? Kotonoha ends up refusing their offer and chasing after Makoto. Go and have fun on your own. I'm boring. Oh, so he's mad about that? You're such a little baby, dude. This is the most high school reaction of all time. God. Makoto threatens that he's gonna just head home straight up, and Kotonoha stops him by kissing him on the lips. Makoto calms down as they join back with the others. Yeah, really cool, Makoto. Instead of being worried about Kotonoha, who is clearly very naive and inexperienced and doesn't understand what kind of potential risk she could be walking into, he makes it all about himself by pissing his pants and getting jealous about the situation. Like, what? And how ironic is it that he gets this mad about this situation when he himself literally cheated on Kotonoha like a few moments ago by doing physical shit with Sekai? This dude is literally unbelievable, man. Anyways, everyone says bye and all go off on their own. Makoto and Kotonoha ride on a train together, and during the ride, Makoto starts telling Kotonoha that he's worn out from trying to get along with her and that he's actually in love with Sekai. I think I might be in love with Sekai. Yo! I can't with this guy, bro. He just wants to get his dick wet. That's literally what this is. He doesn't give a shit about relationships. He just wants to get fucked. Later that night, Kotonoha calls Sekai and makes a request. A request? What is it? Please tell Makoto-kun that you hate him. Sekai is very confused until Kotonoha mentions what Makoto had told her on the train. Sekai, hearing this, is very happy, and her silence confirms to Kotonoha that the two indeed like each other. The next day on a train, Kotonoha tries to tell Makoto a really shitty lie about Sekai dating someone else, something on the level of he goes to another school, but is quickly shut down by Makoto. As he leaves, she begins to cry, and Otome witnesses this, reacting in shock. During school, Makoto keeps getting messages from Kotonoha until he blocks her phone number. They bump into each other, and Kotonoha says her phone might be broken, but Makoto literally straight up tells her to her face that he blocked her and he doesn't love her anymore and that this relationship is over. For the first time, he actually said all of this shit to her face. Unfortunately, Kotonoha's brain is literally unable to comprehend the possibility of not being his boyfriend, as she continues to say that her phone is actually broken and not blocked. Makoto bumps into Otome and the two go to Pure Burger.
Sorry. You don't have to tell me about it if it's hard to talk about.
Why is her mouth there?
Yeah.
I saw you guys on a train this morning.
Why is her mouth next to her eye? This is so fucked. Makoto says he's been depressed, and Otome mentions how she saw Kotonoha crying on a train. She then says he probably needs someone more lively and is about to confess to him, but Makoto says he doesn't want to hear about any other girl right now, not realizing that Otome herself was trying to confess. Meanwhile, Nanami asks Hikari about her progress with Taisuke and if the charm worked. Hikari says she's been doing this stupid phone charm since junior high, so no, the goddamn charm hasn't worked. Sekai jumps in saying it actually might be working. Makoto thinks he likes Katsura-san, so he can't give her up. That's what he's been telling himself this whole time. Shut the fuck up. You were the one telling him that. What are you talking? Oh, is she serious right now? Every single playthrough so far, it's just been Sekai going, no, you like him, you like her, okay, you like her. Like, what do you mean? You've been telling him that this whole time. You're so unbelievable. Nanami offers to make Kotonoha leave Makoto alone, but Sekai says she'll figure it out herself as episode 5 comes to a close. Episode 6 then plays out almost the same exact way as the last ending we talked about before this, where Kotonoha goes to Makoto's apartment uninvited, he walks her home, they talk about Kotonoha's activities during junior high, the two start over as friends, and it ends with Kotonoha being bullied by everyone around her, Makoto finding out and believing Sekai was the one pulling the strings behind the bullying, him denouncing Sekai completely and coming to defend Kotonoha from the bullies, and the two eating lunch together on a rooftop. The only difference is like a singular line right at the end of the scene. Come to think of it, we haven't gone beyond kissing yet, have we? Oh, right, he didn't. No, this was the playthrough with the paizuri. That's what the difference was. I just remembered. Huh? Never mind. What is it? Please tell me. I was thinking how we haven't gone beyond kissing yet. Beyond kissing. Ah! I would be looking forward to what comes next. When it happens, that is. Ah! What? That's the ending? Oh, shut the up. That's so whack, dude. I'm actually kind of pissed I wasted my time. Yeah, I mean, super uneventful, but whatever. I guess it's more about the different stuff that happens while getting to this ending rather than the actual ending itself. It's about the journey, not the destination, am I right? Anyways, let's move on to Kotonoha ending number 6. It begins with the first kiss. Episode 2 ends on the Kotonoha kissing path where she kisses Makoto on the lips at the station. Episode 3 plays out similarly to other past playthroughs where Makoto gets more touchy with Kotonoha and she really doesn't like it. We get to the point where Sekai and Makoto have a conversation in the hallway about this situation until Sekai offers herself as practice, which has been done before, but this time rather than rejecting it. Makoto decides to give in to his desires and he takes her up on the offer to practice. The two start doing some crazy ass foreplay shit in the school hallway. Oh, he's really going for it. You can do it a little harder. Oh my god. Oh, now she's going, Sekai, you're kind of what? What are you gonna say? Oh, while this happens, she's just waiting up at the rooftop. Makoto-kun sure is late. Yeah, because he's too busy f***ing another girl. I'm so sorry to tell. Oh, on the wall? What? Oh my god. Okay, they're really going at it now. It's not practice no more, guys. They're about to kiss each other until the bell rings right before they can. Before they go back to class, though, Makoto hugs Sekai and tells her he still doesn't really understand, asking, we're still only halfway through, right? The two agree to continue their practice over at Sekai's house after school. Makoto goes to Sekai's apartment and meets her mom. Turns out, Sekai's mom already knows Makoto because Sekai and Setsuna talk about him a lot. As Sekai changes in a room, Makoto is forced into an awkward conversation with her mom till Sekai tells her mom to stop exposing her and drags Makoto back into her room. Make yourself at home, Makoto-kun. Yo, she just gave him the full grace to be like, you guys want to go get it on the bedroom? Go do your thing, guys. She really thinks they're in the sauce. Oh, this is so awkward. The two established a rule together. No seriously perverted stuff, because he has to do that kind of thing with Kotonoha. Well, so much for following any fucking rules, because this leads into a literal 15-minute scene where they end up telling the other that it's both their first times. Anyways, here's me reacting to it. Okay, Sekai. They're doing it now. Makoto, you're doing better than at lunchtime. Really? Yeah. You are. Sorry. Oh boy. Wow. Oh, not. Oh, okay. This isn't practice anymore, guys. It'll just be through clothes. Then I guess there's no helping it. Okay, so she's like, oh, I guess I can't help it then either. Guys, just date already. This is the most like they're so into each other thing that I've seen. They're clearly like trying to dog down each other, but neither of them want to admit it, you know, because they're in this weird situation with Kotonoha. Oh, he moved the clothes. Oh my god, I'm gonna take off your bra. This isn't practice anymore. Guys, this is so beyond practice now. Sorry, guys. I know you can't see any of this because I have to obviously fucking censor this, but like, he's really going at it now. She's like, oh, you can't take the clothes off. Makoto's like, oh, but it's still practice. It's still through the clothes. Bro, this is not clothes anymore. Yeah, and Sekai's like, this is so wrong. This is so wrong, but I can't stop. This is how I wanted to start off my day. It's 10:50 in the morning and I'm watching these two anime characters just getting it on with each other. This is he says, Sekai, I love you. And she's like, that's not fair. Oh, they kissed. They're making out now. And then she says, Makoto, I love you. Oh, see? This isn't practice. I told you. Do I have to cut these moaning sounds out? I don't know if I decided to cut it out, but I just heard Sekai go, ah! Oh, she's done. She just went. What should I do? I don't know. Maybe I'd like to use your mouth. Oh, my mouth, huh? This is now. I'll give it a try. Whoa, it's hot. It's radiating heat for some reason. I don't know why. Hey, does it feel nice when I touch it? Yeah. Ooh, you're so cute. Okay. Stop teasing me. This is killing me. I'm dying inside. Can we stop? Can we stop? Why is she treating it like a pacifier, dude? Sorry. Sorry, I'm so gross. Oh, wow. She's really going at it now. Oh my god. Oh, he's going. He's about to go. He's about to kaboom. Hey, will you listen to whatever I say? I will. Tell me you love me more. More than Katsura-san. Just kidding. Haha. I guess that's more than I can make you say just by holding your What? Sekai, you're clearly in love with this guy. Oh my god. You should just confess to him. He would have said yes. I feel like he would have said yes. Okay, so he's about to go. He's about to curse splash. Oh, she's at ×2 speed now. Oh god, it's spilling out of her mouth. Oh no. But you're still hard. Okay, can we put it away? Can you put that thing away, please? When I see you like that, I still want to. Okay. I want to put it in. Okay. Okay. He says I love you, Sekai. There you go again. It's a lie. And yet, I'm so happy. It's not a lie. I love you. More than Katsura-san? Sekai, I guess there's no helping it. I don't mind if we do it. Oh, I guess there's no helping it, she says. I guess there's no helping it. Oh, so we're just going all the way. We're just going all the way. Okay. Okay. It's 11 a.m., guys. Oh, okay. That detail is so unnecessary. That's comfortable to watch. Just doing it. They're doing it, man. I have to put like Elden Ring gameplay or something over this footage, dude. Kill me, dude. Editing this is gonna suck so much. This angle is insane, dude. These go on for so long. It's happening. Yep, it's happening. Okay, well. Okay. Okay. He must be really good, huh? Given how much noise we made, you think your mom noticed? The two say I love you to each other a few times, clearly indicating that this is not practice anymore, no matter how much the two try to convince themselves and me that it is practice. It's not. Also, spending 15 entire minutes of the day watching two anime characters getting giggity at 11 a.m. was not where I thought my day would go when I woke up that morning. Afterwards, the two hug in bed as they talk. It turns out that Sekai's mom had left because she had a late shift, even though Makoto didn't know about this. Sekai says, if I had said my mom wasn't going to be home, it'd be as if I was completely seducing you. I mean, I won't lie. These two and their, oh, it's just practice. It's just practice. Nothing's actually here. Nothing's happening. Bullshit practically drove me to the brink of insanity during this playthrough. As Sekai walks into the station, Makoto says his mom was also out late, so they could have gone to his house and done the same thing. As Makoto is about to leave, Sekai has a few last words. I'm not gonna tell Katsura-san. Yeah, okay. Wow. Good job, guys. At this point, might as well end it with Kotonoha and just go out with Sekai. Clearly, you guys are into each other. Just, oh, practice ends here. Good night. Oh, shut the fuck up. Stop calling it practice. The two are seen embracing each other as the train leaves, and we see Sekai crying as the episode comes to a close. Episode 4 then jumps right into the action. Oh! Oops. Sorry, I need a moment. Hold on. Yeah, Makoto railing Sekai on the rooftop was not what I expected to see the moment this episode started. But anyway, it turns out that since that day, the two have been getting together constantly behind everyone's back. We then see Kotonoha come up to the roof as the two narrowly finish up their fun time before they're exposed. Kotonoha talks to them completely clueless as to what's going on, as we get a really nasty shot of certain liquids dripping out of certain places that I truly cannot describe in any more detail. But when I say it was nasty, it was nasty. The three then take the train to go home. After Sekai leaves, Kotonoha leans onto Makoto and says that she'd like to go out with him during the festival. Makoto leans onto Kotonoha as well. At home, Makoto and Sekai talk on the phone about how Sekai panicked because it was quote-unquote leaking while talking to Kotonoha on the rooftop. Now, I don't think I need to explain more details, okay? But Jesus fucking Christ. During their call, Makoto gets a call from Kotonoha who asks if he wants to go around the festival with her. He tells her no, saying he's gonna be busy in his classroom. She then asks him to go to the bonfire dance with him, and he says yes. The day of the school festival arrives. Makoto is very busy in the kitchen as Taisuke comes back to switch with him. However, because it's so busy, they ask Makoto if he could stay and help out in the kitchen, and he obliges. Sekai later shows off her waitress outfit to Makoto, who doesn't say anything but stares at her. I was just a little captivated. Oh, there you go again, saying stuff like that. Guys, just date already. Oh my god, shut the fuck up and date. I'm so done. Sorry, I choked on my spit because I'm so done. Sekai then asks if Makoto wants to go around the fair with her, and he agrees. The two go around and end up on a rooftop. The two talk about their situation as she says she loves him. But then she pulls a real quick, haha, JK, unless, telling him she's just kidding about loving him. Like, what the hell is this shit? Anyway, Makoto apologizes, saying he made a mess of things for her. Sekai says, did you know that a boy and a girl who go around the festival are deemed a couple? I'd love for us to go to the folk dance at the bonfire, but that would be going too far. Just for today, I enjoyed that feeling of being a couple to the fullest. What's stopping you guys? Oh, because you don't want to hurt Kotonoha's feelings? Bitch, you're already gonna do that either way. Like, what? Oh my god. As the announcement for the bonfire rings, Makoto says, I'm sorry, and leaves as Sekai begins to cry. Makoto then meets up with Kotonoha at the bonfire, and the two dance as the episode comes to a close. Oh, now we get to watch this girl and hit her constantly cheating boyfriend dance at the bonfire, so it's romantic. I don't give a fuck about this. See, this would be cute, right? If he wasn't cheating on her the entire time. Episode 5 plays out similarly to the last playthrough, as it starts off with Kotonoha's tsundere dad giving her tickets to Aqua Square. Taisuke, Makoto, Kotonoha, and Sekai go to Aqua Square. Makoto talks to Sekai, who is depressed about Setsuna moving away. Taisuke comes back and switches places with Makoto. Makoto and Kotonoha spend some time together, and Makoto comments on how beautiful he thinks she is. She says thank you, as Makoto thinks to himself, I bet she wouldn't like it if I touched her. After all, she hasn't let me do anything like that since the school festival. Kotonoha says they should go swim, and the two spend some more time together. Later, Makoto talks to Sekai. Sekai says she'll do anything to cheer him up, and Makoto asks to play with her chest. Sekai says he can, but this time, Makoto actually stops himself from doing it and begins to berate himself for even considering it. Why are you stopping yourself now? It hasn't stopped you the many times you cheated on Kotonoha the past few whatever weeks, I don't know, months. I don't know how long it's been going on for. I thought you guys were doing it every day. Sekai offers yet again, but Makoto completely shuts it down. I mean, Makoto has gone way beyond just this and has been cheating on Kotonoha this entire playthrough with Sekai, but whatever, man. This is so dumb. Kotonoha gets hit on by the random strangers at the pool, and Makoto gets pissy about it. I don't want to repeat this entire section because I genuinely think this scene is so stupid, and it makes me irritated even talking about it. On the train, Makoto says he's tired of trying to get along with Kotonoha and is actually in love with Sekai. Kotonoha asks Sekai to tell Makoto she hates him over the phone, and learns that they are in love with each other instead. Next day, Kotonoha tries to tell Makoto about Sekai's other boyfriend, but he shuts it down. Makoto blocks Kotonoha's number and officially breaks up with her in the hallway during school. He later goes to Pure Burger with Otome as Nanami, Hikari, and Sekai talk about the charm and how it might be working for Sekai as episode 5 comes to a close. Once again, this is all the same thing as the last playthrough. Episode 6 again plays out the same exact way as the last 2 endings with the bullying and everything. Kotonoha visits Makoto's apartment late at night. He's angry with her, but still walks her home, and the two still have a conversation about Kotonoha's lessons and activities she used to do, and she's still glad that she stopped everything because she was able to meet Makoto because of it. And then they start over as friends. Once again, the two try to share lunch. Kotonoha gets bullied. Makoto finds out about the bullying and thinks Sekai is the one behind all of this and ends things with Sekai because of it. And he and Kotonoha share lunch on the rooftop. Again, the difference is very minute from the other 2 endings before this. An indirect kiss. Looks like we have a long way to go on that front too. Huh? Never mind. What is it? Please, tell me. I'm talking about the direct way. Direct? Hmm? Oh, and he kisses her. What? Bitch, that's the ending? Go fuck yourself. So yeah, the past 3 endings have been basically the same exact thing. The differences in the actual endings are minute, and the circumstances leading up to the ending seems to be the actual focus here, but even still, most of it ends up remaining the same. I mean, I guess there's one playthrough where Makoto stays relatively loyal to Kotonoha for most of the playthrough, which is impressive for Makoto, while this one I just described has Makoto cheating on Kotonoha for like 90% of the time they're supposed to be dating. Nothing crazy, but don't worry guys. Starting the next ending, we're diving into some crazy shit yet again. Now let's move on to Kotonoha ending number 7. All hers. Episode 2 of this playthrough ends on the Sekai courtyard path where Makoto declares his love for Sekai at the courtyard. They then spend some of episode 3 trying to tell Kotonoha the truth, but both fail to do so. Later, Kotonoha invites Makoto out on a movie date with tickets that her mom gave her. Now, in other playthroughs before this one, we typically see Sekai go like, "Oh yeah, you should totally go on a date. We can't be together, Makoto. Kotonoha loves you too much," and all that stupid bullshit. This time, things play out a bit differently. Makoto tells Kotonoha that his sister is coming over tonight, so he can't go out. Kotonoha says it's fine, and everyone goes back to class. Sekai tells Makoto she didn't know he had a sister, and then finds out that he actually lied to Kotonoha because he didn't know how else to reject her. I mean, he could have just told her the truth, but what do I know? Since Makoto is now stuck at home because he lied partly for Sekai, she asks if she can come over to his place. Meanwhile, Otome and the bitches with a Z very loudly talk in their classroom about a bunch of stupid shit, including the condom confession and romance and whatever, until they notice Kotonoha looking at them while they talk. Otome tells Kotonoha to leave Makoto alone, saying she saw her make a move on him. Through this, the other girls figure out that Otome has a crush on Makoto. Kotonoha begins to stand up for herself, exposing Otome's stupid ass for lashing out at Kotonoha because Otome herself likes Makoto. I understand that you like him, but taking it out on me won't help you. Oh, you tell her. Yes. Oh, she looks so shocked. She then tells Otome that they're going out and to leave her alone as she walks out of the classroom while probably dropping the mic as Otome stares at her angrily. Kotonoha is relieved she said those words and is sure that Makoto will forgive her for saying these things. Later, Kotonoha tells her mom she doesn't need the movie tickets anymore, but something good has happened. And you know what? I'm just glad to see that someone actually told Otome off because she has been running her mouth for way too fucking long, dude. I am so sick of it. Sekai goes to Makoto's house and tells him she can stay for the night. The two then start getting giddy with each other. I've had my eyes on you since the entrance ceremony, you know? Then why the fuck did you set him up with Kotonoha? You are... And of course, because what is a school days playthrough without a stupidly long scene that feels longer than it actually is? I love you. I love you too. I don't know who's saying it, whatever. Oh my god. Makoto. Oh my god, we're doing this again? Can we not? Oh, oh my god. All right, they're starting. It's starting. Please don't let this be more than 5 entire minutes. Oh, this is the same exact animation that played at Sekai's house, but this is supposed to be at Makoto's house. How do you phrase this without YouTube trying to f me? Oh, now he's gonna take it off. He's putting... God, the sounds are crazy, guys. I might have to do like a Patreon only thing where I can like at least show some of this. Because like, what am I supposed to do? Imagine if I accidentally pressed start streaming on OBS instead of recording the screen and this was being live streamed on my channel. I would fucking die. YouTube would actually nuke my channel, dude. You're saying I love you to each other. Well, if you guys love each other so much, you should just break up with Kotonoha and date each other. Wow. Wow. Problem solved. You know what? If Kotonoha doesn't understand, and that's on her. You know, like if you break up with her and she's still trying to chase you, that is on her. What am I doing? Why am I rationalizing things here? Oh my god. I feel like I'm back in high school. Oh, are we doing this again, guys? Oh my god. I watched this yesterday. It's my first time too. This is the first time that this was ever mentioned in the lore, so I guess that's something to... Who gives a shit, really? Like, who cares, first off? But like, this shit is so stupid that this is lore. Okay, this is lore. Makoto lore. God, can we not, please? Holy fucking shit, dude. It's actually been like 5 minutes. He says he's gonna put it in... Okay, we're done. We're done. Gonna put that inside... He's asking if she's scared because it's so... Oh, they turn off the lights. Excalibur has been returned to its mantle. That's the way I should put it. Why do they need to show so much detail? The voice actor really... She's really going at it. Why am I pausing during the sex scenes? I probably shouldn't. I want these to end. The veins, the blood... I don't even want to put this shit on like Patreon. I just don't think people need to see this. You know, maybe I'll make like a higher tier on Patreon. The uncensored tier. Oh, that'll be so bad. I can't be doing that shit, bro. I don't want that shit under my name. I'm the only one who needs to suffer through this. No one else has to see the nightmare that this is. It feels so... Oh, God. Mickey. I mean, Minnie. It's okay. I can feel it. So hot inside my body. It makes me feel really happy, you know. Anyways, the two talk about how they love each other so much, but Makoto is still supposed to be Kotonoha's girlfriend. I mean, different playthrough. Same stupid bullshit. Anyways, the next day, the two are very tired as they head to the station because they've just been clapping cheeks all goddamn night, dude. Information that we all needed to know. The two take the train to school together and hold hands. Holding hands? Before marriage? Dear Lord, someone please save these goddamn sinners. Kotonoha tells them she's going to be late to lunch as she had a last-minute student council meeting. So Makoto and Sekai go up to the rooftop alone. They start getting intimate with each other, and Sekai says it's fine because she asked Setsuna to text her when the meeting is done so they can stop before Kotonoha gets there. If this doesn't sound like a moments before disaster situation, then I don't know what does. Has the rep from class 4 first year come yet? She came in, finished up quickly, and then left. It looked like she was in a hurry. Oh, no, Setsuna, you're up. Thank you. She gotta speed up. She gotta... Oh, I can't pause. I can't pause. Oh, they're really going at it. If I take any more off, when Katsura-san, we did so many times yesterday. So why, Makoto? No matter how many times we do it, it isn't nearly enough. More. I want more of you, Sekai. This looks so bad. Kotonoha walks in on this, dude. There's no explaining. The cut to the... Kotonoha running. No! No! Stop. Hold on. Hold on. I'm not prepared for this. I need to prepare myself. Oh, this is so bad. Oh, she's running up the stairs. Oh, no. No, no, no. Setsuna, you really fucked it up. Makoto-kun! Makoto-kun, no! Oh, this is so bad. Makoto-kun! Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. She caught him cheating. She caught him cheating. That's crazy. So yeah, unfortunately, Setsuna didn't realize Kotonoha left in a rush and was way too late in warning the two cheating lovers on the rooftop. And episode 3 ends on an insane cliffhanger where Kotonoha can only just stare at the shocking sight in front of her. Episode 4 begins at Sekai's apartment. We see that Makoto and Sekai have been really getting it on. That's a lot of condoms and tissues. You think so? Oh, that's a that's a lot of shit on the floor. I'm in love with you. Okay, that was pretty nasty. Y'all are fucking animals. Y'all are crazy. Guys, have a little bit of self-control. The more I think about it, the more I'm just like, God damn. But they've been doing this for a whole week without leaving or something? The two lay in bed together as they talk about how much Kotonoha must be hurting after they told the truth about themselves. So yeah, I guess at least they told her the truth. I mean, I don't think there was really any other way of explaining what happened on the rooftop with Sekai being literally half naked. But hey, at least Kotonoha now knows the truth, right? We skip to the day of the school festival. Sekai shows off her maid costume and Makoto says, not bad. Otome and the bitches with a Z show off the break room in their classroom. Kotonoha tells them it's time to open soon and they start bullying her again. Man, I just love watching this poor girl just try to actually do her job only to get shat on every single fucking time she talks to these horrendous bullies. They corner Kotonoha about Makoto, telling her that she should use the bed with Makoto since they're supposed to be hanging out. Otome pushes Kotonoha asking if she lied or not, and if she didn't lie about the two dating, she should be able to bring him here as proof. Despite them constantly pushing and berating Kotonoha and doubting her claims, Kotonoha continues to tell them that Makoto is her boyfriend. Makoto-kun is my boyfriend. No! Oh, Kotonoha, you can't be doing this to yourself anymore, bro. She caught him fully cheating on the rooftop with Sekai, and she's still saying that? Girl, I'm sorry, you're just as lost of a cause as everyone else in this game. Oh my god. Kotonoha later asks Makoto if he has any time to spare and if he can come to her class. He responds with sorry, and he can't because he's gonna go see the festival with Sekai. Kotonoha holds back tears as she gets extra chairs from storage and bumps into Taisuke. He helps her carry the chairs as they introduce themselves to each other. Kanroji, you mean Kanroji Nanami-san, don't you? Yep, you know her? We went to the same junior high school. Haha, that must have been tough, going to the same school as that barbarian. You know, seeing the other endings where Nanami sets up all the bullying and shit, and then now seeing Taisuke call her barbarian is pretty hilarious. Taisuke asks her out to go around the festival with him, but is rejected as Kotonoha has to be at the haunted house the entire time. Makoto's classroom is extremely busy. Setsuna tells Makoto and Sekai to take a break together. As they walk and talk about who gives a shit, Otome walks up to them and asks Makoto if he's free later. He responds that he is, but Sekai says they have somewhere to be and walks away from Otome. On the rooftop, Sekai tells Makoto that Otome is clearly in love with him, although Makoto is unable to see it. Makoto says he's happy that she's feeling jealous as they get close, and well, what else do you expect from these horn dogs but another wonderful sequence of clapping each other's cheeks? I mean, this is just nothing new. I can't let these clothes get dirty. I'll take care not to dirty them. No, you fucking won't. Okay, I'm not gonna read that out loud. Okay. They did it for so long that the festival's about to end. Holy shit. Oh my god. You fucking deviants. Anyways, the two ended up fucking until the end of the festival on the rooftop. Like, what are we doing here, guys? As the day comes to a close, the two have a very nasty conversation. Sheesh. I wonder if it's gonna leak out before we get to class. Can we not? Sekai tells him that she wants to go to the folk dance with him. Makoto says he'll think about it, but Sekai says it's very important because it's supposed to signify their debut as a real couple since she still doesn't feel like his actual girlfriend. Later, Sekai witnesses Kotonoha getting bullied by Otome and the bitches with a Z as we hear other random people in the hallway talking about how Kotonoha lied about Makoto being her boyfriend as well as making fun of her. Otome corners Kotonoha saying that her story and Makoto's story are different. Kotonoha continues to believe that Makoto will come for her, while the others continue to call her an idiot and insult her, as well as tell her that she'll be cleaning everything up by herself the next day. I mean, just a bunch of see you next Tuesdays, man. Come on. This is starting to make us look like bullies. What the fuck are you on about? Girl, you already sunk into like 20 feet into the pool, okay? You're way too late for that. I hope you never find happiness in this game, Otome. Well, I say that, but I know there's an ending for her. Kotonoha breaks down as Sekai can only watch. Makoto finds Sekai in the classroom very upset. She starts to say that they shouldn't be doing this, confusing Makoto. Sekai tells him that Kotonoha was crying while being called a liar by everyone in her class. She was being picked on? No, that's not it. I mean, that was it. It was kind of picking on her. I mean, to be fair, okay, sure, Kotonoha told a lie. She told a lie. Yes, that was a lie. Or a truth driven by delusion, whichever one. But she was being picked on. That was like definitely being picked on, bro. What do you mean? Sekai says, she believed you would come even if you didn't. And here I am, treading all over her feelings and having fun with you. She cries as Makoto tries to comfort her, but she tells him to get away from her and to go see Kotonoha. Makoto hugs her though and says, it's true that if Kotonoha is suffering, I suffer too. But I want to go out with you, not Kotonoha. If I had to choose, I'd choose you for sure. The two then reaffirm their love for each other as the episode comes to a close. Episode 5 starts off as Sekai and Makoto eat lunch on the rooftop together. It turns out that Taisuke is heading up there to introduce them to a girl he met. It seems you and Sionji know her too, so I wanted you guys to be the first to know. Well, her head's fucking sticking out from behind him. This is some clownery. It turns out Taisuke and Kotonoha are now dating. Taisuke says he saw her crying outside of her classroom because her terrible boyfriend had stood her up and ended up dancing with her instead. How did you ask her out? Well, let's just call it a victory for effort. Oh, what? So you just kept going, please, 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 please. And then she was like, okay, fine, shut the fuck up. I'll go out with you. Taisuke says his first task is to make sure she forgets about that terrible boyfriend. This situation really seems to bother Makoto for some reason. At the station, Makoto witnesses Kotonoha saying bye to Taisuke. Afterwards, the two take the train together. Kotonoha tells Makoto that she was unable to admit that he and Sekai suit each other and explains what happened between her and her classmates. She also says she knows he and Sekai were dancing at the bonfire together and reveals to us how Taisuke confessed that night. That was when someone grabbed me and said, go out with me. Oh my god, Taisuke. Oh, really was quite pushy of him, wasn't it? Yes, very. Kotonoha says she was lonely and hopeless, and she just didn't know what to do and begins to cry as Makoto apologizes to her. Meanwhile, at Pure Burger, Sekai and the girlies talk as we find out more about Nanami's boyfriend, and it's just easier to show you this conversation. Just the other day, I went over to his room to have some fun, and... What? You've been going to your boyfriend's room? Yep. So I was lying on his bed and I said, Senpai, do you want to go out somewhere? Or would you prefer we have some fun here? That's bold, right? I mean, that took guts to say. Yeah, so? And then he just stared at his monitor. He hadn't heard a word. What? He's playing League of Legends? I can't quit in the middle of a game. What don't you understand? Maybe we'll after this game, okay? Oh, God. Fucking hell, I hate relationship. And then this girl with red hair or pink hair will write it. Oh, no. Oh my god, I don't want to look at this. Why does she look so young? She looks like she's... Oh, no. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I really hope that's not what I thought it was. Okay, so I censored it so you probably don't see it because obviously there's no way in fucking hell I'm gonna show that anywhere. We just saw like a screenshot of the game that her Nanami's boyfriend is playing. First off, break up with that guy. This guy is a... Check his hard drives. Deadass. Not even joking. The girl looked so young. Oh, I don't even want to say what it seemed like it was, but that shit looked like shit. Oh, can I even say that? That like genuinely makes me upset. He's an otaku. That's fine. I'm aware of that and I still like him. Yay, hey, otaku gang, rise up. There's still a chance. But getting all into a girl on his monitor while his girlfriend's lying on his bed, you've got to be kidding, right? Sorry, Nanami, you just don't understand a gamer's mindset. Well, actually, that guy's a predator. So I got mad and just started picking up his game boxes lying all over the place. Yeah, throw them away. And then he was like, if you're interested in any of them, feel free to take them. Did you take them? Come on, what was she do with them? So she did. Nanami, don't tell me you... I took them. I mean, it's the first time he's ever given me anything. His first present was a porn game? Bro, this guy must have like the handsomest face on a planet to get away with something like this, right? And now she's like, I picked up a porn game too. I genuinely have no idea what Nanami sees in this dude, but whatever, we'll move on. Sekai then brings up the topic of Taisuke dating Kotonoha, and they gossip for a bit about Kotonoha having weird taste for going for Taisuke, her body, because that has to come up in every conversation between anyone in this game when they talk about Kotonoha and yada yada yada. Hikari, who has a massive crush on Taisuke, seems to be taking this terrible news quite well. The next day, Taisuke is very happy and giddy because he's now dating Kotonoha. He then says he's gonna do something during lunchtime. Now, that's an omen for the absolutely horrific garbage that's about to happen next. Once again, a giant trigger warning because unfortunately, yeah, there's another disgusting scene portraying not just one, but two cases of sexual assault again. I once again won't describe too much of the details, but just know it's really awful. Makoto wanders the hallways until he gets to some older classrooms that no one ever uses anymore. He overhears Kotonoha's voice as she says no multiple times, as Taisuke literally SAs her. Makoto, instead of, I don't know, going in and trying to stop this absolutely horrific crime from happening, just watches from outside the room. He watches this. You even get an option to literally leave and let them do their thing. What? Hikari then sneaks up from behind Makoto and surprises him. And let's watch together. What? Okay, what? These two then just continue to watch this happen in the classroom. And this goes on for a while too, man. Why are they both watching? She's saying no. She said no. She said no like 3 times just now. Watching this not only does not horrify Makoto, this apparently turns him on to the point where he also then begins to SA Hikari in the hallway of the school. Hikari literally tells him to stop, but Makoto blackmails her by saying that if she makes him stop, he'll open the door and Taisuke will see them doing shit together, using Hikari's feelings for Taisuke against her. Anyways, all of this happens for way too long, and once Kotonoha and Taisuke are done, Makoto decides to stop and leave with Hikari. No, like I'm like actually kind of upset. Kind of is an understatement. I'm actually pretty fucking upset. I wanted to keep this content fun. At the end of the day, all I want to do is entertain people. But this isn't like fun to watch. It's not something I feel like comfortable making jokes about. And I know it's just a piece of media, but it says a lot about the people creating this stuff, I feel like, and it just disgusts me. What is there to be gained out of this? Is this supposed to be entertaining? Or what? Do people goon to this kind of shit? Oh my, like it's just sickening. I mean, like, how am I supposed to react to this? I already thought this game was disgusting garbage that normalizes crimes like assault, but this was just a lot. And if you thought watching or hearing about the SA scenes was really tough, then the way the game treats these events afterwards might make you feel even sicker. As Makoto and Hikari walk back to the classroom, Makoto says, "Sorry, watching them turned me on, but I think Taisuke's really missing out. You're a great girl, Kuroda." So not only does Makoto literally assault this girl, he then says some nasty comments about her body after taking advantage of her. What is this garbage? Let's go. What? So you guys just so what? Nothing happened? We're just gonna pretend like none of that happened, or that it's normal, and we're just gonna move on with our fucking day? Are you serious? This game is crazy. And Hikari also just nonchalantly reacts like, really? You think so? As if it's some kind of compliment. It's so disgusting. So after that scene straight out of a horror movie, Makoto gets back to the classroom for lunch with Sekai. Sekai says she brought lunch and the two talk about whatever, but honestly, I just don't care, man. She sees that Makoto looks bothered by something and says he can always ask her to talk about anything at any time. Anyways, Sekai asks if Makoto is free the next day since her mom is going on a business trip. She invites him over to her house to sleep over. If I don't do anything for too long, you might start going after other girls. See, is that really a relationship you want to be in though? It's like a casual sentence in this relationship is, if I don't hang out with my boyfriend for long enough, for a while, oh, I'm worried he's gonna start cheating on me. So I have to constantly be on top of him. Right, because that's a healthy relationship. What do you mean? I love to be in a relationship where I always have to be worried about my partner cheating at any moment. It sounds really fun. Sekai gets invited to Pure Burger by her friends. Hikari says she's gonna pass as she has something going on, quote unquote, not sure what that means. After school, Makoto bumps into Kotonoha at the station. He asks her what she likes about Taisuke. I mean, he's an idiot, but he's not a bad guy. No, he is a bad guy. He's a piece of shit. Oh, Makoto, you know what? It makes sense. It makes sense why they're homies, okay? It makes so much sense. Makoto and Taisuke belong together on the same shitty boat or same prison cell, whatever. Kotonoha admits that she doesn't like Taisuke, but he says he loves her. Makoto says she can't go out with someone based on things like that, and there's no point if she has to suppress her own feelings. She then tells Makoto that she loves him, but can't do anything about it since he's with Sekai. She goes on the train, dejected until Makoto tells her to wait and suddenly says he loves her too. What? Kotonoha, rejuvenated, says she won't be defeated by Sekai and will try hard to win him back. Why do I always say things like that in the heat of the moment? I don't know, you idiot. I love Kotonoha, but I'm going out with Sekai, right? What is happening? I'm such an idiot. You're a little more than just an idiot now. Hikari sees all of this from a distance and says to herself, that's the kind of person Kotonoha is, huh? As episode 5 comes to a close. Now, before I move on to the final episode of this playthrough, I do want to talk about a realization I had at this point. I mentioned it already in the beginning of this video, but the writing in this game is absolutely abysmal. At first, I was roasting the characters and how stupid I think they are and whatnot, but the more I played this game, the more I came to realize that I just think the overall writing is just filled with ignorance and inconsistencies that shows a lot more about the people behind creating this game rather than the actual characters themselves. Another thing about the writing I'm noticing, I mean, it sounded like a negative connotation what Hikari just said about Kotonoha, like, oh, that's the kind of person she is. Why are we not talking about how both Makoto and Taisuke forced themselves upon these women or girls? I don't know what the word is. What, we're not gonna talk about that? No one's gonna be like fuck Makoto, or no one's gonna be like fuck Taisuke, like you guys did this shit to us? Like, no, we're just gonna keep pointing the fingers at each other. I mean, this is obviously an issue with the writing. It's been a thing for a while too, with like Kotonoha and Sekai both like blaming each other. Meanwhile, Makoto's just like, what? He's blameless for everything that happens in this game. I feel like he's the catalyst for a lot of the shitty things that happens in this game. So why are we not pointing fingers at Makoto? Why are we not blaming Taisuke for being the criminal? Like, that's just some stupid ass writing. Where's the accountability? And unfortunately, you'll see more of this as we go on with the game. Episode 6 begins with Kotonoha calling Taisuke at night and breaking up with him over the phone, saying she can't give up on a person she really loves. The next morning, Kotonoha is in a very good mood as she meets up with Makoto, who says she doesn't seem like her usual self. Kotonoha says it's because she decided to be honest with herself. She says she was inspired by Makoto being honest to her, and even after all the pain they've caused each other, they can still be happy if they were true to their feelings. She grabs onto his arm, and he says this is going a bit too far as Nanami watches this from a distance. At school, Nanami tells Sekai that Makoto's been caught by the worst girl imaginable. Oh no! Everyone in junior high hated that pheromone girl. We'd all just ignore her. Like, this game is like, it's like you're constantly just watching this girl get bullied by everyone and like dragged through the mud, even though she herself, so far, like, what does she really do to deserve this in the first place, right? I mean, obviously, like, killing people is not okay. That's not a pass. But before that, it's like, what did she do in middle school that was so bad? Especially after watching her get assaulted and then the game just casually gloss over it, and then we're going to this part of like, oh, everyone hates this girl. Come on. This is like all fucked up. Anyways, Nanami tells Sekai that she saw this absolutely horrible girl flirting with her mans. Oh no! Sekai realizes that she's talking about Kotonoha and thanks her for the emergency warning. Makoto gets to the classroom in a chipper mood as Sekai confronts him on if he was thinking about going out with another girl. She asks if he met with anyone in the morning and he responds he came to school as usual. Sekai says he's lying and Makoto's about to bring up Kotonoha when Taisuke calls out for him, crying and asking to talk. Taisuke tells him that he's been dumped by Kotonoha. The reason being that she wants to go for the person she really loves. Yeah, but still, something doesn't feel right. Oh, I don't know. What about the fact that you assaulted her? See, this is what I'm talking about. They just all treat it like it's a normal thing. I feel like I'm being gaslit. Like, am I crazy for thinking this is so disgusting? Afterwards, Makoto ponders on what Kotonoha had told Taisuke and reaches a conclusion that he actually loves Kotonoha, since his heart is pounding while thinking about her. Does this not make any sense to anyone else? Don't worry, you're not alone. Lunch period begins as Sekai and Makoto talk about what to eat when Kotonoha enters the classroom. Makoto calls her over and Kotonoha invites the two to eat lunch on the rooftop like they used to. As they go up, Sekai says she wants to go buy a drink and asks Kotonoha to come with her, and they tell Makoto to go ahead without them. We then get another clash of the titans. Sekai asks Kotonoha to cut whatever she's trying to do with Makoto out, but Kotonoha retorts that Sekai was the one who made the first move on him. She accuses Sekai of seducing him, knowing full well he was dating Kotonoha. You did it on the roof, didn't you? Yeah, they did. They did. From what I saw, he was taking you from behind and you were moaning in pleasure. Yo, what the? Kotonoha then says that she's worked hard to catch up to Sekai. Now I know how good being taken from behind can feel too. It's quite... Oh my god. Oh my god. The game's gonna say it's technically not assault because she ended up enjoying it. Shut the fuck up. Did no one else see how she was saying no? Multiple times she was saying no, 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 no. Oh, but now she's like, oh, well, I ended up enjoying it. I know how good it feels. Shut the fuck up. I mean, just imagine writing a line of dialogue like that after you fully well know that she was just assaulted. The absolute audacity of this is just shocking to me. Kotonoha tells Sekai that she still loves Makoto and decided to be honest with herself, and the two head up to the rooftop after beefing for a bit. Later, Makoto says he's gonna go home, but Sekai invites him out to Pure Burger as Taisuke witnesses this from a distance. Nanami and Hikari invite him over to Hikari's house to set her up with him. Hikari was involved in that entire thing. She also was a victim of assault. Also, she watched Taisuke literally assault Kotonoha. But what, you're telling me she's still into him after that? Why Why? There was nothing normal about that situation. There was nothing consensual about that situation either. At Pure Burger, Sekai tells Makoto she doesn't want to eat lunch with Kotonoha as it makes her nervous. She then forces Makoto to block all contact from Kotonoha on his phone because she herself is his actual girlfriend. This entire situation, and actually their entire relationship, is such a mess that I don't even know where to begin anymore, dude. Meanwhile, Kotonoha realizes that Sekai made Makoto block her as she tries to call him. From here on out, we basically get the same exact ending as the past few other endings. Kotonoha visits Makoto's place at night. Makoto walks her home. The two talk about practice, start over as friends. Sekai's friends try to block Kotonoha off. Oh my gosh, we just broke the bar. I can finally laugh again. Oh, thank you. Sekai's name is literally blanked out. The two plan to eat lunch together. Kotonoha starts getting bullied. Makoto gets pissed about this, thinks Sekai's the one pulling the strings, and confronts her and Nanami and the other bullies, and then Makoto completely cuts Sekai off. The two then eat on the rooftop as Kotonoha worries about Sekai, but Makoto says it's okay. He says all he's done until now is hurt Kotonoha, but from now on, he's gonna protect her. He says sorry about all that's happened, and Kotonoha responds it's fine. He says let's start over again, and she says okay, as he goes in to kiss her lips, and the playthrough comes to a close. Let's start over again. Okay. Well then. She kisses him on the lips, kisses her on the lips. Are you for... That's the ending? I mean, absurd doesn't even begin to describe how some of these scenarios in this game play out. How are we only done with 7 endings out of 22, yet this game has already shown me some of the most horrific acts a human can commit upon another human? And how in the are there still 50 more endings, dude? Let's keep going. So far, we've finished up every Kotonoha-focused ending. So now we'll be moving on to the next set of endings, focusing on Sekai. First one being Sekai ending number 1. I love you. Once again, a bunch of repeat stuff, as episode 2 ends on the Sekai confession path. Episode 3 follows the same sequence as the last ending, where Makoto ends up sleeping with Sekai, and the pair get caught getting giggity on a rooftop by Kotonoha. Episode 4 follows a somewhat different sequence of events as before, but everything that happens in it, it's stuff that we've basically seen already. Makoto and Sekai are basically together now, as they had told Kotonoha the truth after being found out. During the school festival, Kotonoha gets bullied and lies to her class that she's dating Makoto, and the others tell her to bring him over as proof. Makoto and Sekai are given a break from working in their class and end up f***ing on a rooftop until the end of the festival. Sekai asks Makoto to go to the bonfire dance, but this time he's unresponsive to her request. Sekai says she won't force him if he doesn't want to go, but Makoto says, "Why are you giving up so easily, idiot?" I mean, I don't really know what's going on, but anyways, she tells him to come to the bonfire, and Makoto ponders on it. Sekai then witnesses Kotonoha getting bullied by Otome and the bitches with a Z about Makoto in the hallway and gets upset. She cries and tells Makoto that she's a horrible person and that he has to go see Kotonoha instead. In this playthrough, instead of comforting Sekai like he did in the earlier playthrough, he ends up getting upset at her and leaving, saying, "You care about Kotonoha's feelings over mine." Makoto ends up going to Kotonoha, who condom confesses to him, and of course, the two end up clapping cheeks in a break room like we give a fuck anymore. This guy, can you believe this shit? He like first cheated on Kotonoha with Sekai in the earlier episode, and in this episode, Sekai's like, go see her. And then Makoto's like, all right, fine, you don't even care about my feelings. And then he goes and cheats on Sekai with Kotonoha. Like, what is happening? This guy's like a 2-time. He's like a double agent of cheating. The two share an intimate kiss as the screen starts to glitch out like it's some kind of camera or TV screen, and the episode comes to a close. Episode 5 of this playthrough might just possibly be one of the most degenerate playthroughs I've had to go through in this game, which is saying a lot. We see a projector as we start to hear a bunch of random girls sharing some footage that was recorded in the break rooms during the school festival. And if you want to put it in objective terms, these people are illegally recording minors in private settings and in compromising positions and spreading that footage around. That is quite literally what is happening here. What? You secretly tape them? Yep. Those of us without boyfriends have got to get some perks, right? Yeah, no wonder you don't have any boyfriend. It's because you're disgusting human beings. This is way more raw than an adult video, huh? Yeah. Because it's not adult video. You are recording underage people. These girls then plan a quote-unquote film festival for the girls' basketball club, where they will show this footage over the projector for everyone there to see. Why don't we all watch this together? Yeah, let's make it a movie. Watch what? This. That's dangerous. Secretly taping them was bad enough. In that case, why don't we have a screening with only the girls who helped and the girls in the movies? That kind of sounds like fun. Like, Like, that's like some demented shit right there. Like, how do you think of that and go, oh, that'll be fun? Everyone involved in this disgusting, nasty excuse for a film festival is a goddamn criminal, dude. Jesus Christ. Makoto wakes up late for school as we see that he was up very late the night before on the phone with Sekai. She was very upset with him for not coming to the bonfire, and Makoto apologizes, but it all sounds very half-assed. No, I can't calm down. Why weren't you able to come? Because I fell asleep. Because he came somewhere else is the only... She explains the importance of the bonfire and asks why he couldn't come, and he lies, telling her he accidentally fell asleep. You didn't want people to think that we were going out, so you ran away. That's ridiculous. You did. You don't really like me at all. I mean, he left because you told him to, though, Sekai. I know it was like an emotional outburst, but technically, you told him to leave and he obliged. The whole situation is an absolute mess. Anyways, Sekai begins to cry and says that he doesn't love her. And Makoto says, I love you, I love you. And she calms down a little bit. Oh, sheesh. I love you. I love you. Really? Yeah. Oh, no. I believe you. No, see? Oh, my God. He's got his claws like entrenched in her brains. It's like being addicted to nicotine or something. Sorry, I say that because I used to be heavily addicted to nicotine. I'm completely off of it now. But I know if I vape once again, ever again, I will never be able to stop again. It gives me that sort of vibe where every time he just says, I love you to her, her neuron just activates and she's like, really? Oh, that's all I needed to hear. That's the dopamine I need. That's her hit of like a vape. Makoto bumps into Kotonoha at the train station and it seems like she was waiting for him the entire time. She tries to ask if they could hang out after school, but Makoto curves the question. In class, Taisuke asks Makoto if he wants to come to a party for the class to celebrate, finishing up the festival. Taisuke is, well, being Taisuke. Well, after I saw them in those waitress uniforms, I guess I rediscovered just how good our girls are, you know? I hate this guy so much. Makoto says he's unsure at first, but ends up going to this party anyways. Taisuke, Hikari, and Setsuna all go crazy and drink a lot of alcohol that they snuck into the class. Oh, Setsuna's really going at it. Setsuna's crazy. Setsuna's she's just like really going at this drink. I just don't expect it from her. Anyways, after drinking a bunch of 40% alcohol, everyone except Makoto is plastered. We also learned that Sekai decides to skip this party after finding out that Makoto will also be there. Setsuna starts getting clingy with Makoto. Drunk Setsuna is fucking killing me. Can we make this an emo? Hikari and Taisuke do things to each other. I don't even know what, and I don't want to know. Setsuna drunkenly starts talking about parts of her body, and Makoto is uncertain how to react. Hey, yeah? I'm not wearing shabra. Jesus. Feel, Shem? Yeah, I can feel them. I can feel them and it's embarrassing. Let go of me. She tells Makoto she'll only let him go if he's able to get 100 points in a certain game. You have to close your eyes and pretend to be an animal. What do I have to pretend to be? Octopus lips? Octopus lips? Stick your lips out. I don't like this. Then you silently count to 10. Count to 10, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my God, what is happening in the background, dude? So I paused at the best moment of this. What the fuck is he doing? His lips are crazy. Oh, and Hikari took a picture of that. Wow, that was not okay. Well, okay, let's put it this way, right? This situation is basically the same as like, you know that shit people sometimes do? I've only seen like creepy old men do this, where they're like, kiss me on the cheek. But at the last minute, they'll turn around and like kiss the person on the lips. And that's clearly not okay because that's not what they were doing. That's kind of what this is. Like, it's not like Makoto was expecting a kiss on the lips. That's basically what Setsuna did to him. The party ends with Hikari and Taisuke forcibly holding Makoto as they continue to play Setsuna's little game, while Makoto screams at them to stop the entire time. I mean, just switch Makoto out with like another girl character and then make Setsuna into like Makoto or Taisuke. The whole thing becomes a lot less funny when you think about it like that. And here begins a sequence of absolutely insane, mind-boggling events that even now, I'm not sure if I can completely process. At the station afterwards, Makoto bumps into Kotonoha and the two take the train together. When the train bumps, his hand ends up on her chest, but as he apologizes, she smiles and takes his hand and then puts it on her chest. She then literally whips out his thing and starts stroking while on the train full of people. What? Bro, what? She took his out in the crowded train. Wow, she's really going at it. Where's she gonna put the resulting material that comes out? Also, does no one else notice what's happening? I would be so bothered if I was like next to them. Oh, okay, so she put a little sheet over his dongling so she can catch it, I guess. That's transportation for everybody, guys. What are we doing here? What is happening? He finished on the train. That's insane. Well, not on the train. She covered it with something, which means she thought about this. Why are you doing this? You like this, don't you? Oh, God. ... You look like you're enjoying it. Huh. Okay. Oh, she's licking the... Oh! Oh! No! No! Oh, she's eating it. See you tomorrow. Oh! I mean, watching her just stand there outside of the train is deadass some kind of evil villain shit, dude. It smells just like Makoto-kun. God! Stop! You're a nasty lady. You are just as gross. Ma'am, I'm sorry to tell you. I do want to note that Makoto told her to stop a few times, but she kept going anyway. Like, this was already absolutely insane as I watched it, but unfortunately, it gets worse. The next morning on a train, Kotonoha and Makoto are together again. She gets very close to him and once again attempts to pleasure him, I guess, as Makoto tells her that she can't do this right now. Despite Makoto telling her to stop multiple times, Kotonoha just continues to violate him and jokingly says that if she stops, then she'll tell people around them that he is sexually assaulting her, which is very clearly blackmailing him. I mean, she says, just kidding, but that was more of a threat than any funny joke. This makes it seem like, oh, he's enjoying it, so it's actually justified. No, it's not. It doesn't matter if you're a guy or a girl. You can SA someone and you can also be SA'd. It doesn't fucking matter who you are. This is just so up, dude. I know this entire time Makoto has been a giant piece of shit and will continue to be after too. And Kotonoha has been a victim of some awful stuff for the most part. But this is just one of those situations that shows that anyone in this game can be a victim and anyone can be a perpetrator. There is no excuse for Kotonoha not to stop what she's doing when Makoto keeps telling her to stop. They get to school before anyone finishes anything, and Kotonoha says, it'll have to wait until after class. Clearly not giving Makoto any space to tell her no. In class, Makoto asks Sekai if she wants to have lunch on a rooftop, and she says yes. However, when they get to the rooftop, Makoto starts to force himself on Sekai and starts trying to have sex with her. Sekai repeatedly tells him to stop, but Makoto continues what he's doing. Sekai accuses Makoto of only caring about sex and nothing else and leaves as Makoto wonders in frustration. What was that all about? Damn it! How am I supposed to react to this? You're telling me people play this goddamn game and they're like, oh, this game is a masterpiece. I have never seen more direct portrayals of actual SA in my life than playing this game. The whole Kotonoha thing was already like pushing it. Yeah, I found some of it a little ridiculous, but everything else is like, it's not even entertaining. It's just fucked up. Why am I here? What enjoyment is there to get out of any of that? At this point, the game really just said, one assault wasn't enough for you? Well, how about you watch it happen twice in a row? Back in the classroom, Sekai is very clearly upset, and Makoto, being such a kind gentleman who definitely considers other people's feelings, tells her to fucking cheer up and gives a half-ass apology for what just happened on the rooftop and the bonfire. She says it all sounds like an afterthought. I mean, the audacity of Makoto to just say, hey, cheer up, to someone he just tried to assault is insane to me. Nanami then asks if they're fighting and brings up the girls' basketball party. Sekai asks if she can come along, and Nanami says yes, and Makoto then desperately also asks if he can come, but Nanami says it's for girls only. Once again, the audacity of this dude is mind-blowing to me. After school, Makoto meets up with Kotonoha and the two head home together. And if you thought the disgusting-ass garbage was over, well, I'm sorry to tell you, it's not. It's time for the basketball club's party. At the basketball party, people are talking to each other as we find out the name of the criminal behind this entire idea. An upperclassman named Ashikaga. Who is this Ashikaga senpai? A piece of shit. An absolute piece of garbage. She's the type who loves to throw her weight around, even though she's not even the president. Yeah, sounds accurate. And she's always picking on the club members with boyfriends. Oh, so she's a jealous little bitch, and now she's a criminal. No wonder you're single. That's all I'm gonna say. They reveal to everyone that they recorded the break rooms as they begin to play Nanami having sex with her boyfriend during the festival. Nanami understandably begins to break down as Sekai and Otome try to comfort her. However, they begin to play the footage of Kotonoha and Makoto, and as they say Makoto's name out loud, Sekai and Otome both turn to see the footage, and they can only react in pure shock. Now, I know I've said this before, but I mean, we can all say this is definitely not legal, no? But don't worry, guys. Despite it being some of the most despicable crimes ever committed in anything, they never delve deeper into these actual crimes that happen, but they only use this footage to push the stupid love triangle narrative forward because that's what School Days does best. It takes advantage of horrible and traumatic situations that people actually go through and uses it to advance the garbage storyline while completely disrespecting the actual traumatic events and its victims. I mean, Nanami's been basically completely violated by everyone, yet the game doesn't give a single fuck. As this happens, Makoto and Kotonoha hook up at Makoto's apartment. Back in the classroom, Sekai watches the footage as she says Makoto's name and the episode comes to a close. Now, I usually try not to let the things I review or talk about on my channel affect me that much. I mean, I've watched some really fucked up stuff and talked about some really messed up pieces of media on my channel so far, so I feel like I need to at least have some kind of tolerance to being exposed to such horrific stuff, and for the most part, I think I do. But having to watch one assault scene in the playthrough before this one, and then playing this playthrough the next day, and watching a sequence of 3 horrific events in a row really put me in a shitty mood that day. I think it was at this point I started to genuinely hate this game from the bottom of my heart. Anyways, episode 6 begins with Makoto waking up next to Kotonoha in his apartment. Rather than getting ready for school, they begin to get intimate with each other again. Makoto arrives to school late as Sekai confronts him, asking to talk on the rooftop. She asks where Makoto was during the bonfire, and he's unable to respond, confirming to Sekai the unfortunate truth that he was sleeping with Kotonoha. She asks him why, and she was just a replacement for Kotonoha because Kotonoha was too afraid to do anything intimate with him. Sekai asks him, am I not needed anymore now that you can sleep with her? Or is it just my body that you want? I hate you. I hate you. I hate you so much. You, Katsura-san, everything. I hate it all. Sekai. I hate it all. Oh boy. This is... I mean, to be honest, valid crash out. As Sekai runs off upset, Makoto has a rare moment of honesty. I'm such a jerk. Oh, are you? It only took you, what, forever to realize it. Now what are you gonna do, though? He's not gonna make amends. How can he? He's already gone so far with so many things. Sekai leaves school early as she heads to the entrance. She bumps into Kotonoha and we see yet another clash of the titans as they argue about Makoto and how the other is seducing or stealing him or whatever the hell. I don't even care anymore, dude. Sekai then confronts her, telling her that someone had made a secret video from the festival. During the festival, someone made a secret video. When I pressed Makoto about it, he admitted it. I see. There was a camera somewhere, wasn't there? And we're just glossing over the whole camera subplot. Like, it's just like, oh, that's how I found out. Report that shit to the administration of the fucking school. Like, it's not a normal thing to do. That's a crime. Yes, and because of it, I found out about what you've been doing. I'll ask you one more time. When did it first start? See, they don't even... No one cares about the recordings. They don't even care. Even Kotonoha is just like, oh, I see. I was recorded. Anyway, the two then keep arguing about who's stealing Makoto first and whatever the hell. Isn't that what they call stealing? Guys, no, it's not that you guys are stealing him from each other. It's that he's a piece of shit. He's choosing to cheat on you multiple times. Most of the time. Some of them, obviously, again, some of it is non-consensual. Kotonoha says she's working to become the type of girl Makoto likes and berates Sekai for blaming Makoto for all of this. Blaming it on Makoto-kun like that? You're a terrible person. It is his fault! Girl, you've lost the sauce a long time ago, dog. I said that I would forgive everything and accept him, regardless of what you did to him. What about what he did to her, though? Oh my god. Just because you gave him your body? Because you took advantage of his loneliness? That's just arrogance, isn't it? Even now, I'm sure you blame Makoto-kun, don't you? It is his fault too, though. I mean, you can blame more than one person in this situation, but Makoto-kun definitely deserves some of the blame for this 100%. Hello? Kotonoha tells Sekai to leave him alone as Otome witnesses this war of the worlds from a distance. We see Sekai crying at her house as Setsuna asks her what's wrong. At Makoto's house, his mom asks if his girlfriend, referring to Kotonoha, isn't there today. Makoto says that she's not his girlfriend, and things are really complicated as his mom responds that he should give it his best or whatever. Back in school, Setsuna confronts Makoto on the rooftop about making Sekai cry. She asks him how he feels about her, and he says it's between him and Sekai. Setsuna says, if that's how you feel, then don't make her cry. I won't forgive you if you do. Or Katsura-san. Makoto then says that he himself is the one to blame, treading all over Sekai's feelings, clinging on to Kotonoha's kindness, which kindness seems like a weird word to use in this situation. But anyway, he says he's caused both of them to suffer, and it's his fault. Setsuna says, just don't make Sekai cry. And Makoto says he'll make sure that never happens. Kotonoha comes over to Makoto Makoto's place again as he seems less than pleased. She then starts getting intimate with him, but Makoto says, let's stop this. Kotonoha asks why, telling him she just can't stop thinking about him anymore and it's his fault for making her this way. Her words, not mine. Kotonoha once again starts to get physical with him until Makoto has to literally push her off, telling her to leave. Kotonoha says, you seem tired, so I'll go home for today, asking him to have lunch with her the next day in return. Lunchtime arrives and Makoto leaves the classroom to avoid Kotonoha. He wonders where to go until he bumps into Otome, who asks him what's wrong, but Kotonoha approaches them and asks Makoto to lunch again. Makoto says no, and Otome asks why he's even going out with Kotonoha, to which Makoto says they're really not. Kotonoha continues to say they are dating, and Otome tells her that this is clearly bothering Makoto, and Kotonoha retorts, Otome has nothing to do with this. Makoto stops them and tells Kotonoha that he's in love with Sekai, and he's been for a long time now, but there was a mix-up and he ended up dating Kotonoha. He says it's his fault that Sekai misunderstood and he hurt her really badly. Kotonoha says that's precisely why she's not around him anymore. If you're not going out with Sayonji-san, then it's fine for you to go out with me, isn't it? Girl, I'm sorry to tell you, that's just not how it works. If he doesn't want to go out with you, he doesn't want to go out with you. Otome brings up the argument she witnessed earlier and how she made Sekai cry, which shocks Makoto. Otome accuses Kotonoha of being the reason why Sekai is not in school today, and Kotonoha pleads ignorance. Makoto draws the line and says he's completely done with her, that he was caught up in a moment and it was a mistake. Kotonoha says Sekai's already gone, and Makoto says that might be true, but he still wants to end this. Even if I can't make up with Sekai, even if she won't forgive me, I won't choose you anymore. Wow, what a brave man. Otome's just like, what about me? Makoto and Otome then walk away from Kotonoha. At the entrance, Makoto admits to Otome that he was still hesitant, saying he knew that if he didn't reject Kotonoha, she would continue dragging him along forever. But a part of him thought that wouldn't be so bad. He wanted to protect her when he saw her alone and sad at the festival, but it was a mistake getting caught up in a mood. He says, when I heard what you said to her, it's like I finally woke up. I realized that I loved Sekai after all. Otome then compliments Makoto and makes him an offer.
The way you make others feel special. I'll bet what just happened was because of that too.
How though? What does he have that makes them feel so special? There's nothing about Makoto's character that makes me go, oh, I understand why everyone's so into him.
If it doesn't work out, I'll be happy to go out with you. Out of pity, that is.
Oh, Otome. Haha, thanks. Oh, Otome, you have resorted to the pity angle. I'm sorry to tell you, girl. That is kind of pathetic. Makoto laughs Otome's offer off as a joke and leaves school to head to Sekai's place as Otome wonders about the chances of him getting rejected and coming back to date her. Makoto on the train thinks about the mess that was caused. He recognizes that he hurt Sekai deeply, but he does love her and at least wants to tell her that, so he won't be swayed by Kotonoha anymore, whatever the fuck that means. As he gets off the train, he bumps into Sekai, who was notified by Setsuna that he will be heading there. Makoto apologizes, saying he gets swayed so easily, but the truth is, he loves Sekai. He knows he's done all sorts of unforgivable things, but he loves her. She hugs him, saying she loves him back, and as the two embrace, the playthrough comes to a close. Makoto. No, she just forgives him like that? Sekai, I love you too. Sekai, shut the fuck up. That's the ending. Oh, this is stupid. Oh, what a stupid game. Oh, so she's just willing to forgive him like that. Okay, never mind the fact that he cheated on her multiple times. He tried to essay her at some point. All of that just gets all just brushed under the thing, because he's a brave man who's not gonna be swayed anymore. Wow. Look, I don't want to get too caught up in some of this stuff because there's still a lot of endings to cover, but by this point, I was genuinely tired of this game. It just feels like the creators made a checklist of all the fucked up stuff that can happen to a human being and tried to include almost every single one of them in some way, shape, or form. Anyways, let's move on to the next ending, which is Sekai ending number 2, with honesty. Most of this playthrough flowed very similarly to earlier playthroughs. Episode 2 ends on the Kotonoha kissing path. Episode 3 ends with Makoto rejecting Sekai's offer to practice and telling Kotonoha they should stop seeing each other for a while. And episode 4 goes through the whole plot line with Makoto reuniting with Kotonoha and the two clapping cheeks in the break room together, as well as Taisuke and Sekai getting into the unhappiest relationship in history together. Episode 5 also flows very similarly to the first playthrough I described to you, with the absolutely disgusting SA scene with Sekai, Makoto, and Taisuke, and later them going Christmas shopping to see if Sekai wants anything in particular. Sekai buys a picture frame she likes immediately after seeing it because she clearly doesn't want anything from Taisuke, or Taisuke himself for that matter. As their shopping trip ends, things start to diverge again as Makoto convinces Kotonoha to leave on her own because she needs to figure out what gift to buy her dad or something. I don't really know. Anyways, this works and Kotonoha leaves on her own. Makoto and Sekai take the train together and Makoto asks Sekai candidly what she wants from Taisuke as a Christmas gift. She says nothing in particular. Makoto then keeps asking as Sekai continues to curve him in a really painful scene where literally literally everyone in the universe, but Makoto can easily tell what Sekai is thinking in a moment. Was there anything you wanted which wasn't in that shop? You? Anything. No, she didn't say you. Sorry, she didn't say you. I was just making that up. But that's what she's thinking. You already know. She's like, the only thing I want for Christmas is you, Makoto. An embrace from you. A kiss on the lips from you. It's okay. I can't have what I really want. I fucking told you. What I want, is you. Eh? Why is he? As Sekai leaves the train, she finally reveals what she wants for Christmas. However, before Sekai can leave, Makoto runs towards her and embraces her, saying, go on, take me. The two embrace as Sekai begins to cry. Sekai! Oh, go on, take me. Bro, wait. Okay. That's the end? The price of betrayal. What a stupid episode name. I'm sorry. Episode 6 begins as Makoto and Sekai both promise to each other that they'll both break up with the person they're dating right now. We then get a very necessary scene of Sekai, well, enjoying herself at home is the way I'll put it, but with a very unexpected twist. Oh my god. Ha, ha, ha. You hear the squelching? It sounds like Minecraft noises. She's really digging down to bedrock. Yo, what the fuck is she doing? Yo, this girl's using... Oh no. Oh no. She is using the photo frame that she bought with Makoto. Oh, so she's fantasizing about Makoto and using the photo frame. Oh! She has a picture of Makoto in the photo frame. And now she's like, oh, Makoto, I've gotten you dirty again. This is gonna kill me. Oh, okay. Is she licking it? Taisuke calls Makoto and asks for an update on the gift. As they talk, Taisuke says Sekai seems like a better match for Makoto than himself, but obviously that's not possible because he spent the entire day shopping with Kotonoha and he can tell that she really loves Makoto. Taisuke says he's envious of him as Makoto is about to mention the truth, but he stops himself. The next day, Taisuke is very excited as he tells Makoto that Sekai said anything is fine for her Christmas gift. Sekai explains to him that Taisuke looked so happy that she was unable to tell the truth, but she's planning on telling him at lunchtime. Makoto says he'll also tell Kotonoha during lunch too. Lunchtime arrives and Taisuke excitedly asks Sekai to go to the cafeteria with him. On the rooftop, Makoto eats with Kotonoha, who brings up wanting Makoto to eat in her classroom to prove to everyone that she really is dating him. She says other people have marked him and wants to be with him as well. I'm not telling. If you knew, you'd start an affair with them. Yeah, see, everybody's like, yo, this guy is gonna start dating other people if I don't keep him satisfied. What is this, dude? What is this? Like, why would you want to be in a relationship like that, though? I just don't get it. Makoto gets irritated and pissy, and Kotonoha says he's not being his usual self, and he's typically a nicer guy. Makoto yells, no, I'm not! And lunch ends awkwardly with Kotonoha leaving first. Sekai and Makoto reconvene as they both update each other on how they failed to tell the other person. Sekai says she'll try harder, so Makoto should do the same. They make out and go back to class. Two toxic couples are trying to break up to make another toxic couple. Why do I give a shit? After school, Sekai asks Taisuke to talk. Makoto bumps into Kotonoha in the lobby and she apologizes for leaving lunch early, and Makoto says she doesn't need to apologize. She continues to apologize and Makoto loses his patience and yells that she doesn't need to apologize. Kotonoha says she's happy that he's forgiven her, but Makoto brings up that they should break up. Kotonoha is unable to understand and asks why he wants to break up, saying she'll even change everything about herself that he doesn't like. He only apologizes and asks her to please understand. Kotonoha continues to ask why, and Makoto repeats, we have to break up, and walks away from her. At night, Makoto gets a call from Taisuke, who says he was broken up with and asks if Makoto knows who the other person Sekai loves is. Makoto admits that it's himself and that he also broke up with Kotonoha. He says he's sorry, but Taisuke becomes very upset with Makoto, saying, so that's the kind of guy you are. Taisuke has no right to judge anybody though. Let's be real. I thought we were friends. I think of you as a friend too. You jerk! If that were true, you never do something like this. You're just... I'm sorry. Damn it all. Taisuke. Oh no, Taisuke's upset now. Him and Makoto aren't friends anymore. I care so much. Oh, I'm so sad for Taisuke, that guy who continually essays other people in this game. I'm so upset for him. Oh no. Taisuke ends the call and their friendship angrily, which, is anyone too upset about this? I wasn't. Sekai arrives at Makoto's house and the two go on a walk. Sekai mentions she couldn't tell Taisuke who the other person was because he was so shocked she didn't want to rub salt into the wound with the truth. Makoto says he himself told Taisuke the truth because he wanted to, but now their friendship is is pretty much over. Makoto says he also told Kotonoha the truth, but she really didn't want to break up. He tells Sekai she definitely is the one he loves as the two kiss under the starry skies. The next morning, Kotonoha says hi to Makoto on the train, but he completely ignores her. In school, Sekai receives a text from Kotonoha and we see yet another clash of the titans. Kotonoha tells Sekai that Makoto wanted to break up.
Makoto-kun said he wanted to break up. Of course, he was joking. It's not as though I took it seriously.
Oh, I can't push Makoto too hard on this because he actually did say like, we should break up. Like, please understand, we gotta break up. Obviously, he didn't explain why. And she's just like, oh, he was just joking. Like the level of copium that she has to be inhaling is like a little bit toxic.
But since yesterday, he's been acting strange. It's concerning.
Like, come on, come on. She says Makoto's been acting strangely and wonders if someone is trying to seduce him. She tells Sekai she doesn't want to lose to anyone else and that she booked a hotel room on Christmas Eve to invite Makoto to. And just another warning, the conversation gets very heavy here, so just brace yourself a little bit. Kotonoha talks about how she was always alone and getting bullied before meeting Makoto, but now that she's met him and experienced what it was like to not be alone anymore, she doesn't want to go back to being lonely again because now it'll be even worse. She goes as far as to say that it would be so painful that she's sure she'd just die. She says Makoto is as important as her own life, and if he didn't like her anymore, then there will be no point in continuing to live. She says that she's going to text Makoto to come to the hotel on Christmas Eve night, and if he doesn't, then she will die. Now, let me just pause here for a moment and let's talk about this because this became so heavy and so real all of a sudden that it caught me very off guard while playing the game.
There'd be no point in continuing to live.
Okay, so we're doing this now, guys. We're doing this, really? Kotonoha has a hard character to like deal with for me because some of the things she struggles with, I sympathize with, and the way she reacts to things tends to be so irrational that it's just like, bro, like, come on. I mean, she took out a knife already, so we already know what she's capable of. This game like forces me to open up on the internet. It's kind of weird. I used to get bullied. A good amount. I understand the feeling. The first person you get into a relationship with, they become a big part of your self-worth. That shit fucks up your head. You know, some of the struggles I can sympathize, empathize with even. But then you see the way she reacts to some of this stuff and it's like, I mean, it's hard to recognize this when you're still in high school and I had a hard time too, but life is way more than like high school and whoever you date in high school and all this stuff. Just to see this is like, it kind of pains me a little bit. You know, she's also a perpetrator of some horrendous stuff that's happened in the game. So it just makes me feel very conflicted. I just don't know how to react to it. You know what I mean? Using this as a threat to get what you want is absolutely not okay in any capacity. But while I can talk about Kotonoha's words and actions here for a while, I think it's more important to focus on the fact that this is more of an indicator of how flawed the writing of this game really is, because as you'll see soon enough, to nobody's shock, this whole entire situation with Kotonoha's mental health is also glossed over yet again. As Kotonoha talks about sending Makoto that text, Sekai says don't. But not because she's worried about Kotonoha's safety or well-being, but rather because if she texts Makoto that, then he will go to Kotonoha. Like, what? So you're just gonna completely ignore the fact that this girl just literally threatened to take her own life and just focus on the fact that Makoto will choose Kotonoha because of this? This is beyond ridiculous at this point. There is so much garbage to roast here that I don't even know how to articulate it into words anymore. Oh, Jesus Christ. Anyways, then in a really weird backward way, Sekai says to Kotonoha, "You're really that naive, so I'll just tell you." Sekai tells her the truth that Makoto wanted to break up with Kotonoha because he's going out with someone else, and that lover is none other than Sekai herself. As Sekai explains the situation, Kotonoha brings up Taisuke, and Sekai tells her she broke up with him. Kotonoha says, "Why? You saw how much he loved you." Which, I mean, in this playthrough, he assaulted Sekai, but sure, whatever you say. Once again, another indicator of like just horrendous writing. The two then reach an ultimatum.
Let's have Makoto-kun decide. The one he chooses to spend Christmas Eve with will be the girlfriend he wants.
Okay, but we're not gonna just casually mention the fact that like we're trying to take our own life, right? Like we're not gonna keep doing that. I'm not talking about Kotonoha at this point. I'm talking about the game, because this game has been treating these things like it's fucking nothing. Sekai gets back to class and tells Makoto she met with Kotonoha. She then tells him she's going to be at the station on Christmas Eve and that he should come. At home, Makoto ponders on how he no longer has a choice, and it's obvious what he has to do now. Makoto gets on the train at night as he ignores a bunch of calls on his phone, presumed to be from Kotonoha. Sekai sits at the station alone on this snowy night. She eats a sandwich as she remembers how she promised to make Makoto sandwiches but was never able to do it. She begins to cry, saying she wanted him to try them. Makoto then says, "You sure?" grabs her arm and takes a bite of the sandwich, saying it's delicious. Sekai says, "You're supposed to be at the hotel with Katsura-san." But Makoto says he made up his mind and followed his heart. They say they love each other and embrace as the playthrough comes to a close. Jesus Christ. I mean, where do I even begin, dude? So what? We're just not gonna address the fact that Kotonoha literally just threatened to take her own life in this playthrough? Or the fact that Taisuke, Makoto, and Kotonoha have all assaulted someone on screen in this game? Or the fact that an entire group of stupid-ass high schoolers illegally filmed people in compromising positions without their consent and spread it around like a viral TikTok? Look, the drama in this game, while it's stupid as hell a lot of times and can be frustrating to watch, it's all just bullshit at the end of the day. Stuff I can laugh at and jokingly roast and whatnot. But what makes me truly despise this game is how it treats these very serious subjects. These are things that people actually go through and suffer from. People can be traumatized for the rest of their lives through some of the heavier subjects included in this game. And what? You're just gonna use these very serious and dark events as just some random throwaway plot lines to advance the garbage story in your stupid ass romance game? I don't want to keep talking about these things, but it's impossible not to when it just comes up so goddamn frequently while playing this game. Let's move on to the next ending, which is Sekai Ending number 3, Bavarois. As much of a nightmare this game can be, it did actually teach me something, like what the hell a Bavarois is, or rather how to say the word Bavarois. Kind of, actually. I don't think I'm doing it well. Once again, things repeat a lot. Episode 2 ends on the Sekai confession path. Episode 3, they try to tell Kotonoha the truth, but they fail, and ends with Sekai forcing Makoto to go on a movie date with Kotonoha. Episode 4 is the Setsuna route, where Makoto joins the committee, tries to get more physical with Kotonoha, but she ends up slapping him, and he ends up getting really close to Setsuna, and the two clap cheeks in the classroom. Episode 5 begins with Hikari and Makoto seeing Setsuna off at the airport, and Makoto blackmailing Hikari into a plan to bring Sekai back to school. Taisuke invites Makoto to Aqua Square and asks him to find 2 girls to go with, which is supposed to be Sekai and Hikari, but Taisuke ends up inviting Kotonoha, and Makoto calls Sekai about it, and she says she has a plan. And that grand plan is revealed to be, well, Sekai just doesn't go to Aqua Square. In previous playthroughs, we saw Makoto spend time with everyone at Aqua Square and try to get Hikari and Taisuke together. But in this playthrough, seeing as Sekai decided to not come, Makoto quickly makes up an excuse saying he has family business and leaves to Sekai's apartment. At Sekai's apartment, her mom lets her know that she has a guest, but Sekai tells them to leave. Instead, Sekai's mom decides to play a little prank and invites Makoto inside anyways. I know all about you. After all, Sekai and Setchan were, Mom! Oh, Sekai, were you awake? Yo, her mom is like on some other shit. He's like, oh, you don't want to come out? Well, I'll make you come out. Sekai, embarrassed, takes the conversation outside as Makoto compliments her mother. She sure is beautiful. You think so? She looks a lot like you. Oh, okay. Oh, wow, look at him. Oh, she's even doing the Rizzler face. Makoto asks why Sekai didn't come, and she tries to lie, saying she didn't feel good. But it's literally obvious to everyone in the known universe that it's because there just weren't enough tickets. Sekai asks about Kotonoha, but Makoto says they're fighting, so it would be awkward to be with her anyway. He asks Sekai to come with them next time, saying he feels calmer when Sekai is around. He can't go back today though, since it'll be kind of awkward, so Sekai invites him in, and they share some tea with Sekai's mother. Meanwhile, at Aqua Square, the 3 left behind have the most awkward goodbye of all time. After a few hours of having tea with Sekai's mom, Makoto says that her mom is a funny person as they head to the station. Sekai mentions how it's getting cold, and Makoto hugs her from behind, saying, now you're not cold anymore. Oh, now they're kissing. Wow. No! As the two kiss each other on the lips, on the train behind them is Kotonoha, who witnesses this kiss from the train. Episode 5 then ends here. Episode 6 is basically the same exact flow as Kotonoha ending number 2, Lust, when Kotonoha becomes like a supervillain and basically forces herself into Makoto's apartment and forces herself onto Makoto, takes a picture of them doing intimate stuff without asking, forcing him to make a promise to go out with her if Sekai gives up on him, and then showing Sekai this picture she took in order to make her leave them alone. On the train, Makoto confronts Kotonoha about what she told Sekai. It's the same exact conversation as the earlier ending, but after the conversation, Makoto says that it's his own fault for getting this picture leaked. I don't really get it. I mean, this might be an issue on the game's part and not being able to present the event super well, but I assumed he actually didn't know about the picture, but it turns out that he does. I also don't understand how it's his responsibility, since Kotonoha took the picture without asking and showed the picture to Sekai without asking either, but I'll just chalk this up to the game being old and shit. Anyways, Makoto says that despite the picture being shown, he still loves Sekai and leaves the train as Kotonoha calls him an idiot. Sekai cries in her room until she hears the bell ring and sees Makoto through a peephole. She tells him to go away and see Kotonoha, but Makoto says he's sorry over and over again. He says he won't stop until he forgives her, and she says that she won't and walks away. I mean, I guess this is supposed to be romantic? Later, Sekai is in bed and her mom comes home with some sweets with a name I at first didn't know how to pronounce. Want some Bavarois? Bavarois? I don't know how to say that word actually.
Bavarois, French.
Bavarois. Okay, I'm not saying that. Bavarois. 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 I'm not trying to disrespect the language, I swear. The two eat their Bavarois as Sekai's mom explains some stuff about the Bavarois. Sekai, clearly not listening, is then told that there is one more Bavarois that needs to be delivered. When Sekai asks who it's for, her mom says, your boyfriend outside. Who else? She says she invited Makoto inside, but he refused to come in until Sekai forgave him, saying it's all his own fault. Sekai ends up going outside as Makoto begins to apologize and the two embrace. He says he's easily swayed and it's his own fault, but he loves Sekai the most. She responds that she knows, and as they embrace, she asks the most important question of all. Hey, Makoto? Do you like Bavarois? Yeah. Wow. Wow. Congratulations. The couple is official now. Makoto responds, yeah, as the playthrough comes to a close. I mean, I don't care for much in this game, but one thing I have picked up from playing this is how much I want to try some Bavarois now. It sounds a lot better of an experience to eat one of these than play another minute of this goddamn game. Anyways, this was a simple one and nothing too egregious happened, thank fucking God. Speaking of egregious, it's time to move on to the next ending, which is Sekai ending number 4, Setsuna's feelings. When I say that this might genuinely be the dumbest ending in the game, I am not lying. You'll see what I mean. As usual, earlier stuff repeats as episode 2 ends on the Sekai confession path. Episode 3, Makoto and Sekai try to tell Kotonoha the truth, but they fail to, and it ends with Sekai and Makoto getting caught getting giddy on the rooftop by Kotonoha. Episode 4 is when Kotonoha gets bullied by her classmates about lying to them about dating Makoto, and Sekai witnesses this, causing her to get upset and telling Makoto to leave her and see Kotonoha, but he tells her that he loves her. Episode 5 begins with Taisuke introducing Kotonoha as his girlfriend to Makoto and Sekai. Makoto and Kotonoha later take the train home together as Kotonoha explains herself in the school festival situation until she begins to cry in front of him. In a previous playthrough, Makoto apologized, but in this one, he's unable to say anything at all as she cries next to him. During lunch the next day, Makoto looks for Taisuke, who leaves to do something with Kotonoha. Now, this would lead to the same disgusting SA scene I described before involving Hikari, but Makoto actually chooses to give up on the search in this playthrough, which definitely saved me some sanity because I really don't want to go through the experience of having to watch that SA scene again, even at 32 times speed. However, it's also horrifying to think about the fact that regardless of Makoto seeing them or not, Taisuke and Kotonoha are in that classroom and horrible stuff is happening. Later, Kotonoha and Makoto bump into each other at the station again, and Kotonoha admits that she doesn't like Taisuke and that she loves Makoto. As she leaves on the train, Makoto says goodbye to her, completely ending the two's relationship in this playthrough on a very sad and pretty tragic note at this point. Things start to diverge even more from previous playthroughs as Sekai finds out that her mom has been chosen for a job in Paris. It was between her and Setsuna's mom since they are rivals and they compete a lot. Sekai's mother then tells her to get ready too because they'll be moving to Paris. Hearing this, Sekai gets very upset and the two argue briefly until Sekai's mom slaps her across the face. Sekai then runs off into her room and begins to cry. Later, Setsuna tells Sekai that her mom was bawling at home just like Sekai is doing right now. Setsuna then suddenly asks Sekai, since she's moving away now, if she and Makoto are splitting up. Episode 5 then comes to a close on an absolutely shocking twist as Setsuna says she'll take Makoto so Sekai can be at ease when she transfers to Paris. Episode 6 begins as Setsuna goes to Makoto's place out of nowhere. The two briefly talk about Makoto's home life, and when Makoto asks what she needs, Setsuna responds in another shocking way. What can I do for you? It's pretty simple. Really simple. Like what? What the fuck is happening? She just starts taking off her clothes. She just goes there. She's like, I want to talk to you about something. Sekai is woken up by her mom, and as the two eat, Sekai gets a shocking text on her phone that makes her run off. At school, Setsuna tells Makoto to leave it to her as Sekai comes in asking about the message. It seems as though this text message contained a picture of Makoto and Setsuna in a very intimate situation. Setsuna says, I'll be taking it all for myself. When Sekai asks if this is true, Makoto says he finally understood after Setsuna confessed to him that it's better for him to go out with her. Even Nanami and Hikari are in complete shock as Sekai accuses Setsuna of wanting her gone because she's always had her sights set on Makoto. Setsuna asks why it even matters since Sekai won't be around anymore. Sekai tells her that she's always thought of her as someone who she can trust, a friend who is even closer than family. Makoto asks if it's true that Sekai is transferring away, and she responds it's true, but she can't help it. Sekai then says they can do whatever they want and runs off as Makoto wonders if they did the right thing. At Sekai's house, Setsuna walks in on Sekai crying. Sekai, sniffle, why are you crying? The fuck you mean why are you crying? Setsuna, you moron. Setsuna tells Sekai about their history with Makoto as Sekai responds that Makoto hasn't said he likes Setsuna. Setsuna says that's true for now and explains that learning about Sekai's transfer shook Makoto and convinced him to give up on her. Sekai says if she and Makoto try hard enough, it'll work out. Setsuna says that she told Makoto that Sekai planned to transfer without telling him, and even though this isn't true, Makoto believed it anyway since Setsuna is Sekai's childhood friend. Sekai begs her to not take Makoto away, and Setsuna responds that it'll be even worse if someone else takes him. Setsuna then tells Sekai to just give up and transfer away, leaving her as Sekai continues to cry. The next day at school, right before homeroom, Sekai tells Makoto to come talk on the rooftop. Sekai asks if he loves her, and he says yes. She then says she'll forgive him for what happened and asks him to tell her that he'll always love her even if she transfers to another school. Makoto is unable to give a straight response and says, if you really loved me, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Sekai says it's because it was so sudden, but Makoto says Setsuna told him it was decided long before the festival, which is yet again another lie. Sekai asks if he loves Setsuna, and he responds he doesn't know, but Setsuna had told him that she'll take away the loneliness once Sekai is gone. Suddenly, Sekai takes Makoto's hand and forces him to touch stuff. However, Makoto ends up pulling away. There's no point in doing it with someone who's just gonna transfer away. Holy fucking shit. I can't believe this. Oh my god, what is happening? What is happening? How do you react to this? How am I supposed to react to this? Makoto says it'll just be harder for both of them if they can't forget each other. Sekai says, we'll be happy. And Makoto responds, you might be, and coldly walks away. Sekai gets back to the classroom as Hikari tells her that she got marked absent. She asks where Makoto is, and Hikari says he went to Sakakino Hills with Setsuna. Hikari says it was awful of Setsuna to do such a thing, and then spits some real truth. I just don't get what she sees in him. Me too, Hikari. Fucking preach. You're better off quickly forgetting about a guy like that, you know? Period. However, Sekai says she never wants to forget about him. Hikari mentions that Makoto seemed worried when Sekai didn't return to the classroom for a while, but also overheard him mention that there's no choice but to give up. As Hikari happily gives Sekai an update about her and Taisuke, Sekai literally just walks away mid-conversation. At the station, Makoto and Setsuna say bye as Makoto leaves. Sekai confronts Setsuna and tells her that it's better to have Makoto go out with Setsuna than someone she doesn't know. As long as he's happy, she just doesn't care anymore. Setsuna then reveals that the night she went to Makoto's house, she actually wasn't doing anything with Makoto. We weren't doing it when this photo was taken, you know? Oh, they weren't. But in the email, you were naked and I just forced him to strip down and take a photo with me. There's no way that he'd betray you. That's fucking messy work, dude. That's not okay. Setsuna's going to her bestie's like boyfriend's house, taking off her clothing, forcing him to strip naked, take a picture together, and then use that as like a sort of blackmail against her best friend. I mean, even if they weren't being intimate, it's extremely twisted regardless. But anyway, she says there's no way Makoto would betray Sekai. However, if Sekai is okay with it, then Setsuna really will have sex with Makoto. Sekai says it's not okay, but it can't be helped, and she doesn't have a right to stop them. Setsuna asks when the transfer paper will go through, and Sekai answers the next Monday. So Setsuna says she and Makoto will be doing it that Friday night before the weekend. Friday arrives, and Sekai is not at school. Makoto wonders what she's doing as Setsuna tells him she's at home crying. Whenever something painful happens, Sekai abandons everything and stays at home to cry. Setsuna used to be the one to console her, but she says she can't do it anymore. After school, Makoto and Setsuna meet up and head to Makoto's house as Setsuna says, we're gonna do it. We have to. They get to Makoto's room and Setsuna begins to take her clothes off. Sekai then gets a call from Setsuna and picks up, only to hear something very shocking. Ito, take your clothes off too. Okay. Oh my god. Sekai begins to hear them have sex over the phone and desperately yells at them to stop, but to no avail. Sekai goes through what can only be considered emotional torture, as she's forced to listen to them get intimate until Setsuna tells Makoto that she loves him. But Makoto says Sekai is actually the one he loves. Sekai yells over the phone that she doesn't want Makoto doing it with any other girl and says she won't transfer away anymore. Even if she has to work a part-time job and whatever, she's not gonna transfer away. She says she's not gonna hand him over to someone like Setsuna. Setsuna. Makoto gets on the phone and Sekai tells him that she's not gonna leave him. So please, don't have sex with Setsuna. Makoto then says he won't because he loves Sekai. The call ends as Sekai tells him she loves him so much. Back at Makoto's apartment, Makoto asks if Setsuna's sure about this. Setsuna says it's fine and thanks him for cooperating, and it was at this point that literally everything clicked for me. I know it's to stop her from transferring away, but well, I can't say I wasn't personally looking forward to it too. Wait, what? Kyoto, what should we do now? Wait, what? Hold on. Pause. Are you saying that Setsuna planned all of this garbage to make Sekai want to stay and not transfer away on her own accord? What kind of fucked up backwards type shit is this? If I was Sekai, I would drop Setsuna as a friend immediately. We would never talk again. And to think this is a good idea is crazy work to me. Makoto says it feels like he's deceiving Sekai, even if it's to stop her from transferring away. Makoto asks what they should do now, and Setsuna responds that they should make up and become friends with Sekai again. She then tells Makoto to be there for Sekai. Makoto promises and Setsuna says good because she won't be able to protect Sekai anymore. We then cut to the airport where it's revealed that Setsuna is actually the one who's moving to Paris. It turns out that after Sekai desperately convinced her mom not to go, Setsuna's mom was chosen for the job instead. They all say their goodbyes as Setsuna holds her tears back, flashes a peace sign, and leaves, ending the playthrough here. How does anybody ever think that's a good idea? How does Setsuna think that's a smart idea? I'm really trying here, guys. I'm really trying here to understand how that makes any logical sense. I'm actually out of words. That was the dumbest playthrough so far. Wow, a plot twist so crazy that it would make M. Night Shyamalan nut the hardest he's ever nutted in his life. I mean, is this not the dumbest, most backwards ass plan ever? I've literally tried to make sense of this multiple times after playing it, and it still does not make any sense in my head. Oh, my best friend from childhood is moving away to another country. Well, what if I pretended to completely betray her, break her trust in multiple ways, pretend to steal the love of her life, and force her to listen to us have sex on the phone as she cries and probably develops trust issues for the rest of her life? And then at the end, we'll reveal that it's all just some kind of got him moment when my best friend finally says she won't transfer away, a circumstance that's most likely not even in her control, and we make up and everything is okay. I mean, how twisted is that? I don't understand how any sane human being can think of a plan this ass backwards and think it's a good idea. I don't get it. I just don't understand it. The plan itself doesn't even make sense, and even the storytelling and explaining of everything got so fucking confusing to me, man. If one of my close friends did something like this to me, I would probably cut my friend and my former lover off completely because this is so stupid that I just cannot fathom how anyone would think it's even a good idea. Anyways, let's move on from that stupidity and get on to Sekai ending number 5, Love Fulfilled. So this playthrough is really simple because it's almost identical to the third Kotonoha ending with Kotonoha. The story is basically when both Sekai and Kotonoha start spiraling down paranoia road and they start to believe that Makoto is cheating on them with Otome. It all culminates into a final choice in episode 6 where Kotonoha and Sekai ask which one Makoto will be eating lunch with, and that one choice determines how the ending plays out. This time, during the confrontation, Makoto chooses to eat lunch with Sekai. Kotonoha leaves as Sekai asks if Makoto's free to come over to her place tonight. She mentions that she bought a coat she was talking about before and wanted him to be the first to see it. However, Makoto gets a text from Kotonoha asking if she could come over to his place. Seeing this, Sekai tells him she'll be waiting at her place. Taisuke tells Makoto to do his best or choose what his heart feels or whatever the hell, and Makoto declares to himself that he's going to settle this. At night, we see Sekai sitting outside of her apartment on the staircase as Setsuna walks up to her. Sekai believes that Makoto isn't coming as Setsuna mentions that Hikari called her and said Kotonoha had also made plans with Makoto. Setsuna also says Taisuke had told Kotonoha to respect Makoto's decision regardless of who he goes with, even if he ends up choosing Sekai. This means that Sekai also has to give up on Makoto if he chooses Kotonoha. Sekai says he's not going to come. As she cries and puts her head down into her knees, she says Makoto's name. She then hears Makoto's voice say, "Yeah," and looks up to see Makoto standing in front of her. Came all the way up to your house and just started... Her fucking face. He came all the way up to your house and just started hanging around because he couldn't face you. So I dragged him over. What? So this bitch ass just stood around for like an hour or two, just like, a little. Makoto apologizes, saying that he thought about all the things that he had done to hurt her and didn't know how to face her. Sekai asks if he's okay with choosing her, and he says yes. The two embrace and declare their love for each other as Setsuna walks away into the darkness, and the playthrough ends here. There is a quick little post-credit scene of the two taking a picture together at at the beach happily and shit, but frankly, who gives a shit? Anyways, now we've gone through every ending related to the two main romanceable characters of the game. Next up, we'll be moving on to the sub-heroine endings, starting with Hikari ending number 1. Everyone's Makoto. Before I go through this playthrough, another massive trigger warning, because while we've seen some real egregious stuff in this game so far already, this playthrough was personally one of the hardest for me to get through. Episode 2 ends on the Sekai confession path, and episode 3 ends with Makoto and Sekai getting caught by Kotonoha doing stuff on the rooftop. In episode 4, we follow the path where Kotonoha lies to some of her classmates about dating Makoto, then she gets constantly bullied by Otome and the bitches with the Z, and everyone witnesses this in the hallway as they harass her to bring Makoto over and show that she's not lying to everyone about dating him. Meanwhile, Sekai and Makoto get a break together and go up to the rooftop and things start getting intimate, but whereas in previous playthroughs, Makoto would start doing stuff with her, in this playthrough, he gets very silent out of nowhere and Sekai wonders what's going on before the two return to their classroom on time. Sekai gets back to work as Makoto goes outside to witness Kotonoha getting bullied by everyone about how Makoto isn't coming for her. Makoto decides to not intervene and walks away, saying sorry to Kotonoha under his breath. Taisuke then approaches the girls and tells them to stop picking on her. It really seems as though for the first and only time in this game, Taisuke might be doing something that can be considered good, which would be the plot twist of the century. We're not really picking on Katsura here. Yeah, you are. Yo, when Taisuke's calling her bullshit out, you know you've hit a new low, right? Unfortunately, School Days continues to throw the worst plot twists in my face as the girls begin to accuse Taisuke of having a crush on Kotonoha, which makes him falter a little bit. The girls also begin to spread misinformation that Taisuke is actually Kotonoha's boyfriend, something that Kotonoha herself tries to deny. Otome pulls Taisuke aside and tells him they're not picking on Kotonoha, but they're just waiting for her boyfriend, but he hasn't come. Taisuke seems disappointed that Kotonoha has a boyfriend, and Otome asks him,
Why don't you be her boyfriend instead? It seems like Katsura still hasn't accepted the fact that she's been dumped. That's why you need to comfort her. If we set you two up as a couple, then she really will fall for you.
Otome then actively encourages Taisuke to sexually assault Kotonoha in the break room.
So you've got to force her.
Oh my fucking god. What is this? I don't even want to finish saying the line. Someone wrote this shit. Oh my god.
So you've got to force her, even if she doesn't want to go through with it.
My sister once cried because her boyfriend forced her into it. What is this, guys? Why are we doing this?
See? That's why you can't give up, even if she resists.
Oh my fucking god. What kind of fucking script writing is this? I'll do my best. What?
That's what you call being a real man.
No, it's fucking not. What's up with Taisuke just like being swindled by Otome's words? Like, oh, you should hold her down and assault her. That's encouraged. You know, I think that's what a real man does. That's like some disgusting ass messaging, bro. A real man, huh?
If you take her even by force, she'll fall for you.
That's crazy.
It's not crazy. Or what? Are you too scared to do her?
Who the fuck wrote this? A teenager? Who are you calling scared?
You.
Like hell I am. Fine, I'll do it. Shut the fuck. I'm angry watching this unfold. It is unbelievable. Nah, dude. What the fuck is this garbage? I don't even think it's just Otome that's despicable, but rather the fact that somebody wrote these lines and put them in the game as if it's completely normal and acceptable. Absolutely insane, dude. The girls walk away as they tell the two to go into the break room to quote unquote clear up their misunderstandings. Now, I won't describe what happens next in any detail because it's truly the one scene in this game that's a straight up scene. I just don't know any other way to describe it. That's what it is. But in short, Taisuke forces himself onto Kotonoha as she literally screams for him to stop and screams for help. Kotonoha starts yelling for Makoto, and Taisuke reveals that Makoto is actually in love with Sekai. As Kotonoha screams no, the screen fades to black. Afterwards, Taisuke literally has the gall to say, hey, I really do like you, seriously, why don't we go out together? Which is extremely disgusting. However, Kotonoha says nothing and leaves. I mean, this entire situation is so absolutely messed up, and the characters involved like Taisuke, Otome, and her garbage group of friends are so despicable that I just don't even know how to react anymore. At the bonfire, Sekai and Makoto meet up. Makoto seems down after witnessing the bullying, but the two end up dancing anyway as Kotonoha comes outside to see this and completely breaks down on the ground as episode 4 comes to a close. Episode 5 then begins as Taisuke introduces Kotonoha as his girlfriend to Makoto and Sekai on the rooftop. Yeah, after what just happened. Makoto is bothered by this because he had witnessed Kotonoha getting bullied. Makoto later sees Kotonoha saying bye to Taisuke at the station, and the two take the train together as Kotonoha explains herself, and Makoto apologizes as she cries. Meanwhile, Sekai and the girlies talk about Taisuke dating Kotonoha, and if you remember anything from earlier in this video, you know exactly where this path is heading. I mean, I won't even describe it more than I need to, but it's a scene from earlier where Makoto finds Taisuke SAing Kotonoha in a hidden classroom, and later Makoto starts SAing Hikari outside of the classroom. I mean, it was already a very fucked up scene to watch, but adding the extra context of what happened before in this playthrough makes everything feel even more disgusting. Absolutely repulsive. I just can't come up with words scathing enough to express how this all makes me feel. At the station, Kotonoha and Makoto talk about Taisuke in probably the most depressing and sad conversation I've seen in this game. Makoto finds out that Kotonoha doesn't like Taisuke and is still in love with Makoto. She explains that Taisuke forced her to go out with him, so she thought that if she gave herself to someone else, actually the exact word she uses is violated by someone else, then she'd have no choice to give up. She says Taisuke keeps making dirty requests and there are times when it makes her feel terrible. But Taisuke says that he loves and needs her. And when he says these things, and then Kotonoha's words fade away and she never finishes the sentence. As she leaves, Makoto stops her for a second but is unable to say anything as the train takes her away. While I was playing this, I genuinely didn't know how to react or even process this entire conversation. Some of the stuff that she says in this conversation is legitimately heartbreaking and sad, and I just can't help but hurt when I hear some of the things she says. Because in this playthrough, she is someone who's literally been treated so horribly by everyone around her and has had to go through some serious traumatic events that will definitely leave a scar in her subconscious for possibly the rest of her life. And the fact that all of this is not just in the game as simple plot points, but casually glossed over by the end of the playthrough makes me genuinely furious. Hikari, who was listening in on this conversation, approaches Makoto and tells him she was curious about what Taisuke's girlfriend was like. She says that Kotonoha clearly likes Makoto and things aren't as smooth sailing for him and Sekai as she thought. Hikari then says this:
But in any case, I wish you didn't have to get Setsuna involved.
Wow, oh, so we victim blaming now. No, it's not Kotonoha that got Taisuke involved. This is all Taisuke pushing himself onto her. That's objectively what's happening, okay? They say, quote, the poor guy thinks he just got lucky, end quote, when in reality, he's not the poor guy or a victim of any kind. He's an actual criminal. Makoto then says another crazy sentence.
Sawanaga, he really likes Katsura-san, doesn't he?
He's probably just ecstatic that he has someone to have sex with. Correction, he's just ecstatic that he has someone to assault. Hikari says there's no way she can compete with Kotonoha, and Makoto asks her to work with him, saying, if Taisuke is just addicted to sex like I think he is, then I got a plan. And this is when I officially reached the conclusion that yes, the writing in this game is absolutely abysmal. We've literally got it all here. Hikari literally victim blaming Kotonoha, even though Kotonoha never asked to do anything with Taisuke ever, the two referring to Taisuke as this poor guy or victim of some kind. Makoto literally not even caring that Taisuke makes requests that make Kotonoha feel like absolute shit and takes advantage of her. You've got to be sick to think any of this is completely okay. And I'm sorry if that sounds really harsh or fucked up for me to say, but I just can't even fathom watching these scenarios and thinking it's fine in any goddamn way. Anyways, Makoto calls Taisuke at night and asks him if he could sleep with Kotonoha. Makoto tells him that he's been dating Hikari and the two can trade girlfriends with each other. Taisuke calls Makoto back, telling him that he asked Kotonoha, who said yes to this offer. They then plan to meet up at Kotonoha's house at 10 a.m. in the morning, and the episode comes to a close. Officially, fuck this game. I need to go take a piss. I'm gonna be right back. I'm back. I had to dip my hand in the toilet water thingy, you know, in the back because the chain was off and would have flushed. I'm so happy right now. As you can tell, I started off episode 6 in a pretty bad mood as Makoto calls Hikari and tells her to meet at Kotonoha's house at 10 a.m. the next day. Hikari seems shocked and disgusted at the concept of swapping partners, but Makoto explains that this is something that some couples do, and this quote-unquote disgusting act is the only way he can set her up with Taisuke. The two then plan to meet up a little earlier the next day so Hikari doesn't get lost, and the call ends as Makoto tells her to wear her best outfit. On Saturday morning, Hikari is very late, and the two head to Kotonoha's house as Hikari explains that she was looking at outfits all night. They get to Kotonoha's house and head to her room. Oh god. Ew, yo. Yeah! It turns out that because they were late, the two had already gotten started or whatever, and Taisuke tells Makoto and Hikari to go ahead and do it in front of them because he's never seen anyone else do it and wants to get a good look. Like, what the fuck? am I playing anymore, dude? Hikari is reluctant as they both lay in the bed as it's her first time. But Makoto says that for this plan to work, they can't know that it's her first time. Hikari says she wanted to give it to Taisuke, but ends up going along with it anyway. Anyway, here's yet another one of them scenes. So they start kissing. Okay, now we're gonna watch them fuck. You're so... Oh my god. It's going on for a while. And Taisuke and Kotonoha are just watching this happen too. This is so weird. Okay, well, they're doing it. Whatever, who cares? I don't care. Let me like play like Candy Crush or something. Actually, I don't play Candy Crush anymore. If you guys know, there's a game called Toon Blast. That game is really fun. You've probably seen it on ads, like, because it used to be on ads all the time and shit, but now it's really popular anyway. That game is fun. I love playing that game. I think I'm gonna do that right now. Okay, well, that's a lot of mayonnaise. I know earlier I said these scenes genuinely don't matter in terms of the plot, but I kinda lied. There is one time these scenes matter because there is a particular choice that you can make during some of them. Oh shoot, I have to choose. Oh, I almost missed it. I have to choose to come outside. You know, like go outside of the like by that I mean physically walk outside of the house. Obviously, that's what I meant. It's kind of funny because sometimes when I read the walkthrough website, it'll just say the choices but not actually the context of it. For this one, it says come outside, and in my mind, I thought it meant like he was gonna go outside of the build or like some kind of building, but it came up right now while they're like that's what it means when it says come outside. It's not him walking out of the building. It's crazy that there's a game where those words can be interpreted in two completely different ways and it would make sense for the game, you know? Afterwards, Hikari says, the reason everyone has sex must be because it feels so good. Dear God, can I please stop describing these things? Holy shit. Taisuke says that he got excited watching them and ends up getting with Hikari as Kotonoha and Makoto leave the room together. Kotonoha asks Makoto if they should also jump into action, but Makoto firmly says no. Later that night, we find out that Taisuke went right back to Kotonoha after he was done with Hikari. She says it can't be helped since Taisuke is so infatuated with Kotonoha. He was really awful in bed. I believe that. Yeah, guys, Makoto is such a god. Oh my god. Anyways, Makoto says he'd be happy to do it with her anytime, and Hikari asks if they can do it now. The two then go to a beach or somewhere near the ocean and clap cheeks outside next to a wall. I'll call you Makoto too. Oh, this is so nasty. What is that? Next to the wall. This is a crazy angle, bro. Holy shit. Wow. Oh, wow. I'm so done. I am done. I don't care. I don't care. This might have been probably one of the most up playthroughs of the entire game so far. So this game is like consent. Never heard of her. Oh my gosh. She just... Bro, that's her clothing. You got mayonnaise on her clothing. Afterwards, she thanks him and he says anytime. We then get a flash forward to 4 months later as we see Makoto and Hikari laying in Makoto's bed completely naked. Hikari is on Makoto's phone replying to Sekai with a lovey-dovey message. It turns out that since Makoto started getting together with Hikari, she has become his quote-unquote private manager, a position that comes with a perk of being able to sleep with her every night. She then brings up that there's a pair of twins who are interested in hooking up with Makoto, who asks Hikari to stop calling in different girls every day. Hikari says he was happy about it at first and thought it was wrong to keep Makoto to herself, so she's sharing him with all the other girls who want him. Being good in your bed is your only merit, so we've got to share you with everyone. That's crazy. You're a popular guy, you know. Everyone's fighting for a piece of you. Every day there are girls praying that they'll be the one to have you. I don't get it. Makoto says he already has Sekai, and Hikari threatens to tell Sekai all of this and mentions she has photos of this and everything else. Like, what? Somehow Sekai has no idea any of this has been happening, and Makoto says this is weighing on his conscience. He mutters to himself that if he hadn't decided to help Hikari back then, none of this would have happened. Hikari asks if he says something, he responds no, and she says it's time to go to school, and everyone is waiting for him as the playthrough comes to a close. What the hell? Did Hikari just start picking Makoto out to a bunch of random girls at their school? What the fuck is going on in this universe, dude? Jesus Christ. Anyways, that might have quite possibly been one of the worst playthroughs I've had to sit through. I mean, it was genuinely horrifying to watch some of the stuff happening in front of me. I'd like to say things don't get much worse from here, but we still have the bad ending, so I'm sorry to disappoint you. But first, let's move on to the next ending, which is Hikari ending number 2, Sex Friend. So pretty much 95% of what happens in this playthrough is basically identical to the other Hikari playthrough. The only major difference other than the actual ending comes in episode 4 when Kotonoha is surrounded by her bullies in the hallway as everyone else watches. Makoto walked away from the situation in the last playthrough, but this time he decided to stay. Taisuke approaches him and asks him what's up with the crowd, and Otome notices Makoto standing there too. Makoto walks up to Kotonoha, who looks very happy to see him as the bullies ask if he's there to meet Kotonoha. He says that's right, then tells her he's sorry, says goodbye, and walks away. Everyone's shocked to see see that Kotonoha had been telling the truth, and now that they've witnessed him actually break up with her in front of them, even the bullies feel like making fun of her will be going too far. Even Otome actually feels bad for her somewhat.
Sorry, I know it sounds strange, but cheer up.
You've been making her life miserable in school. Now you're gonna be like, oh, sorry. I mean, this is kind of ironic because these are the girls who actively encourage Taisuke to assault Kotonoha in the other playthrough. Anyways, as Kotonoha sits there, Taisuke approaches her and asks if her boyfriend came to get her for the bonfire dance. Kotonoha responds that she doesn't have anyone to dance with anymore and begins to cry as Taisuke looks at her with a sympathetic face. I mean, it's insane how wildly opposite the situation is from the other playthrough, since we all know what the See You Next Tuesday does to her, but anyway. Episode 5 then plays out the same exact way, including that disgusting SA scene, and ends with them planning their little Nintendo Wifey Switch event. Episode 6 also plays out the exact same, except one particular choice the player has to make during the scene. The only difference with this playthrough compared to the other one is just whether you... I don't know how I'm gonna describe this. Whether you come inside of the building or come outside of the building. That's the choice you have to make here. Now, in the last playthrough, Makoto decides to go outside of the building, if you catch my drift. Now, this time, he's gonna come into the building. Yeah, so Makoto came inside of the building and decided to hang out inside of the building. You know what I mean? Like, there's no double meaning to what I'm saying. It's exactly what I'm saying. Anyways, the rest plays out the same way until the end, you know. They leave and hook up at the shore and whatever. Sorry, Toad. We then get a flash forward to 4 months later, yet again, as Makoto and Hikari have been getting together for a while. Makoto is worried about Sekai finding out, but at school, they continue to act like they're on bad terms, so it's been fine, I guess? A lot of this ending plays out similarly to the other one, with Hikari using Makoto's phone to reply to Sekai and stuff like that, except this time, Hikari doesn't end up becoming Makoto's private manager, but instead, these two are just getting together frequently on their own. I won't act like we're having sex. That's all real! Our bodies are a perfect match for each other, don't you think? It really feels incredible. Hikari tells Makoto to go to school and says she's going to visit the hospital. Makoto asks if she's sick, to which Hikari responds, "Not exactly, it's nothing," with a smile on her face. She tells him she'll tell him once he gets home, and Makoto wonders what it's about as the playthrough comes to a close. So this is when the concept of pregnancy really starts to become canonical in the game. I mean, we're not sure if Hikari is confirmed to be pregnant in this ending, but it's heavily implied since we literally chose to have Makoto chill inside of the building. And you know what I'm saying at this point. God, I love YouTube community guidelines. Anyways, it's time to move on to the next ending of the game, which is probably the one I was dreading the most because, well, I just hate her, dude. This is the Otome ending, Earnest Feelings Requited. As usual, the earlier events are stuff we've already seen. Episode 5 takes the wild conspiracy path where Kotonoha brings a knife to school and she, along with Sekai, begin to spiral about Makoto potentially cheating on them with Otome. The episode ends with Makoto telling the two on the rooftop that he doesn't want to date anyone right now. Episode 6 is also mostly stuff we've seen before. Sekai stays home, so Setsuna asks Makoto to visit her after school. Otome's friends tell her about the rooftop talk and nominates her as a candidate to date Makoto. Otome confesses to him at the cafeteria, but he tells him he's not in the position to hear this right now. Kotonoha wants to hang with Makoto, but he lies that his sister's coming over. Things start to diverge when the next morning, Makoto bumps into Otome at the station, who says she's going to be more honest about her feelings from now on. She asks Makoto if that's okay, and he actually responds that he doesn't mind. The two take the train together, and Otome asks Makoto if she can come over to his place today. She says she has no practice, but only for today, and ever since junior high, she's never felt that he thought of her as a girl. She says that once practice starts for her again, it feels like he would have made his choice between which girl to go with. She says she doesn't think any of the girls can wait for his decision, sitting in their anxieties. She tells him she'll be waiting by the bench near his house where they used to hang out during junior high, and if he chooses her, he can meet her there. Sekai and Kotonoha beef during lunch about who Makoto should eat lunch with. He ultimately chooses neither, and Sekai tells him to sit down and eat with her as Kotonoha leaves, upset. Sekai and Kotonoha both invite him after school as Makoto struggles to decide, and Taisuke tells him to do what he thinks is right. Makoto ends up going to the beach and meets up with Otome. He says he never noticed when they were hanging out together, but the person he really wanted was always beside him, and it was so obvious, but he just never noticed. He asks Otome to go out with him, and she happily responds yes. The two arrive back at Makoto's apartment where Kotonoha is waiting outside. Makoto apologizes to Kotonoha, who cries and leaves as he and Otome head up to his room. Inside, Otome tells she's scared since she's had these one-sided feelings for so long, and maybe he's just teasing her. He said he'd never do that, and it just felt natural for the two to be together, and he just never thought about her in a romantic way until now. Anyways, they clap cheeks.
I know it might sound cliche, but it's my first time, so...
Okay then, I'll respond with a cliche too. I'll be gentle. Ew, that's some dumbass bullshit, dog. You're welcome, Otome. I gave you what you wanted today. I make the choices you needed for this ending, so you're welcome. Yo, he's really eating.
I want to make you feel good too.
We are seeing what they might call the nice number, you know, the 69. That number is what I see on the screen right now. You know, I'm a Cancer, like the zodiac sign. If you flip that sideways, it's like 69. It's kind of funny. Anyway, this is going for a while, I will say.
Go on, come on. Fill me up with everything you have. There's so much, Makoto. It's so warm.
What? It's so good you're crying, Otome? What the fuck?
Oh, don't pull it out. Just leave it like that for a while. I want to feel it inside me.
As the two kiss each other on the lips, the credits begin to roll. However, it's not over just yet. After the credits, we immediately see that Otome and Makoto are arguing with each other. She accuses him of lying, and he says she's fussy about every little thing, and they keep going at it as Otome's friends talk about how they've been arguing almost every day since they started going out. They talk about how they all went to hang out at Sakaki no Hills, and the two were there as a quote-unquote makeup date for an earlier argument, but ended up arguing on the way home anyways. The bitches with a Z say if things get any worse, they might just break up, and they'd feel bad for Otome, but at least they'd be able to hang out as a group again. One of them says she's not sure and pulls out a photo of Makoto and Otome kissing under the Christmas lights together. I guess they're still crazy about each other then. I don't know what Otome sees in Ito, but I guess they'll naturally end up fighting sometimes since she's so outspoken. Sometimes? It sounds like every time. I'm just a hater, but like, this fucking picture doesn't prove anything, okay? They come to the conclusion that the two are still crazy about each other. Even if they break up, they're so close that they'll get back together with each other again. Otome then calls Makoto a jerk and slaps him in the background as this playthrough comes to a close. Wow, how crazy! Turns out dating the girl who literally encourages someone to assault someone else ends up being a really toxic relationship. Who fucking knew? I'm so surprised. I mean, all jokes and sarcasm aside, what the hell did anyone expect? Anyways, I don't want to keep giving Otome more attention than she deserves, so let's move on to the fourth and final sub-heroine ending, which is the Setsuna ending, I'm his wife. This one is quite a doozy. This playthrough follows the path we've already seen multiple times where Makoto and Setsuna ends up getting close and end up hooking up in a classroom at the end of episode 4. However, once again, there is a pivotal decision the player must make here. This is another one of those classic situations of, is he going to decide to come outside of the building, like, you know, walk outside of the building, or come inside of the building and just stay there? He falls asleep. We see more flashback of, holy shit, Setsuna's rubbing real fast. I skipped it, and the next thing the screen fades into is so Setsuna's, it's just like very close-up shot of it. And the choice here is come inside. Makoto chooses to keep Excalibur inside of the mantle or whatever. Afterwards, the story follows a pretty standard path as Setsuna leaves for Paris at the beginning of episode 5. So episode 6 here really doesn't matter too much. You can play through either Kotonoha's Lust ending, where she uses a certain photo to ward Sekai off permanently for Makoto, or Sekai's Bavarois ending, where Makoto waits outside Sekai's apartment until she forgives him and offers him a Bavarois. The real tea is after the credits. We see Makoto eating watermelon on a hot day as his mother tells him to not keep his girlfriend waiting. He sees that there's a letter on the table from another country addressed to him in French. Who could it be from? Oh, I don't know. The only person you know that transferred to Paris, you fuck. What are you, stupid? He opens the letter and sees something that shocks him to his core. Oh no, this looks like it could be... Is she pregnant? I called it. I called it though. I called it. No, that's a baby bump, bro. That's a baby bump. That's a... No, Setsuna, no way. So the letter was a picture of Setsuna clearly pregnant, flashing a peace sign in front of the Arc de Triomphe. Sorry, I don't know how to say that. Arc de Triomphe in Paris. Makoto's girlfriend arrives at his apartment, whoever you ended up the playthrough with. We then hear Makoto's mom ask the girlfriend who the other girl is, and as the girlfriend is introducing her, Setsuna is shown holding a passport and says, I'm his wife. The playthrough ends as Setsuna flashes her devious peace sign. I mean, I half jokingly predicted that Setsuna would be pregnant, but I didn't expect the game to genuinely go that far and actually have her get pregnant as a plot line. I always feel like this game can never shock me anymore, only to then be shocked even more at how far this game actually ends up going with the story. Anyways, now we've covered every single ending with a singular romanceable character, which means we'll be diving into the harem endings next, starting with harem ending number 1, Two Lovers. This one is yet another wild ride. Episode 2 ends on the Kotonoha kissing path. Episode 3, Kotonoha becomes very uncomfortable with Makoto's advances, which causes him to end up hooking up with Sekai behind Kotonoha's back. In episode 4, Makoto goes up to the rooftop with Sekai on a day of the school festival after spending some time together. In a previous playthrough, we saw Makoto leave to go to the dance at the bonfire with Kotonoha, but this time, for the first time, he actually ditches Kotonoha and ends up dancing with Sekai on the rooftop. Now we'll jump into episode 5, which begins with Kotonoha texting Makoto when Kokoro comes to talk to her. Kotonoha and her mom have been making sandwiches for Makoto's lunch, and Kokoro asks if she can come see him too. Kotonoha says no, then Kokoro makes a threat. If you don't take me, I'll tell dad that you and your boyfriend are doing indecent things together. Girl, where'd you learn this shit? Anyways, this weird conversation ends with Kotonoha saying they haven't done anything like that, and Kokoro saying she feels bad for him. Kotonoha wonders if Makoto is still awake, which it turns out Makoto is awake and taking a bath with Sekai at his place. So, breasts actually float. God fucking Christ. Brother only cares about tits and ass. Oh, sorry. Brother only cares about T and A. Bro would oh, I should say that. Let's put it this way. If he sees a two-humped camel in front of him, I think he would start going wild. Not with the camel, just the shape of it. He's gonna go like, oh my god, I might fall in love with it. The two talk about how big the bathtub is, and of course, because this is school days, things start getting intimate. I want your... Just say it. Just say that. Just say you want his cup. After hitting a home run on the side of his bathtub like Otani, Sekai prepares to go home as the two talk about Makoto's delicious Bavarois. Sekai then cracks a very hilarious joke. You're the best, Makoto. You can be my boyfriend and keep me company starting from tomorrow. Yeah. Sorry. The Bavarois is so delicious that my sense of humor slipped for a second there. Sorry. What? So we're still going with this narrative of him dating Kotonoha, bro? Get the out of here. I hate this stupid ass. Actually, we really can't be doing this because I'm actually Kotonoha's boyfriend. Bitch, you've cheated on her like 100 times already. Sekai then offers to cook lunch for him the next day, an offer that Makoto rejects, but Sekai laughs it off and says she'll do her best, so he doesn't need to be afraid of her cooking. She then leaves as Makoto remembers why he said no. Kotonoha is making lunch for me tomorrow? Oh my god. Oh my god. This is such a conundrum. Oh, what do you do? The next day, Sekai is almost late to school and is in a very good mood. During lunch, Sekai is very excited to share her food with him, but Nanami calls Makoto and says he has a visitor. It's Kotonoha. Nanami, who went to junior high with Kotonoha, explains to Sekai that Kotonoha is really good at playing the boys and she's after Makoto now. Kotonoha seems to really piss off Nanami for some reason and tells Sekai to watch out for her. Kotonoha asks Makoto to have lunch with her and reveals that every week, the two decide on a day where she makes lunch and Makoto reviews it. Kotonoha invites Sekai to come along too, but she passes on the offer and tells them to eat on their own. Nanami asks Sekai if she's okay with this, and Sekai responds that Kotonoha made plans with him first anyway. Kotonoha and Makoto eat her homemade tuna sandwiches, which food critic Makoto Ramsey gave a passing grade to. I mean, hey, C's get degrees, right? Makoto's eating her tuna sandwiches. Okay. Oh no! I thought of the worst thing imaginable. I'm so sorry. I don't want to say it, but I kind of want to say it because I think it's low-key kind of funny, but it's also really disgusting. Makoto's next line, I'm just imagining it being like, oh, this tuna sandwich is delicious, but I want to be tuna sandwiched by you, Kotonoha. God, I'm tired, okay? It's been a long day. Kotonoha asks if he and Sekai are still close, and he responds, not really. Nanami wonders what Kotonoha is thinking, and Hikari mentions that Setsuna apparently thought Kotonoha was dangerous too. I genuinely have no idea what these people are talking about, because at this point, it's not like Kotonoha had actually done anything egregious to anyone, at least not in this playthrough. They make it sound like she was some kind of wild animal in junior high, even though it seems to be that she was just reading books on her own a lot and not trying to bother anyone else, but whatever. I just don't get it. Nanami calls Kotonoha an enemy and asks if Sekai is fine with Makoto getting taken away like this. Sekai then reveals to them that she and Makoto are not going out, to their shock. Sekai says she wants to keep loving him and doesn't want things to get weird and for him to hate her, so it just can't be helped. She apologizes for the depressing conversation, and we hear more about Nanami's relationship issues. Just the other day, I went to Senpai's house and his little sister just happened to be there. Oh my fucking god, I know where this is going and I hate it. Oh, his little sister. Her name is Kyomi-chan. She's in junior high. Is she cute? Oh, you wouldn't believe how cute she is. If I were living with her, I'd die thinking that I wasn't cute. What? You're thinking too hard about it? Well, I wanted to leave a good impression, so as politely as I could, I said hello. And then she asked me, who are you? So I told her, my name's Kanroji Nanami. I'm Senpai's girlfriend. What, the girlfriend declaration, just like that? Well, now that I think back on it, that was where I went wrong. Went wrong? Kyomi-chan just gave me this cold look and closed the door saying, please leave What is happening, guys?
What? She really hates you.
I called Senpai on his cell phone and had him force her to open it. But she was mad the whole time after that. She was giving me this look while looking after him like, Nissan, would you like some tea? Nissan, you're spilling it. You're so messy. Let me wipe that for you. She stayed next to him the whole time.
She's got a brother complex.
Senpai doesn't mind. He seems to think it's normal, but I'm telling you, that girl is in love with her brother. Well, it was gonna be one of two ways, and I was correct. Well, Nanami, let me tell you the good news. They're biological siblings, so they can't get married, or or I guess in Japan, I don't fucking know the rules of incest in Japan, but I can't tell anymore. I can't tell anymore. Based on how much weird like brother-sister shit we see in anime. It's like, what? Does half the population want to their siblings? Like, is that what's going on in Japan? Let me look up the laws in Japan related to incest. Okay, so in Japan, it's prohibited by law under the civil code, which forbids marriage between lineal relatives by blood and collateral relatives within the third degree of kinship, such as siblings and first cousins. Boom! Legally, in Japan, you can't get married to your family members, which is a crazy sentence that I have to say out loud. Wait, why does it say it's legal in Japan? Wait, what? What? Shut the fuck up. It's legal? On Wikipedia, it says incest is legal in Japan. I mean, obviously, it's still frowned upon and it's weird, but it's technically not illegal? Oh, God. Okay, now everything makes so much more sense. Absolutely. Kyomi-chan is so cute, too. I'm worried that Senpai just might do something deviant. Guys. Nanami, is that someone you want to stay in a relationship with?
He wouldn't.
He may not intend to, but Kyomi-chan's being pretty aggressive. Oh my god.
You worry too much.
Man, I bet they've already kissed. Like, Nissan, please kiss me. Nissan, please hold me. And this is a relationship that you want to stay in. Why? No. They noticed that Sekai had spaced out during the conversation, and also that her lunch is really big today. Sekai says she just made too much and laughs in pain. After school, Sekai talks to Makoto, who says he's about to meet up with Kotonoha, but he can afford to talk until then. They then have one of the most backwards-ass, weird-ass conversations on the rooftop. Sekai says she didn't need to make lunch after all, and Makoto apologizes, saying that he forgot about the lunch with Kotonoha, and Sekai seems so happy he just couldn't bring himself to tell her. He says he really did want to try her lunch and continues to apologize. And Sekai smokes a fuck ton of copium, as she says she brought it for herself and she made too much, but was thinking of sharing it with him. I sometimes wonder where these characters get their copium, because I want to try smoking whatever the these people are smoking in some of these situations, man. Sekai asks if she's just gonna be the girl that Makoto sleeps with, while they hide this from Kotonoha, saying that she just feels like a substitute for Kotonoha who won't do anything physical with him. Makoto says Sekai's wrong, and she demands for him to have lunch with her then. The conversation then turns weirdly backwards. It won't happen again. Goodbye. Wait, I was just kidding. I'm sorry, okay? Maybe I've just been a little irritated from this lack of sleep. What? That wasn't what I wanted to say. The truth is, yeah, I think I really wanted to do it too. You wanted? Yeah, come on. We'll pick up where we left off. So cheer up. Forget about what I said. Come on. Let's go. What's happening? Sekai. I'm gonna be more truthful to myself. I think I might be in love with you. What is happening? So Sekai's upset, obviously, because of this crazy not misunderstanding, but he just forgot that Kotonoha's making lunch the next day. And now she's obviously upset because she feels like she's being strung along. So Makoto's like, all right, fine. I've been hurting you. Goodbye. And he walks away. And she's like, wait. I take it back. Guys, what are we doing here? I have no idea why Makoto is getting upset about this. And Sekai is the one apologizing when the lunch mix-up was Makoto's fault in the first place. I genuinely hate how this game continues to frame Makoto as the hero or some kind of victim, and never the one who's in the fucking wrong, when it feels like 95% of the time he is the one in the wrong. It's so stupid to me. Anyways, Makoto says he's gonna be more honest and truthful to himself, and says he thinks he's in love with Sekai, and the two begin to get intimate. Meanwhile, Kotonoha is confronted by Nanami in the hallway, who tells Kotonoha to stay away from Makoto because he already has a girlfriend. Kotonoha says that Makoto is her boyfriend, and Nanami accuses her of having an imaginary boyfriend. Nanami says that there's a girl who's liked him ever since the entrance ceremony and was going out with him long before Kotonoha even met him, and she's usually a cheerful girl, but she's shy, and when it's time to make the play, she freezes up. She's the type of girl who'd say, it's too bad, I'll let her have him when thieves like you come along. Guys, can we just establish the fact that Kotonoha and Makoto are dating because of Sekai, because she set the two up? That is literally a self-created problem by Sekai. Kotonoha asks, who's this girl who thinks
thinks she's going out with Makoto-kun. And Nanami angrily responds, she is going out with him. Nanami asks what Kotonoha's gonna do if she finds out. And Kotonoha responds, she'll make them give up on Makoto. Nanami then reveals that this mystery girl is Sekai, which surprises Kotonoha since Sekai was the one who set her up with Makoto in the first place. At first, Nanami doesn't believe this, but after a bit of back and forth, she believes it. Knowing Sekai, maybe she went all weak after hearing that you locked Ito and decided to let you have him. So even Nanami is like, yeah, knowing Sekai, she would do that. Okay, so this is Sekai's fault then. Nanami says everyone knows that Sekai likes Makoto, and Kotonoha says this is a misunderstanding and Makoto is not dating Sekai. But Nanami reveals that Sekai stays over at Makoto's house all the time and they're practically living together. Oh, this is so exhausting. The confrontation ends as Nanami says next time she won't go easy on Kotonoha. Kotonoha makes a mad dash to the rooftop, saying to herself that Nanami's been a bully since junior high and is lying to hurt her. Unfortunately, what she sees on the rooftop is far worse than what she could have imagined. Makoto-kun isn't that kind of person. Makoto-kun has always been a gentleman. He'd never do something as indecent as... Famous last words, dude. Oh! Makoto, more! Oh my gosh, she caught them f***ing! She caught them f***ing! Why? Oh, no. The drama. The drama is intensifying. Sayonji-san, is she really? It's okay. Come, all inside. Okay. Koto-kun. Why? Makoto-kun. Kotonoha then breaks down on the ground. Kotonoha is in the bath at night, blaming herself and unable to believe that Makoto loves Sekai more than herself. She begins to spiral. I wonder if he hates me now. Why are we going there, guys? Oh my god. Because I didn't want to do those things that he was doing with Sayonji-san. Again, girl, that's not like your obligation, though. Like, you're not obligated to just give him your body just because, like, you're in a relationship, or just because he's like, oh, I need it now, I need it now. Ah! She then reaches a conclusion that's so beyond insanely backwards that it literally hurts to even think about. It was up to me to satisfy him. It's not his fault. No, stop. Stop it right now. Full stop. It is his fault. He made the choices that he did. He's making the choice to cheat on you constantly. Girl, oh my god. She then imagines doing stuff with Makoto in the bath, and I'm sure you can guess what happened at this point, so I'll spare you the details. Meanwhile, Sekai and Makoto are in bed together, talking about how Kotonoha never ended up coming up to the rooftop. Sekai asks if Makoto is mad because they were supposed to be waiting for Kotonoha, yet ended up clapping cheeks with Sekai, even though he really wanted to do it with Kotonoha. I'm sorry. It's okay. Makoto, I love you. Why does everyone keep apologizing to Makoto? Who gives a shit? Like, what is this? Makoto gets angry and says that she's wrong. Sekai trusts that she's the one he loves the most. And even if it wasn't true, it's what she wants to believe. She apologizes, saying he loves Kotonoha, yet here she is, hanging around him and being a pain. Makoto says he loves Sekai more than he loves Kotonoha. And she responds that she's stupid, so she really will start believing it. And Makoto responds that he'll start falling in love with her even more. I want to vomit, dude. Oh my god. At school, the two decide to reveal the truth to Kotonoha. They bump into her in the hallway and ask to talk on the rooftop, which is a coincidence because Kotonoha also wanted to talk to Makoto on the rooftop. However, when Sekai tries to come along, Kotonoha says this is between him and herself. However, Otome says that Kotonoha needs to hand in a late slip, so she's forced to leave. Later, Sekai asks Nanami and Hikari for a favor. At the station, Makoto says bye to Sekai as she leaves on the train. Kotonoha spots Makoto and tries to talk to him, but is blocked off by Hikari and Nanami, who I guess Sekai hired as personal security for Makoto in order to block Kotonoha from talking to him. Makoto's got security guards. Nanami and Hikari standing there like just the security guards, bro. What is he, a Twitch streamer? Fucking Jack Doherty over here, bro. Get out of here. Makoto gets home to see that Kotonoha is standing at his front door. He's surprised as she reveals that she got his address from his class's notice board or something. I mean, not stalkerish at all, but anyway. Makoto lets her into the apartment and the two drink tea together as Kotonoha reveals that she's here to take him back. She reveals that she knows he's been getting with Sekai. Kotonoha says she won't deny him any longer, and the two end up clapping cheeks in yet another goddamn scene. This nightmare is never gonna end, is it? Makoto-kun. Okay. Oh, we just jump cut to home run. Okay, whatever. I don't want to watch this. Just look at how I'm getting from wanting your... Oh my god. I don't know if I can even post the audio for this, dude. Okay, so he has protection on at least. Oh my god, dude. The noises are killing me. Makoto-kun, it really feels good for me to... Oh. Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy. Okay, what the fuck are we doing, guys? Oh my god. Can we stop? She's sweating. Afterwards, Kotonoha says she loves him and blames herself for not being able to give him what he wanted, which again, extremely backwards, but whatever. As Makoto tries to bring up the topic of Sekai, Kotonoha makes him an enticing offer. From now on, I'll do anything you want. Anything? Oh my god. Yes, I'll agree to anything. Did you see how fast that switch up was? He's like, but actually, you know, Sekai, actually. And then she's like, I'll let you do anything you want to me. And then he's like, oh, really? Well, now I have something to think about. Fastest switch up of all time. Kotonoha then asks him to let her be the one he loves the most as the episode comes to a close. Episode 6 begins with Sekai coming over to Makoto's place. Kotonoha is unknowingly hiding in the living room like a horror game creature ready to pop out and scare the shit out of you at any second. Makoto and Sekai start getting intimate in his room as Kotonoha makes her move. Makoto, that feels good. Are they fucking with Kotonoha in the other room? This is crazy. Sekai is in complete shock when she sees Kotonoha enter the room. She suddenly takes her clothes off as Sekai is extremely confused, and Makoto reveals that Kotonoha was okay with a threesome, which ends up happening. Well, it sounded good to me, so... What is happening? Holy shit! Oh, so she's okay with it now. She's also just gonna join in. Oh my god. Oh. What the fuck, dude? Oh my god. Oh, what the fuck? Kotonoha said my stomach is full of your baby juice. Is that how that works? Oh, that's a lot of mayonnaise. Afterwards, Sekai and Kotonoha head home together. Sekai asks if Kotonoha knew about them, and Kotonoha responds yes, but not from the beginning. Kotonoha says she was shocked when she found out and calls Sekai out for being the one who brought them together and gave her advice, yet now wants Makoto for herself. Sekai says that wasn't her intention, and she really does love Makoto, to which Kotonoha responds that it's okay, since Makoto promised her that no matter how much he does it with other girls, he'll love Kotonoha the most of all. She says Sekai can also continue to do whatever they want to do, and it doesn't bother her, but if this arrangement is not Sekai's thing, then she can just walk away anytime. Kotonoha says she gives Makoto whatever he wants, and Sekai says that she could do that too, as the two say bye and head home. The next day, Makoto and Sekai talk. Did I surprise you yesterday? He looks so fucking happy. He doesn't love anyone. He's just happy he got a threesome. Makoto asks if he shocked her a little, and Sekai says it wasn't just a little shock, which honestly, understandable. Shit must have been like a real-life horror game jump scare. Makoto says that Kotonoha is right. He doesn't hate Kotonoha, and he also loves Sekai too. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad if it was just the three of them in this arrangement. Sekai says she doesn't really like this, and Makoto responds nonchalantly. Kotonoha and I like the things the way they are, but if you don't want this, then we can't stop you from leaving. Wow, the switch up, dude. The switch up of this guy. This guy literally was an episode ago. Oh, we gotta tell Kotonoha the truth. It's just me and you. Now he's like, oh, you can leave. It'll be sad, but we can't help it. Sekai asks Makoto, can't you just love me? To which he responds, can you say that to Kotonoha's face? Sekai is unable to answer as Makoto says, you can't say a word to her and yet you're blaming me? This conversation is so insane in so many ways that I don't even know where to begin or what to say anymore. Makoto then asks Sekai to eat lunch on the rooftop with Kotonoha, but it won't be for just lunch, if you know what I mean. Sekai then gets to the rooftop to see that Kotonoha and Makoto are already getting giggity with each other. Oh my gosh, she's licking it like it's ice cream. Oh, it's you. Are you still doing it? Yeah. But you did it yesterday too. Don't be ridiculous. We could do it every day and still not get enough. I hope it's washed. Oh god, sorry. Katsura-san. Yes? We're at school, you know. I don't think it's really right to be doing this sort of thing. Okay, come on. You did so much more. But you sounded like you were having fun when he was taking you from behind, didn't you? Yo. Sorry, that was crazy. The fucking read. I won't deny it. She kind of destroys Sekai there, okay? Because literally a few weeks ago, Makoto was railing Sekai on the rooftop. Oh, I'm sorry, Sayonji-san. Would you like a turn? I won't keep him all to myself. If you'd like to suck him for a while, I'll hand him over to you. Oh my god! They're taking turns licking on his ice cream, if you know what I'm saying. For someone who seems so reluctant, they're doing a good job. I'll have to take notes. I want to put it in. Oh god. Is that so? Which one would you like to put it in? Sayonji-san or me? Which one would you like? I have to pick here? I have to pick Sekai here. Sekai. Sayonji-san, he's all yours. Oh my god. If you don't want to, then please let me take over. Oh, I'm happy to go anytime. Yo, what the fuck? Sekai, that feels really good. I'm so happy to hear that. Sayonji-san, that's incredible. You look like you're really enjoying the taste of it. Can we stop? I'm so uncomfortable. Don't look at me. It's so good. Makoto, I'm going to. Oh, she's crying. She's crying because it's so good. What the fuck? Can we not? Can we stop? Can this end already? Dude, I'm so tired of this. After they finish their shit, Kotonoha kisses Sekai, who says that if Makoto is okay with how things are, then so is she. She can't just give up on Makoto and doesn't want to hand him to Kotonoha. She says she'll still definitely be jealous, so he has to love them both equally. The bell rings and lunch ends. On a snowy night sometime in the future, Kotonoha and Sekai talk at the train station. They decide to take a bath together and plan to ask Makoto to join them as well. They also talk about how much exercise they've been getting from their particular arrangement, which is a conversation that I never needed to hear. And all of a sudden, it seems like Kotonoha and Sekai are literally besties. They begin planning on what they should do for Christmas, and Kotonoha brings up an idea to rent out an expensive hotel room for the three to spend Christmas Eve at. Shouldn't we ask Makoto first? You think that bitch is gonna say no to that? Come on, Sekai. The two begin to talk about how Makoto had asked them what they want for a Christmas gift, and both don't know what they want from him. They then talk about what they'll be giving to Makoto for Christmas, and Sekai asks if Kotonoha will be getting him something expensive. What is it that you're going to give him? Something expensive again, right? No, it's not something you can buy with money. What, a baby? Oh my god. Oh, me too. Never mind, I lied. Perhaps it's the same thing then. Yeah, it's probably just give him the best sex of his life. It's something that Makoto-kun and I made together. I was joking. Oh, I think it might be the same after all. No, stop. It's not a baby. Is it really? So, you're pregnant. Oh my god, I was joking. And you are too. Oh, what shall we do? I'm gonna have the baby, you know. Me too. So yeah, it's revealed that this is a double pregnancy situation and they're both keeping their babies and Makoto's gonna be a double father? What the fuck? I'm not sure what the term for this insane ass situation would be, but hey, I guess at least the two girls seem to be happy about it, I guess? They say Christmas Eve is going to be a special night as they hold hands in front of Makoto's apartment and the playthrough comes to a close. I mean, at this point in the video, man, I just feel like I don't even know what to say anymore. Oh my god. Anyways, we are very close to the infamous bad endings, but before that, let's briefly go over Harem ending number 2. Goodbye, Sekai. This ending is basically the same exact playthrough as Sekai ending number 4, Setsuna's Feelings, where Sekai finds out that she's gonna be transferring to Paris, and Setsuna comes up with her absolutely insane, stupid-ass backwards plan that somehow is supposed to convince Sekai to stay in Japan, and ends with Setsuna moving to Paris. However, this time, her plan actually doesn't succeed, which is not surprising. As Sekai picks up a phone call from Setsuna, Sekai is unable to do anything as she hears her best friend and her supposed lover have sex over the phone. Sekai then cuts the call and lays in bed, depressed. At Makoto's place, Setsuna says she failed and thought Sekai liked Makoto more than this. Makoto says it was close and she might have reconsidered if they gave it another try, and Setsuna calls this bitch out. Just a little boring. She might have reconsidered. Come on, let's give it another try. Oh my god, that's bullshit. You just want to do it again, you stupid, horny little bitch. Another try? Yeah. As long as it's a girl, you don't care who it is, do you? That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying. What? No. What? Yes. It's true. I really do think you're cute. And that's not something I say to other girls either. You're a fucking liar and you know it, Makoto. It's because it's you. What about Sekai? I love Sekai. That's why I agreed with your plan, right? What's with that suspicious look? You're useless. Hey, that's not nice. Yeah, you tell him, even though your plan is stupid, Setsuna. You tell him. Setsuna calls Makoto useless and Sekai ends up moving away to Paris. A year after Sekai moved away, Makoto tells us that he's now in his second year. Little by little, their emails and letters decreased until Makoto just stopped replying altogether because he's not good with letters. Setsuna and everyone else have grown distant from him too, which he suspects is because he failed to stop Sekai from leaving. Which I don't really understand how Sekai herself can make much of a decision, but whatever, we'll just completely ignore that. Makoto says the lively days of the past are gone and he's now living an empty shell of a life. Meeting and going out with girls at random, then
breaking up with them and starting all over again. Is that all you got in your life, Makoto? That's all you have in your life? You don't have hobbies, you don't have friends, a life to live outside of just dating and f***ing girls and then breaking up with them, dude? You could choose to do other things with your life too, you know? He says he's used to this now as we see a random first-year underclassman go to Makoto's house. He opens the door, shirtless, as the underclassman tells him he got a letter from France, clearly from Sekai. Makoto coldly throws the letter out without even opening it, calling it not important to the shock of the underclassman girl, who says it's impressive he has someone writing to him from overseas and maybe it's a love letter. Suddenly, another underclassman shows up and it seems like they're supposed to be twins or something, or at least they know each other? Kazuha-chan. Futaba-chan? You're here too? Yep, after all, the plan was for all three of us to hang out together. This is so fucking stupid. Makoto wonders to himself how things ended up like this and asks the girls, shall we get going? We hear them all head to Makoto's room as this playthrough ends. Honestly, if you've watched to this point, I just want to say I really appreciate you for joining me on this absolutely insane journey called School Days. We are finally done with every single ending, except for the infamous bad endings of this game. Since I've already gone through the earlier episodes a lot in the recaps before this, I'll keep these sections really simple and only highlight the real meat of these playthroughs. Are you ready for this? Let's now jump into bad ending number 1, Bloody End. This playthrough is the same exact story as Sekai ending number 2 with honesty, but the only difference is the very last choice the player can make while Makoto breaks up with Kotonoha to start dating Sekai. When Kotonoha asks, do you not like me anymore? Makoto responds, that's right. Kotonoha continues to deny it, saying things were fine, but Makoto keeps repeating that he can't see her anymore and to give it up. He says goodbye and walks away. Kotonoha goes to Makoto's apartment that night, but he's not home yet. His mother sees Kotonoha and lets her in, then leaves for her night shift. Makoto-kun? Oh no! As Kotonoha waits, she sees Makoto walk into the apartment with Sekai. She witnesses them head to Makoto's room and starts to hear them clapping cheeks. Yes, suck harder. Okay. Oh no, she's crying. Oh no, oh no! I think she's actually gonna break. Makoto-kun's house key. What? Girl, what? No, Makoto! Oh no, that looks bad. As she listens, she crumbles onto the ground outside of Makoto's room, and her eyes become dead yandere style as tears pour out. She then sees Makoto's house keys and steals them. Throughout the next few months, Kotonoha sneaks into Makoto's apartment and listens as he and Sekai continue to be intimate and love each other. No, stop sniffing. She's just listening to this? Yo, bitch, get the f out of the house, dude. Even when they're taking a bath, Kotonoha stands outside and listens as she smells Makoto's clothes. Yo, that's so terrifying, bro. She's just in the house the entire time and they don't even know. That's like some shit you would hear in like one of those like Mr. Nightmare stories on YouTube. You know what I'm talking about? We didn't realize, but they were there with us the entire time. Get out of the house and go home, please. For your own sake and their sake. At home, Kokoro asks where Kotonoha's been going late at night and she's been acting weird. Kotonoha says she's going to see her boyfriend and asks Kokoro to keep it a secret. Kokoro agrees and asks if he's nice, and Kotonoha responds yes. At school, Kotonoha is getting mercilessly bullied even more. People are writing some seriously messed up shit on her desk and ruthlessly making fun of her about being broken up with by Makoto. Despite this, she tells everyone that they're wrong and that Makoto is still her boyfriend. It's now winter as we see Kotonoha standing outside of Makoto's room, staring into it through the window as it snows all around her. At some point, Kotonoha spots a hacksaw on a balcony and her mind completely shatters. She's lost her mind. She is officially broken, boys and girls. She is broken. Holy shit. Yes. As Kotonoha leaves, Makoto thinks he saw something move on the balcony, but believes it's just his imagination. One day, Makoto and Sekai say hi to Nanami and Hikari. Sekai seems to be in a very good mood as she and Makoto have been dating for a while. As they walk around, they bump into Kotonoha at a bridge crossing. Sekai lets go of Makoto when she sees her, and Kotonoha says Sekai's name. Long time no see, Katsura-san. What's... Oh my god! Oh! Die! She says die. Oh! Huh? Oh my gosh, she like chopped her neck. This can't. Oh! Sekai? Holy shit! I was expecting her to do it in like his house. She did it in front of everybody. She just chopped her neck open in front of everybody. Yo. She's lost it. She's laughing. Kotonoha. Yo, even Makoto's like, yo, Sekai is actually dead. She killed her. Makoto. That's the end? Oh my god. Sekai asks what's up as Kotonoha walks towards her, takes out the hacksaw, and tells Sekai to die as she attacks her. Sekai bleeds profusely and dies on the spot as she falls to the ground. Everyone witnesses this as Makoto is only able to stutter Kotonoha's name as he stares in complete horror at what just happened in front of him. Kotonoha continues to laugh as we see Sekai dead on the ground and the playthrough comes to a close. I mean, god damn, dude. Oh my god. Who knew this stupid ass love triangle drama could turn into one of the most violent murders literally committed outside in public in front of everyone? It's absolutely insane. I mean, okay, I've watched the anime before, so I did expect something like this to happen, but it was still pretty shocking to watch. Let's now move on to bad ending number 2, To My Child. Now, this one is literally the same exact storyline as the first harem ending, Two Lovers, except during the last rooftop scene with the insane ass 3, Makoto chooses to, well, return Excalibur to the mantle for Kotonoha instead of Sekai. Makoto and Kotonoha begin to get it on the rooftop as Sekai watches from the side. Sekai cries as the screen fades. Later that night, Sekai ponders how wrong the situation is. I don't think is everything when it comes to going out. Yeah, that's true, but to Makoto it is. That's the thing. Don't you agree, Makoto? Clearly he doesn't. Do you prefer girls who like sex? No, he just likes sex. She then begins to, well, imagine doing stuff with Makoto and uses her cell phone to help herself with the process. I just don't know how else to describe these things anymore. She's using her phone! Jesus Christ! Okay, now she's imagining Makoto. Oh boy, oh dear God, whoa, wow, whoa, that feels so good. Oh, what the f? She's sticking her phone in. Oh! Girl, that's so gross. You use that to like call people and shit. Makoto, ooh, The fucking phone started vibrating. She got a phone call while she was using it, and then and then she's just like, ah! Anyways, it turns out that this text message that helped Sekai out is from Kotonoha, who asks if Sekai is okay since she went home early that day. Kotonoha says she plans to stay at Makoto's house on Saturday and asks if Sekai can come too. That Saturday, Kotonoha arrives at Makoto's. Seeing as though Sekai hasn't arrived yet, the two start getting intimate with each other. Kotonoha makes a request that just this one time, pretend like he hates Sekai, and Makoto obliges. Meanwhile, Sekai has arrived at the apartment, but before she can do anything, she overhears some very unfortunate things from Makoto's room. I feel pathetic for drowning myself in a body like Sekai's. Oh my god. Oh my god. When I touch the skin, that feels like it's sucking me in. I don't even feel like touching Sekai's fat body. Makoto-kun, you can't be saying that shit, brother. She's right outside, brother. Sekai's just a bitch who's no good for anything except holding my... No, his life is over. Oh, she's got the dead eyes. Sekai leaves without saying anything else. The next day, Taisuke tells Makoto that Sekai had quit school out of nowhere and has completely disappeared without saying anything to anyone from their class. She simply ceased to exist. 6 months later, Makoto and Kotonoha are sitting at the beach where Sekai used to work. We find out a shocking revelation. What the fuck? Is she pregnant? Yes. Is she pregnant? Holy shit. She's pregnant. We're doing this again, guys. Come on. We'll have the wedding at the same time as her graduation. Good luck, guys. Good luck. So, yeah, Kotonoha is pregnant, and the two are planning to get married on their graduation date. Kotonoha's parents were apparently really mad, but Kotonoha threatened to live with Makoto and never introduce their grandson to them, so eventually they forgive her, which sounds interesting, I guess. Kotonoha says she wants to do it with Makoto for the first time in a while, and leaves to shower and change as Makoto decides to stay at the beach for a little while longer before heading home. Makoto ponders to himself where Sekai had gone and how this was all his own fault and hopes that she's doing well. As he's about to leave, Sekai suddenly spawns behind him. Sekai? Die! Oh! Yo, she just stabbed him. Oh, look at what you've done to me. And yet,
You and Katsura-san are going to find happiness on your own. Is she also pregnant? Visibly pregnant and upset, Sekai stabs Makoto, who falls to the ground, and Sekai begins to cry in panic, seeing what she had just done. But Makoto is relieved that Sekai is okay and tells her he's been worried about her. He asks if the baby is his and if she's gonna keep it, to which she responds, of course, I have to. Makoto thanks her for having his child and says he's always loved Sekai, who cries as she runs away. Makoto manages to get up and starts to drag himself on a wall as he leaves a trail of his blood. He says he has to get home, but is starting to get weaker. He thinks to himself, to think that she'd have my child even though she hates me. That's so like her, and wonders if she's thought of a name. Everything is going blurry as he says Sekai went a bit too far with the knife and Kotonoha is waiting for him at home. He says Kotonoha's gonna get the wrong idea and get jealous that he's with Sekai. He then crumbles to the ground as he thinks to himself that he really did love Sekai and dies, bringing the playthrough to a close. Here's what I thought about this ending. I would say if this was any other game or piece of media and like the story wasn't so stupid or up the entire time, this would have been pretty sad. But this is school days, so I'm just kind of like, you know? I mean, again, a pretty crazy ending, but it really didn't surprise me at this point since I've already seen the anime and the first bad ending. So next, we're gonna move on to bad ending number 3, Forever. Before I talk about this ending, I have to bring up yet another very, very massive trigger warning, as this ending involves a pretty brutal portrayal of side. It's one that genuinely caught me by surprise and honestly really fucked me up while watching it. This ending actually made me break down and cry after finishing it, and I do want to warn people that I will be discussing some very dark and serious subjects during some parts of this section, including telling some really personal details about myself as well. So please be prepared for that. The flow of this playthrough is the same as Sekai ending number 1, I Love You, until episode 5. The storyline involves Sekai and Makoto getting caught by Kotonoha doing intimate shit on the rooftop. Sekai witnesses Kotonoha getting bullied during the school festival and telling Makoto to go to her. Makoto obliging and getting together with Kotonoha in the break room as Sekai cries in the other room. And also the whole stupid ass criminal film festival where they show the footage taken in the break rooms. We jump into episode 5 where Kotonoha basically assaults Makoto on the really crowded trains as he tells her to stop multiple times. Kotonoha asks if he wouldn't mind if it was on the train and invites herself over to his place. They arrive at his place. As they sit in the living room, Makoto tries to tell her that she should leave and he loves Sekai, but Kotonoha kisses him on the lips to stop him. She then takes her clothes off and shoves herself into Makoto's face. We then quickly cut to the next morning with the two waking up in bed. It's 10:30 a.m. and they're both really late to school, so they decide to skip school as Kotonoha invites Makoto to her place. At school, Sekai is worried that Makoto isn't in class today. Makoto arrives at Kotonoha's house and the two end up clapping cheeks until the sun goes down. They ended up completely skipping school. It turns out that Kotonoha's mom came home earlier than expected and quickly figured out that a guy was over, despite Kotonoha trying to lie that it's a girl from her class. She asks if it's that boy named Makoto and tells her that he should stay for dinner. Tell him to eat with us. I've just ordered sushi. Oh, god damn. They must... Dude, this family is stacked, bro. God damn, they must have ordered some like nice ass, good quality ass sushi. If he doesn't stay for the goddamn expensive ass sushi, I swear to god, because I would 100% be like, oh, I'm staying. I want that fucking sushi. How many times can you get like expensive ass sushi just for free? I mean, might as well if you're breaking people's hearts already anyways, right? Kotonoha comes back to the room and Makoto is surprised at how differently she seems to act at home. They go downstairs, but of course not without another kiss. We don't get to see the sushi. We don't get to see the goddamn sushi. Fuck you. That's all I cared about. The next day in class, Makoto is very tired, and Sekai tells him that she was worried about him. Makoto asks Sekai if they can eat lunch on the rooftop. This unfortunately leads to another assault scene that we saw before the basketball club party happens. We already know what happens, so I'm not going to say any more about it, except Sekai finds out that Makoto was cheating. Meanwhile, Makoto and Kotonoha get it on together as the episode comes to a close. Episode 6 starts off with Makoto waking up next to Kotonoha in his apartment. As he tries to get ready for school, Kotonoha begins to get intimate with him again. Honestly, at this point, there are some minute differences from earlier playthroughs, but to be honest, they really don't matter. Long story short, Makoto ends up with Sekai in this playthrough. Makoto gets off the train to see that Sekai is already at the station, being notified of his arrival by Setsuna. Makoto apologizes, says he loves her, and she hugs him saying he loves him back. This is where the story ended for one of the Sekai endings, but unfortunately, the story continues a little more from here. As they head to Makoto's place, the two talk about how Setsuna knew about Makoto heading there, and Sekai starts to become paranoid again as the two talk about Otome. This conversation is short-lived as they walk into Makoto's apartment and see Kotonoha standing there. Kotonoha says that Makoto's mom says it was okay to stay inside. Makoto tells her that he's in love with Sekai, and Sekai also tries to fight back. Kotonoha says she can't just give up on him and she would do anything for him no matter what.
it. She asks Makoto to go out with her again, but Makoto apologizes and Kotonoha's eyes turn dead. Makoto says he knows he's done something wrong to her, and Sekai also apologizes but tells her that she won't hesitate anymore. Kotonoha says, I can't go on living without him, and yet you're still gonna take him away from me? She tells the two that they can't live on happily together, and she won't let them because she'll always love Makoto forever. Makoto decides to leave Kotonoha there and heads out with Sekai. Outside the apartment, Sekai wonders if it was okay and worries about what Kotonoha said, but Makoto declares that he's decided to look at Sekai only. However, they suddenly hear a crashing noise behind them and turn to see Kotonoha's phone on the ground broken. I'm sure she'll understand. A phone? Oh, really? This is the ending. They then see Kotonoha fall off of the building and she commits suicide. As Kotonoha falls, she smiles at them very devilishly, and the two can only watch in complete shock and horror as Kotonoha's blood spills everywhere. Oh, they just show it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck? A few years later, we find out that Makoto graduated without going to university and started helping out at his mom's hospital as a nurse. We see Makoto at Kotonoha's grave to pay his respects. He explains that Sekai and he drifted apart because of this incident. Every time they meet, they would just be reminded of how Kotonoha looked in her last moments, and they couldn't handle it anymore. On the grave, he sees a bunch of flowers as well as a drawing that Kokoro left for her sister. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. That picture is from her younger sister, Kokoro. And it says, like, to my older sister, you know, I'm always helping out mom. And there's a picture she drew of her older sister with angel wings. I mean, dude, come on. Fuck, dude. Again, it's not even about the characters at this point. That's so fucking sad. Like, I'm actually crying a little bit. Makoto realizes that Sekai must have visited the grave earlier as well. The only time they remember each other is on the anniversary of Kotonoha's death, when they visit her grave. Just like she predicted with her final words, forever. The screen then fades to black, and the playthrough ends here. Yeah, it's very heavy. The game took an incredibly dark turn when I least expected it. I thought I had seen the worst this game had to offer, but then I played through this ending and it broke me in more ways than one. I think it's easier to explain some of my thoughts on this ending by playing you some of my reactions right after finishing this playthrough, but I do want to warn you, it does get very serious and I get very emotional and it's very personal for me in some parts, like extremely personal. So if that makes you uncomfortable, feel free to skip over to the next ending at this point. I was already kind of shocked at, like, you know, what Kotonoha did just now, but out of everything, what really gets me is, like, her younger sister's image, dude. Like, she doesn't deserve that out of anybody, you know? I mean, I don't know. It's like a fictional fucking story. It's a stupid visual novel that's full of, like, the most disgusting things. And here I am, and that shit's making me cry. Ah, Jesus, I'm actually crying right now a little bit. You know, that poor young girl lost her older sister. It's like, that's just not something someone should go through. That shit's so sad. Regardless of, like, how fucked up this game gets in terms of, like, morals and stuff, dude, I don't even know how to feel about it. I didn't think the game would fucking go this far. Okay. I mean, probably not gonna keep this in. Or maybe I will. We'll see. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. When I was much younger, I've struggled with similar issues. I had a time period where I did struggle with it. I understand that feeling, like, really well. More than I like to, like, admit, I guess. And, like, I have 2 younger brothers. Like, if I did anything to myself, dude. Jesus Christ, why am I fucking crying at school days? I'm not crying at school days. I'm just crying at, like, shit that it, like, reminds me of and shit that I'm glad I didn't do to myself. That's a big part of why I feel so critical of this game, is because, like, I know what it's like to, like, go through shit like that. Then you got this game just fucking, like, using it as a plot point, dude. That's why I get so pissed off. I didn't really want to watch someone end their own life, you know? Like, what the fuck is that? I was expecting, like, some absurd like that stuff that happened in the anime. Not this. I think this is the most I've ever cried while recording something. Holy shit. I'm not crying because the writing is good. It's not good. It just hit me a little more than I expected. If anyone watching this is genuinely struggling with thoughts of harming yourself, I mean, it's weird to say it in a school days let's play, but please don't. I know it's hard, but it's been a few years since I've been able to fight through those feelings and completely move on from them. And, you know, every day I live now, I'm more grateful that I didn't do anything to myself. I know it's hard to see, but I just hope that people are able to recognize that, or at least hopefully hear what I'm saying. And I don't know how the I'm gonna write this into a video, dude. I do want to talk about one last thing before I move on to the final ending of this game. I've already mentioned that I feel like this game has been very horrendous and pretty disrespectful when it comes to the handling of very serious and sensitive subjects in the story. I mean, I've said the term assault way more than I'd ever like to in a singular video, for fuck's sake. We've seen this game use these sensitive subjects as just simple plot points to gloss over, and I find that this ending is not much different. It feels more like this ending was created for the pure shock value, as Kotonoha's mental state has been shown to us, the player, to be in a very dark place numerous times in the game, but the game also likes to just completely gloss over those moments as if it's just a normal conversation that moves the story forward rather than an actual point of concern for this person's life and safety. We saw in an earlier playthrough that Kotonoha did use this threat to try and make Makoto come to the hotel, and that entire point was not only glossed over, but Sekai literally tells Kotonoha to not text Makoto that, not because she was concerned for Kotonoha's safety, but because if she sent that message, Sekai herself would lose Makoto to Kotonoha. I mean, that's one of the most incompetent, batshit crazy writing I have ever seen in anything I've ever watched or played. It's genuinely disgusting to me how horribly they handle mental health, depression, and ideation in this game. I just genuinely didn't expect this game would be so horrible as to use these issues that Kotonoha struggles with as an actual ending of the game. Like, what? You make the right choices in the game to make someone literally themselves? Is this not insane to anybody else? And comparing this ending to the other two bad endings shows a very stark contrast in the portrayal of the events. Whereas the first two bad endings are shown to be more of a spectacle of an ending, with some of the ridiculous plot twists, the over-exaggerated gore, and just general insanity, this particular ending feels so much more real. There's no dramatic music, or a crazy yandere girl laughing, or anything like that. Kotonoha jumps, we hear a noise, and it's just silent. It's just so goddamn real compared to all the other endings. And afterwards, we literally see Kotonoha's grave, as well as the offerings made by various people from her life. It just feels completely different from the other bad endings, and also feels really exploitative of the actual subjects of depression and in a way that feels kind of disrespectful. I mean, at the end of the day, this is all my opinion, formed by my personal views and experiences in life, so feel free to disagree, but this was a really tough ending for me to get through. I'm gonna end this discussion here because I've already said a lot, and this video turned way darker and way more real than I wanted it to, but we still got one last ending to talk about. Let me tell you about the final ending of the game, bad ending number 4, pushed too far. While the ending before this one might have easily been the darkest one, this playthrough is absolutely no joke either. The earlier flow is pretty standard. Episode 2 ends on the Kotonoha kissing path, episode 3 ends with Makoto telling Kotonoha they shouldn't talk anymore, and episode 4 ends with Taisuke and Sekai getting into a very unhappy relationship while Kotonoha and Makoto get together in the break room during the festival. Episode 5 is when things start getting really dark. Kotonoha asks Makoto to clap cheeks on the rooftop, and Makoto doesn't respond, so the game just randomly cuts to Kotonoha starting to get intimate with Makoto out of nowhere. After this, the two head back to class. As they walk through the hallways, they hear Sekai screaming no, and see her run out of a classroom. I won't describe specifically, but she looks extremely disheveled, and there's very clear signs that she was just assaulted. Sekai sees Makoto and Kotonoha together and quickly leaves as Taisuke also comes out saying he's sorry and he'll wear a condom next time. He knows he promised to pull out, but he just quote-unquote couldn't help it. Jesus Christ. Makoto tells Kotonoha to go back to class first as he stays to talk to Taisuke. He asks, "Were you doing it with Sekai?" And Taisuke responds, "She always says no first, but then she plays nice. And by the time we're done, she's loving it." Oh my god. I tell you, she's a real... So you're a thank you for just spelling it out for us. She told me I had to put a condom on, but I just happened to be out. Jesus. I said I'd be fine since I'd inside her, but I felt so good that I inside her. Jesus. I wish you wouldn't get upset over every little thing like that. Oh my god. What an actual piece of shit. How is this game real? How is it that we're 22 playthroughs in and the game still manages to find new ways to be absolutely repulsive? Later that night, Makoto ponders on what he had just witnessed in school. No, what the fuck? Is he... Oh, Makoto, you piece of shit. Jesus. Okay, I don't know how to describe this. I don't want to pause the screen right now. Makoto is remembering how Sekai looked. And what does he start doing? He's literally getting it on, thinking about how Sekai looked after she got raped. I mean, at this point in the video, I genuinely don't know if I can even conjure any more words to say about how fucked up this entire situation is. I'm so tired of it. Anyways, we see some repeat events after this. Taisuke calls Makoto for advice on what to give Sekai for Christmas. They go gift searching with Kotonoha and Sekai. Sekai buys a photo frame she liked because she clearly doesn't want a gift from Taisuke. Afterwards, Makoto tells Kotonoha to leave on her own and takes the train with Sekai, asks her what she wants, and she responds that she wants him, and the episode ends with Makoto coming out of the train to hug her. Episode 6 begins with a conversation between Sekai and her mom. Sekai seems very cheerful, and her mom guesses that she's gotten a boyfriend. As the two talk, Sekai begins to feel very sick and vomits. Did she just puke? Okay, I know this is a serious scene, I'm sorry, but the mouth placement here is a little bit funny. It seems as though Sekai could potentially be pregnant. Taisuke calls Makoto and asks if he found out what Sekai wants for Christmas, and Makoto says no. The next day, Makoto and Sekai try to break up with their respective partners so that they can start dating, but they continually fail until after school. When Makoto breaks up with Kotonoha, he actually tells her that Sekai is the one who he's in love with, and doesn't dodge the question like many other playthroughs before this. Kotonoha says she's already dating Taisuke, and Makoto says that Sekai is breaking up with him too. Kotonoha then says some really fucking ridiculous shit. You're kidding? Don't you feel bad for him? Knowing how much he's looking forward to Christmas? No, get Sekai away from him immediately. What the fuck? You were there, Kotonoha. You saw that. You saw her crying. Well, I know she's being broken up with, but like still. Absolutely crazy work that she'd actually witness what Sekai had gone through, yet somehow have the gall to say this. Kotonoha cries as Makoto apologizes. Makoto and Taisuke call at night as Taisuke was also just broken up with. Makoto tells him the truth that he's the reason why Sekai broke up with Taisuke, and their friendship ends there. Sekai then comes over and they finally establish their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend. However, Sekai starts feeling nauseous again and tells Makoto how they were getting together before the festival without any protection, leading Makoto to reach the conclusion that she's pregnant. Makoto seems extremely shocked as Sekai asks if he's happy for her, and he says it's all so sudden and very surprising. Makoto tries to figure out the timeline, but Sekai is adamant that the baby is Makoto's. At school, Sekai gets a text from Kotonoha asking to talk. We get our final clash of the titans as they do their usual arguments about who's seducing who and all this shit. Kotonoha says some hella out-of-pocket stuff in this argument too. Don't you feel sorry for Sawanaga-san? Girl, stop. You saw what he did to her. Come on. Sawanaga he's really in love with you. Shut the f. Kotonoha asks why Sekai went out with Taisuke in the first place, and Sekai says she had no choice because Makoto was going out with Kotonoha, so it wasn't right for Sekai to keep loving Makoto. Something sounds broken in the logic here, but we'll move on. Kotonoha says she won't let Sekai go until she gives Makoto back to her, kind of like a preschooler who gets upset and doesn't want to move until they get their toy or something. But as they argue, Sekai starts feeling ill and falls unconscious. Makoto arrives at Sekai's apartment to see Kotonoha sitting next to Sekai, who is asleep. Kotonoha had been taking care of Sekai for a bit and says she's gonna be okay, but they should leave now since they'll be disturbing Sekai's rest. Outside, Kotonoha asks if he knew about this pregnancy, and he responds yes. Makoto says he wants to make Sekai and her baby happy, and it's gonna be tough raising a baby at their age, but her mom is very supportive, so it should work out. Kotonoha brings up that the doctor said Sekai's been pregnant for less than 2 months, meaning the baby is more likely Taisuke's rather than Makoto's, since that's the time frame Sekai and Taisuke were going out. I'm gonna tell Sawanaga-san. If Sayonji-san insists on having a baby, it's going to need a father. This is so fucked. No, the baby is mine. Come on, Kotonoha, you cannot be serious, right? Do you have any idea how up that is? Kotonoha tells Makoto it's very clear whose baby it is, and Makoto tries to tell her that Sekai and he were getting together before the festival. Kotonoha then asks Makoto, did you really love a girl who has someone else's baby inside her? Jesus! She didn't ask to create a baby with Taisuke. Makoto tells Kotonoha that she's wrong. I just think it's absolutely insane how out of pocket Kotonoha is during this playthrough. I mean, she was there when they witnessed Sekai come out of the room after screaming no, and she was clearly in a very disheveled state. Yet somehow, Kotonoha is really pushing to keep Sekai close to the person who's assaulted her. While it's not clear if the baby is specifically from that scene we saw earlier in episode 5, I feel like it's heavily implied that this baby was a result of this particular event due to Taisuke admitting he didn't use protection. Sekai wakes up as her mom tells her that Kotonoha took care of her and that a boy came to meet her and they left together. Sekai talks about how the obstetrician gave her handbooks about being a mother, and Sekai's mom is very supportive. She asks if Sekai told her boyfriend already, and Sekai answers yes, and he seems shocked but happy. Sekai promises to have a healthy grandchild for her mom. At school, Sekai apologizes to Makoto as he tells her he was worried. She says she's fine and the baby is too, which Makoto seems to react with hesitance. Makoto wants to know about the baby but is unable to actually ask anything to Sekai, and he acts standoffish, rejecting her food during lunch. At the train station, Makoto bumps into Kotonoha, who asks how it went with Sekai. Kotonoha says if Makoto is really able to accept Sekai as she is now, then it was for the best. Kotonoha herself loves Makoto too, but if he feels really strongly about Sekai, then she has no choice but to give up on him and support the two. Makoto then suddenly drops a huge twist. I love you too, Kotonoha. Yo! Ain't no fucking way. What a sleazebag. Huh? But Sayonji-san. Sekai is, it's not that I don't like her, but... Jesus. Jesus, I just can't bear the burden of another guy's baby. It's too much for me. Like, it's just mostly because of how the baby came about, the circumstances surrounding it. That's why it's the most fucked up thing. This might sound strange and it may be really selfish for me, but I love you. Makoto-kun. This is a really bad time for me to need to take a piss. Sekai seems to have witnessed this from a distance. And while I can understand that it's probably a lot of pressure to suddenly be sprung with the news that there's a baby involved and the fact that it might not be his, it's also absolutely insane to me how quickly Makoto switches up on Sekai and goes back to Kotonoha, even though he literally spent the entire playthrough before this trying to break up with Kotonoha in order to go out with Sekai, who he constantly said he loved too. And the fact that Sekai's baby is likely a result of assault only adds to how horrific this entire situation really is. At night, Sekai calls Makoto to ask if he's free to go to the hospital to see the obstetrician. Sekai says that when it comes to birth, they don't just talk to the mother. However, Makoto tells her that he can't go because he's not the father. Sekai asks why he would say something like that, and Makoto responds, let's stop this. He says things aren't gonna work between them and he's unsure he can love her, Taisuke's child and all. Quote by him. Sekai says the baby is Makoto's, but Makoto is about to hang up. Sekai then suspects that Kotonoha is manipulating him because Makoto isn't the sort of person who would say something like this, and ends the call. We then see Sekai's eyes turn into the dead yandere eyes. The next day, Sekai menacingly stands in front of Kotonoha's mansion. At the train station, Makoto and Kotonoha meet up and are happy together. Makoto tells Kotonoha about the conversation he had with Sekai last night and says it's not right for him to string Sekai along like this, especially for the baby. He also says Sekai accused Kotonoha of manipulating him, so she might say something later. As Makoto tells Kotonoha that she is the only one he loves now, Sekai menacingly walks down the stairs. Kotonoha reflects on how if someone you love leaves you and you know someone else is the reason, it's natural to hate that other person. She wants to apologize to Sekai as much as she can, even if she's never forgiven. She then says Sekai is a dear friend who brought her together with Makoto, and hopefully one day the two can share a laugh like they used to. As she says all this stuff, the train arrives and Kotonoha is suddenly pushed onto the tracks. Stay back, Kotonoha. It's dangerous. Oh! 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 She fucking pushed her. I mean, I predicted it, but she did. Oh my god, Sekai. Oh my god, she did that. Oh my god, she looks so... Goodbye. Oh. Oh. You've got to be kidding, he says. It's your fault, Katsura-san. You and Makoto. Oh my god. Oh my god! Makoto is completely shocked at what he witnessed as everyone around them screams in panic. Sekai laughs menacingly, blaming both him and Kotonoha for everything that's happened. Makoto calls out Kotonoha's name as we see the blood on the trails as the final playthrough of School Days comes to a close. This is apparently the image you get when you finish all 22 endings. I've officially finished every single ending in this goddamn game. Get the fuck out of here. God damn, dude. Oh my god. What an absolute nightmare of a journey that we've taken. I feel like I've said everything I wanted to say about this game, and I can't really think of much more to say. It started off horrendously and just kept getting worse and worse and worse, as if it was challenging me in some kind of way. Like, oh, you think that was bad? Well, take this, as they include yet another horrific scene that I can't describe on YouTube. I want to say that if you're still watching to this point, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. This was a giant project and took me a really long time to make and a lot of energy. And even though a lot of it was an absolute nightmare to go through, I ended up actually enjoying a lot of the process of creating this video, for the most part. Admittedly, I was really burnt out of watching shitty anime, so it was nice to do something else for a change. And if this video does well, I do want to try dabbling into more cursed visual novels or other anime adjacent media forms, but we'll see how this goes. But that's it for this video. Once again, if you're interested in watching me play through the entire thing with all of my reactions, pauses, and stutters and whatnot, the first full episode is available for public viewing, and every other episode is available for all of my channels channel members. So feel free to check that out if you, for some reason, want to torture yourself even more by actually seeing more details of some of the horrible shit that I've described. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to leave a like and subscribe if you want to see more content like this. As usual, a massive shout out to my channel members, and that's it for me today. Once again, thank you so much for watching this video, and I will see you in the next video that I decide to make. Peace out.